Diddy Combs isn't the only one in the family facing some serious accusations, and while the rapper has been criminally charged and arrested, his sons have been named in recent lawsuits. But could those allegations lead to more charges for the Combs family? We're taking a closer look with criminal defense attorney Natalie Whittingham-Burrell.
This situation didn't just come out of nowhere. It didn't just suddenly explode overnight like people are pretending. This has been building, quietly, in the background, behind closed doors, in whispers, in side conversations, in moments people chose to ignore.
A lot of people have been speaking out since the arrest and indictment of Sean Diddy Combs on federal sex trafficking and racketeering charges. But now that includes the woman behind a lawsuit against his son, Christian Combs. So Sean Combs was indicted in federal court last week. He's going to be going up against the formidable prosecutors of the Southern District of New York. And until then, he's locked up at what's called the MDC, the Metropolitan Detention Center in Brooklyn, New York. And this is a jail which has housed other celebrity inmates at times. It's been plagued with issues like unsanitary conditions, fights between inmates. There's a status conference for his case scheduled for October 10th. But as Combs now faces these criminal charges, there is a separate legal team that is dealing with the multiple civil lawsuits that are pending against him. And one of those complaints was filed by a woman named Grace O'Markey. So O'Markey was apparently a steward working aboard a yacht that was rented by Sean Combs in December of 2022 for a holiday celebration with his family, when she claims she was sexually assaulted by Christian Combs. And within weeks of Sean Combs' homes being raided back in March by federal agents, O'Markey filed a civil complaint against Christian and named his father, Sean Combs, in the suit as well for allegedly facilitating this assault to occur. Now, through her attorney, O'Markey put out a statement after Sean Combs was arrested saying, quote, "The long-awaited federal arrest of Sean Combs is the first step for our clients receiving justice. We leave the criminal aspect of this case in the hands of the people and justice system. As for the civil cases, we await our time for the facts to reveal themselves and seek the justice our clients deserve." It goes on to say, "We also anticipate more victims coming forward. We knew this was coming. The evidence is very clear, and it was only a matter of time. This is an important step towards justice for all of Mr. Combs' victims, including my clients. Justice will prevail." Hey, by the way, we really appreciate you guys coming to us for our Sean Combs coverage. We plan to continue to bring you updates on this story. And look, the reason we're able to do this is because not only of the support that we get from you guys, but also from our sponsors. And if I can, I want to call out one right now, Upside. So this is so cool. Upside is a free app that helps you get cash back on daily essentials like gas and groceries. Real cash back, money that appears in your Upside app that you can transfer straight into your bank account. Just the other day, I used Upside to find a gas station. I claimed an offer. I pay with my credit card at the pump. Follow the steps on the app to get cash back. And you can use Upside at all different kinds of places, including restaurants, convenience stores. So to find out how much you could earn, click the link in the description to download Upside or scan the QR code on screen and use our promo code SIDEBAR and you'll get an extra 25 cents back on every gallon on your first tank of gas. I hope you can check it out. So what is the status of this civil case and what impact could it have, if any, on the criminal charges that Sean Combs now faces? Well, to discuss that, I want to bring in criminal defense attorney Natalie Whittingham-Burrell to talk more about this. Natalie, thank you so much for coming here on Sidebar. Appreciate it.
Hi, Jesse. Good morning. Thank you for having me.
Of course. So first, let me start from a basic point of law. How much do civil cases that might be alleging similar conduct as criminal charges, how much does a result in a civil case affect a criminal case?
Not at all. So it doesn't affect the criminal case. The jury in a criminal case is supposed to remain fair and unbiased and only consider the facts that they're hearing in the courtroom. As far as the judge is concerned.
And now suddenly, everything is front and center, and people are acting shocked like they never saw this coming. That's the part that makes this whole thing even crazier. Because when the people closest to someone start speaking out, that's when things hit different. It's one thing when outsiders talk. It's one thing when critics speculate. But when it comes from inside the circle, from people who were actually there, who actually saw things unfold in real time, who experienced it directly, that's when the tone completely changes. That's when it stops being rumor and starts feeling a lot more real, a lot more uncomfortable. And what's being described isn't small. It's not minor disagreements. It's not normal family tension. It's not the kind of thing you brush off and move on from. The way it's being talked about, the way people are reacting, the way the internet is dissecting every single detail, it points to something deeper, something people feel has been hidden for a long time. Now suddenly, clips are circulating, discussions are blowing up, and everyone has an opinion. Some people are immediately taking sides. Others are trying to stay neutral.
If the judge is going to be imposing a sentence because the jury found the person guilty, the judge should be considering what happened in the courtroom. And usually they don't take into consideration civil liability. I've heard many judges say, I know that there's a concurrent case in the civil courts. We're going to let that play out. This is separate and apart from that. And the reason being is that it's a different burden of proof, beyond a reasonable doubt versus preponderance of the evidence. And so for that reason, you can't really let what happens in the civil context infiltrate the criminal context, because the trier of fact is determining something different.
Before I make these connections, because there could be overlap here, there is the possibility that, and I'll get to this in a second, whether or not Grace O'Markey may be cooperating with federal investigators, whether any piece of that evidence could come into the federal case. We'll get to that in a second. But what did you make of the statement from Grace O'Markey's legal team after Sean Combs was arrested?
I see. So what they're saying basically is that this is opening up a it's kind of opening up for more victims to come forward. And I think that's really what it's all about as far as the civil case is concerned. So more people might feel emboldened, like, look, there is a criminal case here. This means that what happened to me is valid and I am free to speak out about it, right? They'd always been waiting for it. I guess, you know, if the feds had investigated and nothing had come of it, people might have felt less inclined to come forward. So as far as emboldening potential victims, yes, the criminal case would impact the psyche of a person who's potentially a victim of Sean Combs. Yes.
Let me ask you this. The statement where they're saying, you know, this isn't a surprise. We expected this to happen. Now, that could be because we were all seeing what was happening play out. We knew that there were raids. There was reports about a grand jury being impaneled. There was reports that Sean Combs was the target of an investigation. Do you think that we're not surprised because we saw everything everybody else said? Or do you think we're not surprised because Grace O'Markey may be cooperating with the government as a witness in the federal criminal case?
Right. I see what you mean. It could be that. There's really no way to know whether or not she's cooperating. Because like with Cassie, you saw the details that Cassie alleged in her lawsuit being played out in the actual formal indictment and the letters that were written by the state to try and encourage the court to hold on to Sean Combs and not release him. Whereas I don't see a lot of specific detail overlap with what O'Markey is alleging, other than the fact that what she alleges confirms and supports what Cassie has been saying. It's interesting. I think what she says, O'Markey, more confirms and report what's in the Lil Rod lawsuit, which is these things that were happening on yachts, which isn't really detailed in the criminal case.
And I'm going to get to that connection in a minute. I guess just more generally speaking, and this is interesting because the way the prosecutors filed these charges against Sean Combs, there's not a lot of independent sexual assault claims, right? They've really focused it more on these freak-offs, these sexual performances, and the idea that the allegations are that he centered these sexual performances that were directed by Combs, that he would force people to be a part of them, he would transport people to be a part of them, he would drug people to engage in these freak-offs. And do you think that's strategic, that the prosecutors are not saying, we know that he's facing a number of sexual assault lawsuits, or his son might be facing a sexual lawsuit. We're not going to include that as kind of separate charges, or even evidence of the freak-offs, because what she's alleging, and we'll get to what she's alleging, she's not alleging a freak-off happened with her.
But let's be honest, neutrality doesn't last long in situations like this. Not when emotions are this high, not when the allegations feel this personal, this close to home. And you can see it in the reactions. Some people are saying this confirms everything they've been suspecting for years. Others are pushing back hard, saying this is being exaggerated, twisted, or even weaponized. But regardless of where people stand, one thing is clear, this isn't being ignored. This isn't getting swept under the rug. Not this time. Because there's a pattern people are starting to talk about. A pattern of control. A pattern of silence. A pattern of things happening behind the scenes while a completely different image is presented to the public. And when those two worlds collide, the public image and the private reality, that's when things get messy. That's exactly where we are right now. right in that collision. And what makes it even more intense is the emotional weight behind it. You're not just hearing claims, you're hearing experiences.
Right? And I'm thinking that federal prosecutors are very specific for a reason here, right?
Right. They're very specific for a reason because, first of all, you made a very good distinction. What Miss O'Markey is alleging is against Christian Combs, Sean Combs' son, Diddy's son, not against Diddy himself as far as the actual essay is concerned. However, what it does do is kind of lay a foundation for the context in which they're saying these freak offs happen. And so I think by leaving their indictment more general, they have left it open for more evidence to be introduced at trial because they could easily say, well, this is relevant to the environment in which these freak offs took place. This is why people would be afraid to come forward if they're facing the threat of, financial ruin, sexual assault, or being shunned in the entertainment community. And so for all of those reasons, even though this isn't specifically named in the criminal case, these actions by O'Markey, which makes complete sense because Christian Combs is not a defendant in the criminal case, it certainly does add to context. And so now I could see now on the defense side them wanting to do something akin to a bill of particulars where they want to get more information from how actually the prosecution intends to prove this case, because they've left it so open that pretty much any of those bad acts could.
And so you're kind of laying the groundwork for how possibly Grace O'Markey could testify in a federal case, but there's a lot of things that need to happen before that. So I want to talk a little bit more about this. So we have Christian King Combs, 26-year-old model rapper, third oldest son of Sean Combs, who's one of three children that Combs shares with the late model Kim Porter. She died in 2018. And we go back to the raids that happened in Los Angeles and Miami back in March. Combs' sons, specifically in LA, Christian and Justin, they were handcuffed and they were led out of the home as investigators from Homeland Security went in to collect the evidence. 30-year-old Justin is Combs' oldest biological son, who he had with a fashion designer named Misa Hilton. And Justin's mother shared a video from the Los Angeles raid on her Instagram page, and the footage, which appears to come from security cameras around the home, has been edited and sped up in places. And she writes, quote, "The overzealous and overtly militarized force used against my sons Justin and Christian is deplorable. If these were the sons of a non-black celebrity, they would not have been handled with the same aggression." Christian, by the way, celebrated his birthday 1 week after the raids, posting photos of his lavish celebrations on his Instagram story. And he also posted this to his story: "Stop with the blue cap emoji." Cap is slang for lying. And then on April 4th, Grace O'Markey filed her civil lawsuit in Los Angeles Superior Court. So that timeline I find is really interesting, Natalie. You have the raids. There have been lawsuits that have already discussed either one or two of these sons, but then her lawsuit comes after the raids, after everyone saw them in handcuffs. So what do you make of the remarks of Misa Hilton? What do you make of the fact of what Sean Combs' son posted on Instagram, and also the timing of the Grace O'Markey lawsuit?
Yeah, so first of all, about Misa Hilton's statement, all I have to say is cry me a river, to say that this has anything to do with race when Bernie Madoff's entire family was decimated by his, grift and Ponzi scheme that he was running on the New York elite. His sons were raided as well in public, and they were grown men, just like how Misa Hilton's son is a grown man, and all of Diddy's sons are adults.
You're hearing things that, if true, carry years of impact, years of confusion, frustration, maybe even fear. And that's why people are reacting the way they are. It's not just gossip to them. It feels serious. But here's where it gets complicated. Because in situations like this, truth isn't always simple. It's layered. It's messy. It's filled with perspectives that don't always align. One person's reality can look completely different from another's. And when those realities clash publicly, it creates chaos. That's what we're seeing unfold in real time. You've got people digging into the past, pulling up old interviews, old moments, old clips that suddenly look different now. Things that didn't seem important before are now being re-examined under a completely new light. Every expression, every comment, every interaction is being analyzed like it holds a hidden meaning. And maybe some of it does. Or maybe some of it is people trying to connect dots that were never meant to be connected.
A number of different claims, including sexual assault, harassment, sex trafficking, racketeering. And in terms of the corporate entities and individuals that he sued, he says they facilitated or contributed to the abuse that he endured at the hands of Sean Combs, that they're liable too. So the main idea is that all of the defendants are part of this illegal criminal enterprise in violation of RICO or racketeering laws, that they were making money by forcing and threatening people like Jones to transport guns and drugs, to solicit minors and sex workers, to make music without properly paying them, that he was present for multiple episodes of abuse and violence that Combs inflicted on others. Now, Jones alleged numerous events in these papers. For example, Jones claims that Combs repeatedly and intentionally groped his private parts without his consent. This happened in Los Angeles, New York, Florida, the Virgin Islands. That Combs continually forced Jones to be in his presence while he was naked and showered. And Jones also claims that Combs attempted to groom him into homosexual sex, and one of the ways he allegedly says Combs tried to do that was by using producer Stephen Aaron Jordan, who Jones apparently looked up to. Combs allegedly showed Jones a video of Jordan engaging in a sex act with another man as a way to, quote, ease his anxiety concerning homosexuality. Quite the allegation. By the way, and tying it kind of back to the criminal allegations, Jones alleges that Combs had hidden cameras in every room of his homes, and there were secret recordings of celebrities and associates that he has, quote, compromising footage of every person that has attended his parties. He also claims, by the way, that he was sexually abused by actor Cuba Gooding Jr., that he was also abused by an associate of rapper Young Miami, that this happened on separate occasions. In fact, he claims also he was present for a shooting that happened at a recording studio in Los Angeles that he says Combs tried to cover up. And Jones, within his complaint, provided screenshots of what he says are the blood-stained bathroom where he claims a man was shot by either Combs or his son, and claims that he still has the clothing to prove it. Jones also alleges more recently that on July 2nd, 2023, out in California, Combs had a party at his home with underage girls, sex workers, his son, and an unidentified R&B artist. And embedded in this lawsuit were screenshots of a video that was allegedly taken of this party, and it purportedly shows Combs either kissing or dancing almost face to face with an alleged underage girl. Now, quite the lawsuit. But in an update, and we actually just did a whole sidebar on this, Jones had just filed an opposition to the Combs defendant's motion to dismiss the case. Jones is saying that this case can't be thrown out. First, he says, just look at the newly filed criminal indictment against Combs. The allegations in there mirror his allegations. He argues that a grand jury indictment creates a presumption of probable cause that a crime was committed, and argues, quote, it goes without saying that after the indictment of Sean Combs, the bombastic bloviations in the defendant's motion to dismiss did not age well. He also argues, through his attorney, that to the claim that he wasn't maybe specific enough in his complaint, that he can provide more details, he can name names. He writes, quote, we will also provide the identity of the travel agent who booked all of the flights and rented all of the chartered planes that Mr. Combs and the members of the Combs RICO enterprise used to traffic prostitutes, victims of sexual trafficking, drugs, and unmarked guns, both nationally and internationally.
That's the danger of moments like this. The line between investigation and speculation starts to blur, and once that line is gone, everything becomes uncertain. But still, the core issue doesn't go away. Because at the center of all of this are voices that people feel deserve to be heard, voices that are being taken seriously by a large number of people, and once that happens, there's no going back to how things were before. The narrative shifts permanently. And you can already see the impact. The reputation that once felt untouchable, now it's being questioned. The image that once felt solid, now it's being cracked open. And once cracks start forming, they don't just disappear, they spread. That's what pressure does. It builds, slowly, quietly, until eventually something gives. And when it does, everything changes. Now the spotlight is harsher, the scrutiny is stronger, the expectations are higher. People aren't just watching anymore, they're demanding answers.
Posting only after you've made certain requisite attempts. So it's very possible that they had been trying to personally serve them, they gave up, and then they went ahead and posted it. It is rare to see that many months pass, but you have multiple defendants in this case, and I believe that they filed it. It was in the media. They're working on it, so it isn't completely that rare to see this many months pass. When you're dealing with celebrity clients, you're dealing with clients that have a layer of security that prohibits you from actually serving them like you would a regular person.
And by the way, I can't confirm this in any way. If there was difficulty in serving him because of something Christian Combs did, right? And I want to be very clear. I'm just assuming. I'm making the allegation. I'm not saying he did this, but if he created a difficulty in service, typically speaking, whether it's him or any defendant in a civil case, does that hurt them? Does that hurt them in the case?
Well, I mean, hurt them in the sense that, yeah, I mean, anytime that it looks like you're evading service, it hurts how the public views you, because it feels like if you're not, facing up to the lawsuit. And in the eyes of the judge, they could look and be like, this guy's, in the affidavit for the process server, it will detail the attempts to serve and what occurred. So if you have someone that's fighting with the process server, not opening the door, which is situations that I've had in my career, yeah, that goes in an affidavit. And when the judge reads it, the judge already knows that you're not acting professionally, you're not dealing with things the way that you should. So yeah, it could hurt, but it shouldn't affect a judge's decision in the case. But as we all know, anything can affect the way a judge views you.
Right. And again, I want to make this abundantly clear. I'm not saying he did that in any way. I'm not saying he made it difficult to serve the papers. It's just, if I'm looking at the docket, I'm thinking when the lawsuit was filed, that time difference is something that's interesting. So now I want to ask you about the case. I want to ask you about her lawsuit. I mentioned it before. I described it before. What stands out to you? Do you think it's a strong case against Christian Combs?
I think it is a strong case because you have witnesses. You have an audio recording of him actually telling her to take shots, and they put the transcription of what is in the audio, and then it goes in conjunction with this criminal indictment of his father and the similarities. So it's not just the isolated allegations that Diddy's son did this. It's in conjunction with he's sitting in a jail cell charged with all these other crimes. So I think it is a strong case, and what it shows, what the complaint is illustrating, is this completely out of control party on a super yacht, including various celebrities. That when you read it, it kind of rings true. I mean, when you read it, it doesn't come off as being something that's completely unbelievable. You have to take into consideration that someone like Diddy, that's been living this type of lifestyle for a long time, and then you have his 25-year-old son that maybe just acting like a 25-year-old, but a 25-year-old that's had no control in his life, that doesn't know what boundaries are, or what the appropriate parameters between a man and a woman are. Because when you read it, the way it describes he was acting is completely inappropriate. And there's going to be a lot of witnesses, people that worked on that yacht. That we're talking about, I don't know how many 20, 30 crew members. I don't know how many people are on a super yacht, but there's plenty of witnesses.
They want clarity. They want accountability. They want to understand what's real and what isn't. But answers don't always come quickly. Sometimes they don't come at all. And in that silence, people start filling in the gaps themselves. That's where things can spiral. Because once the public takes control of the narrative, it becomes something else entirely. It stops being just about the original situation and starts becoming a larger conversation about power, influence, and what people are allowed to get away with behind closed doors. That's why this isn't just staying in one lane. It's expanding. It's becoming a symbol of something bigger. And whether people realize it or not, that shift is what makes situations like this so difficult to contain, because now it's not just about individuals anymore, it's about what they represent. And representation carries weight. A lot of weight. So now, every move is being watched, every response is being analyzed, every silence is being interpreted. There's no neutral ground anymore. Everything means something, even when it doesn't. That's the reality of being in this position. And right now, That pressure is at its peak. People are waiting to see what happens next, waiting to see if more comes out, waiting to see if the story evolves or collapses, waiting to see who speaks, who stays silent, and what that silence might mean. Because silence, in moments like this, is never just silence. It's a statement, whether intentional or not. And that's why this situation feels so intense. Because it's not finished. Not even close. What we're seeing right now might just be the beginning, or it might be the peak. There's no way to know for sure yet. But one thing is clear, the conversation isn't going away anytime soon. It's too loud. Too emotional. Too unresolved. And when something reaches that level, it doesn't just fade out quietly. It either explodes further, or it forces something to finally come to the surface. Either way, the outcome won't be small. Not after this. Not with this much attention. Not with this many people watching. So now, all that's left is to wait. And watch. And see what breaks next.
Today, I want to take you through some rare footage buried in the Epstein files and an absolutely insane conspiracy gaining traction on the internet. Let's get right into it. Now, as you may be aware, we have been thoroughly combing through the recently released 3 million pages of the Epstein files.
The internet completely lost control the second people started pushing this alleged connection all over social media, because at this point audiences online do not even wait for confirmation anymore. The moment a famous public figure gets connected to a controversial story involving power,
Watching presumably a woman dancing. Now, these two people have been redacted by the DOJ to protect their identity. We've replaced the music for copyright purposes, but other than that, this video is unchanged. Take a look. Now, we've played a couple of clips in the past videos from an interview Steve Bannon did with Jeffrey Epstein sometime in 2019, but we took the time to go through the nearly 2-hour interview and pull the footage that you may have never seen before. Remember, this is a video that was allegedly intended to help rehabilitate Jeffrey Epstein's image. In one question, Bannon asks Epstein about Wall Street. Roll the clip.
First got on the trading desk at Bear Stearns in the late 70s or mid 70s. Were you shocked by how little actual understanding of mathematics that the traders comprehended?
Yeah, well, again, we had a Texas Instrument calculator. Most stockbrokers, especially before 1975, if they were good stockbrokers, could add. That's about it. They could multiply. If you could multiply, you were already in the top 15% of stockbrokers. Stockbrokers simply meant there's a story. When I went to the first person, I had no money. And I said, how much money do you make a year? And he said, $400,000. I said, impossible. I'm making $10,000.
That's probably more than your family had made in its entire existence.
Yes. And he makes it in a year. I said, what do you do? And he said, it's too complicated for you to understand. He had a brother-in-law, in fact, in this case, who ran the pension fund at General Motors. His brother-in-law would call him and say, buy 1,000 IBM. He'd hang up the phone, he'd write it out on a ticket and walk it to a window. That was his entire skill set. Hello, write what my brother-in-law says, walk it to a ticket window.
Now, here is where he applies his thinking about Wall Street to world leaders.
You find most leaders financially illiterate, economically illiterate.
Most political leaders don't come out of a background of finance. Most political leaders come out of a background of being popular. So in some of the countries, in some of the African countries, for example, they might have been a military person. They were a general. Or in our country, they would have been an actor. The knowledge of money they don't have expertise, they have no degrees in finance. They really, and this is one of the major problems. So many world leaders who don't really have a financial underpinning make fundamental errors when it comes to money on a country or institutional level. Many of them were just good at what they did in terms of politics. Remember, world leaders are politicians in general. They're not scientists, they're not intellectuals, they're not great thinkers, they're great politicians.
Now, for some context, Jeffrey Epstein was imprisoned in 2008 after pleading guilty to state charges of soliciting prostitution and soliciting a minor for prostitution. Here is his account of what it was like.
Solitary confinement, September 14th. And again, some of the public stories about the wonderful time I had in jail and my work release, which didn't come till months after. I'd been there since June in an 8x10 cell with a bed in the back, a 6-foot bed in the back, a chrome sink with a toilet attached to it, and a little piece of metal sticking out that was supposed to act as a table. So in jail, I was in a place that was called the Special Housing Unit, which is for the roughest, toughest, meanest people. They had put me there, they said, for my own protection. So I was in
Secrecy and years of unanswered questions. The internet instantly transforms into absolute chaos. And honestly, that is exactly what happened here. One alleged connection starts trending. One rumor begins circulating. A few posts go viral. Then suddenly millions of people are acting like they uncovered some giant hidden truth nobody else could see before. That is how fast modern internet culture moves now. Especially when the story already involves scandals that have haunted public discussion for years. Because this entire situation stopped being only about individuals a long time ago, now it represents something much bigger in the minds of the public. Hidden power. Elite circles. Private relationships. Influence behind closed doors. Secrets ordinary people feel they were never supposed to know about. That is why the second another celebrity name gets dragged into the conversation, social media explodes instantly. People are already emotionally invested before they even know what is true. That is the scary part. Nobody's
in an 8x10 cell with a little slit in the door where they would serve my food on a tray about 9 inches by 4 inches. And then as soon as I finished eating, they would take the tray and close it down. And one of the guards said, "Do you understand there's Wall Street's crashing?" "Sorry, Wall Street's crashing? What's happened?" And he said, "There's some crisis and some companies are going bankrupt." "Yeah, it's all over the papers. We're all terrified we're going to lose our life savings because we have either a 401k or our pension funds. We don't know anything about money. Mr. Epstein, can you tell us, like, what's going on? Am I going to be able to afford my children's education? Am I going to be bankrupt like this company called Lehman Brothers?" And there's another company in the front page today called Bear Stearns. "Oh no," I said.
Now this next part, pertaining to what life was like in prison, is very interesting. Roll the clip.
At the beginning, what were the comments?
It serves you fucking rich guys right that you're here next to me.
There was nothing about your crimes.
No.
So all this rumor you hear all the time about people in prison that commit the type of crimes you commit, you're saying in your personal thing is not true.
No.
It was all because you were rich.
Yes.
And it was all because they wanted to borrow money.
Or get advice. Yes.
Where they get advice to
stock
go long.
Yes.
Are you telling me
is this time to buy?
You're telling me in solitary confinement they're interested in going long?
Yeah. They want to know what
does that say
stocks.
about human nature?
Well, what I think the people find, one of the reasons they wanted to keep me in solitary confinement was they're afraid that everybody would want to know which stocks to buy.
I want to take a break from that right now to show you some more rapid fire clips from the files, like this one where Epstein is seen chasing around 2 girls in the kitchen. You may have seen it before, but take a look. And this one of a redacted individual in what appears to be a bikini modeling. Now earlier I mentioned some conspiracies and I want to talk to you about what the internet has been cooking up, and this one is insane. I need to address something that's been blowing up online since these files started dropping, because every time these documents like this get released, the internet does what the internet does. So there's a claim circulating right now that the Epstein files reveal Ellen DeGeneres as, and I'm quoting this directly from the posts, Hollywood's most prolific cannibal, that she consumed human flesh. People are sharing distorted images images of her face, writing paragraphs about underground dystopias, calling her a vampire. Now, these are completely unfounded claims with no evidence to back them up. So let's take a look at what's actually in the files. Ellen DeGeneres is named in the Epstein documents, and that part is real. Her name appears in the broader index of over 300 high-profile individuals that show up across the investigative materials. Flight logs, communications, third-party interviews, peripheral records. But here's the thing that people either don't understand or choose to ignore. Being referenced in an investigative file is not the same as being accused of a crime. There are plenty of names in the file that are just referenced by a third party. There is zero evidence in the Epstein files connecting Ellen DeGeneres to
slows down anymore. Nobody waits for context. Nobody cares whether claims are verified first. Emotion moves faster than facts every single time online. And once social media smells controversy connected to wealth, celebrity culture, and alleged secret relationships, the algorithm pushes it everywhere like wildfire. That is exactly why this situation spiraled so quickly. The second the alleged connection started spreading online, reaction channels immediately went into overdrive. Comment sections turned into war zones overnight. Old interviews suddenly resurfaced again. Random photos from years ago started circulating again. People began analyzing body language, conversations, friendships, and public appearances like investigators trying to solve some giant hidden mystery. Meanwhile, nobody actually knows what is fully real anymore. But online culture does not care about certainty. It cares about engagement. And controversy creates engagement faster than almost anything.
Dan Bongino and Pam Bondi over the Epstein files announcement. And our past sidebar was about, does Ghislaine Maxwell have legal grounds to say, hey, my conviction should be overturned based on this announcement? Because as we discussed in the previous sidebar, probably doesn't have a strong legal argument for that. The idea, who else did if there's nobody else that a part of it, who did I sex traffic these victims to? Well, the argument was you sex trafficked them to Jeffrey Epstein. That's sufficient. That's what the prosecution argued. But we've been talking about this. There's a lot happening now, and her name is back in the news because of what happened yesterday, okay? The government responded to her appeal. I want to bring in right now Alexis Rosenberg, trial attorney, federal litigator, to talk more about this. Alexis, thank you so much for coming on. Before we talk about the government's response to her appeal, I got to get your opinion. First off, okay, this is your term to jump in the mix. Is there anything on the face from what the DOJ and the FBI said in their memo last week that directly affects Maxwell's criminal conviction? In other words, well, no one else is getting prosecuted. There's no client list. Why was she convicted? Why was she the only one brought to trial and convicted? Who did she sex traffic minors to? Is there anything from that announcement that affects her conviction?
Well, first, Jesse, thank you for having me on. And I'm going to get to that, but I want to jump in about this client list. It screams to me, Clinton, I did not sleep with that woman. I think it's a use. Is there an actual list with clients' names on it? Probably not. But how about if we just go through his contact list and start there? I'm sure we could get a list from that. So getting to your question, I definitely think that doesn't necessarily, and you kind of touched on it, affect the conviction, because we can jump into later, I'm sure, why that is from the legality of what's been the question that's certified to the Supreme Court. But you're correct. If she doesn't have to traffic these girls to multiple people. Simply trafficking the girls to Epstein is enough to let that conviction stand. So now we get to the next question about this non-prosecution agreement.
And I don't even think that they have necessarily been mounting the argument that announcement affects her conviction per se, although I'll talk about that. Actually, taking a section from the DOJ's response to Maxwell's appeal, I thought that this was an interesting example of summarizing what the prosecution's case against Ghislaine Maxwell was. And it was all about Epstein. It was all about trafficking victims to Epstein. No other alleged co-conspirators or clients or accomplices, because it said, again, this is from The DOJ's response, quote, from about 1994 to 2004, petitioner, this is meaning Ghislaine Maxwell, coordinated, facilitated, and contributed to the multimillionaire financier Jeffrey Epstein's sexual abuse of numerous young women and underage girls. The abuse followed a pattern. Petitioner and Epstein would identify vulnerable girls living under difficult circumstances, isolate them from their friends and families, gaining their trust by giving them gifts and pretending to be their friends, normalize the discussion of sexual topics and sexual touching with the girls, and then transition to sexual abuse, often through the pretext of a girl giving Epstein a massage. Petitioner and Epstein paid victims large amounts of cash to provide Epstein, nobody else, to provide Epstein with sexualized massages, and after a victim had begun giving massages, they would offer her additional money to recruit.
Anything else on the internet. Especially when people already believe there are hidden layers underneath the public version of major scandals. That belief alone fuels everything. Because deep down millions of people think powerful circles operate differently from ordinary life. They believe there are private worlds hidden behind celebrity culture that the public only gets tiny glimpses into. So whenever another alleged connection appears online, people instantly assume they are seeing evidence of something much larger beneath the surface. Even if the information itself is incomplete. Even if context is missing. Even if the claims are based entirely on speculation. The emotional reaction becomes stronger than the facts almost immediately. And honestly, the internet almost prefers stories like this to remain unresolved forever. A clear answer kills discussion. But uncertainty? Uncertainty keeps people addicted. That is why these conversations never fully disappear anymore. Every few months another rumor surfaces. Another alleged leak appears.
Other girls, Petitioner and Epstein, carried on those activities at, among other locations, Epstein's residences in Palm Beach, Florida, and New York City. Now, Alexis, it was reported in the Daily Mail that a reported source to Maxwell told the Daily Mail, despite the rumors, quote, despite the rumors, Ghislaine was never offered any kind of plea deal. She would be more than happy to sit before Congress and tell her story. No one from the government has ever asked her to share what she knows. She remains the only person to be jailed in connection to Epstein, and she would welcome the chance to tell the American public the truth. Interesting timing of that. What do you make of that statement? What's the aim there, if that's true?
Well, I would like to hear what she has to say personally. I think the aim is to show that they're trying to hide something, that they don't want her to talk. They're trying to silence her. And this goes along with the conspiracy that Epstein was actually murdered and he didn't commit suicide. So I think that's the aim of that. And by the way, they don't, there's no obligation that they have to offer someone a plea either. So that they're not required to do that. And so everybody knows, when you're trafficking minors, you could potentially send life in prison, not 20 years. And there were various counts on this as well. So that should be kept in mind as well.
Okay, let's talk about what happened yesterday. So the DOJ, they responded yesterday to Maxwell's appeal, asking the Supreme Court to deny Maxwell's appeal. This is again after the Second Circuit Court of Appeals, a lower court, had rejected Maxwell's argument. So they're saying to the Supreme Court, don't pick up this case. And yesterday, by the way, was the deadline for the DOJ to respond. And they're basically saying to the Supreme Court, deny what we call in the law writ of certiorari. Don't even hear this case. Now, before we even get into the DOJ's argument, I am curious, Alexis, what you think about Maxwell's attorneys, because they argued in, well, not their attorneys per se, but basically their position, their argument, because they argued in a prior petition, quote, despite the existence of a non-prosecution agreement promising in plain language that the United States would not prosecute any co-conspirator of Jeffrey Epstein, the United States in fact prosecuted Ghislaine Maxwell as a co-conspirator of Jeffrey Epstein. And defense attorney David Marcus wrote in the court paperwork, a defendant should be able to rely on a promise that the United States will not prosecute again without being subject to a gotcha in some other jurisdiction that chooses to interpret that plain language promise in some other way. So Alexis, let's start there. Before we go into the DOJ's response, is that a fair argument? Is that a fair defense?
I don't think so. I think here's the problem. The bottom line is that one district cannot bind another district. We also need to understand this was a non-prosecution agreement in federal court. He was ultimately pled. This wasn't a plea agreement to state charges. So, and also you need to understand that you can be charged in federal court and state court for the exact same crime. A lot of people don't realize that. So the argument, I believe, is very strong that this agreement that was made in the Southern District, which is a federal court in Florida, is binding on the Southern District. It is not binding on crimes that they're alleging were committed in the state of New York.
Years. Another old connection gets dragged back into public debate. And suddenly social media acts like the entire mystery is reopening all over again from the beginning. That cycle repeats endlessly. Especially when the public still feels like they never received full closure surrounding the original scandal itself. That frustration never left. People still feel like major questions remain unanswered. So every alleged new connection becomes symbolic in their minds. Like another missing piece finally escaping into public view. That emotional feeling is powerful online. And once millions of people emotionally attach themselves to a theory, separating speculation from reality becomes almost impossible. That is exactly where things become dangerous. Because now one viral post can instantly become evidence in the eyes of the internet. One blurry photo becomes proof. One random interaction becomes confirmation. One dramatic headline becomes an entire narrative repeated.
Essentially, that Epstein was name dropping. George Lucas's name makes an appearance in the documents, but again, this alleged victim was asked if she ever gave him a massage, and she said no. Michael Jackson is also mentioned in these documents. An accuser says that she met him at one point at Epstein's home in Palm Beach, Florida, but says nothing sexual happened. So again, you hear these names, very high profile. They're connected to Jeffrey Epstein, but they might not be as nefarious as you might believe. With that in mind, let's get into some of the more major details, and let's start with former President Bill Clinton. Identified as Doe 36 in the documents. Now, Clinton has not been accused of any wrongdoing, but he had previously traveled on Epstein's private jet during philanthropic work for the Clinton Foundation. According to an alleged victim, Johanna Joberg, Epstein at one point had said, quote, Clinton liked them young, referring to young girls. Now, again, this is Epstein saying this. It is important to note, though, that Joberg never met the former president or saw him on Epstein's Little St. James Island, Epstein's Island. Other mentions of Bill Clinton are brought up in reference to whether Giuffre's lawyers would be allowed to depose him in the defamation suit, which the judge ultimately denied. In one filing, it said, while Ms. Giuffre made no allegations of illegal actions by Bill Clinton, Ms. Maxwell, in her deposition, raised Ms. Giuffre's comments about President Clinton as one of the obvious lies to which she was referring in her public statement that formed the basis of the suit. Apart from the defendant, Mr. Epstein, former President Clinton, is a key person who can provide information about the close relationship with defendant Maxwell and Mr. Epstein and disprove Ms. Maxwell's claims. So to give you a little bit more context there. There was something interesting, though, about Bill Clinton. So on January 10th, 2015, Maxwell emailed her agent, Ross Goh, after he had called Giuffre a liar on his client Maxwell's behalf. And she wrote him, quote, I have already suffered such a terrible and painful loss over the last few days that I can't even see what life after press even looks like. Statements that don't address all just lead to more questions. What is my relationship to Clinton? Andrew, on and on. Let's rest till Monday. I need headspace. All right, going from one former president to another, former President Donald Trump. Now, we already knew that Trump and Epstein had a relationship back in the 1990s. Trump had previously called Epstein a terrific guy, says the two later had a falling out. Now, while the documents mention former President Donald Trump, they do not reference any wrongdoing on his part. So one new interesting tidbit is that Miss Joberg says that when she was on Jeffrey Epstein's jet, at one point they diverted to New Jersey because of bad weather, and she claims Epstein said, quote, great, we'll call up Trump and we'll go to the casino. She said that she and Giuffre, who was also on the plane, didn't gamble at the casino because Giuffre was too young. Joberg also testified in the documents that she was never asked to give Trump a massage. By the way, Giuffre testified when she was 17, she was working as a spa attendant at Trump's Mar-a-Lago in Florida, but was lured away to become a masseuse for Epstein, which involved performing sexual acts. Moving on, we have Prince Andrew. Now, we have covered the allegations against Prince Andrew, the Duke of York, extensively here on Sidebar and on Long Crime in general. But Giuffre accused him of being one of the people that she had sex with as a minor. He settled a lawsuit with her out of court for reportedly millions of dollars, but he continues to deny any wrongdoing. But talking about these documents, I mentioned that email from Maxwell where she references Prince Andrew, but there
across every platform within hours. Then reaction creators jump in because outrage generates views faster than anything else. Everybody suddenly acts like detectives. Everybody claims they always knew something felt off. Everybody starts building timelines and connecting dots between completely unrelated events. Meanwhile, the actual truth gets buried underneath layers of nonstop speculation and emotional reactions. That is modern internet culture in one sentence. Perception matters more than verification. Especially in stories involving celebrity culture, secrecy, wealth, and elite social circles. Because ordinary people already feel disconnected from those worlds completely, so when controversies involving famous figures explode publicly, audiences become obsessed with the idea that hidden systems are finally being exposed. That emotional fascination keeps these stories alive forever. And honestly, social media algorithms make everything
an allegation that Copperfield had visited Epstein in the past. Back to Ms. Joberg, she testified that she met Copperfield at a dinner at one of Epstein's homes. She says Copperfield performed some magic tricks before asking her, and this is important, if she, Joberg, was aware that, quote, girls were getting paid to find other girls. She says he didn't really go into any further detail, including whether the girls were underage. Odd comment, maybe, but what is interesting about that and important about that is that Epstein and Maxwell, they were accused of using some of their victims as recruiters to find more girls to abuse. So interesting to think of that comment. Actress and model Naomi Campbell has previously been linked to Maxwell and Epstein through flight logs and photos. She admitted in 2019 that she was introduced to Epstein through her then boyfriend and said he was often front and center at Victoria's Secret shows. She's mentioned in these new documents, but it's pretty benign. One of the accusers is being questioned about when she was forced to have sex with someone and says, quote, it was around the same time as Naomi Campbell had a birthday party. Now, Campbell has denied knowing anything about his illegal activities, saying, quote, what he's done is indefensible, and when I heard what he'd done, it sickened me to my stomach. I have had my fair share of sexual predators. All right, here's one we got to talk about. Very prominent lawyer Alan Dershowitz. Now, Dershowitz has been mentioned before in connection with Giuffre and Epstein. In 2022, Giuffre withdrew an allegation against Dershowitz, saying that she may have made a mistake when she identified him as one of her abusers. Giuffre actually withdrew an allegation against Dershowitz. But according to these documents, a person only identified as Jane Doe number 3, who was a minor, says she was forced to have sex with Dershowitz in Florida, New York, New Mexico, the U.S. Virgin Islands, and private planes. Jane Doe 3 was then instructed to report back to Epstein about what happened. The documents also claim that Dershowitz was an eyewitness to other sexual abuse. 2 housekeepers of Epstein testified that Dershowitz came, quote, pretty often to Epstein's Florida mansion and got massages while he was there. One of these employees said that Dershowitz was, quote, present alone at the home of Epstein without his family in the presence of young girls. Now, Dershowitz has always maintained that he did nothing wrong and that he supported the release of the court documents. According to the documents, too, Epstein and his alleged co-conspirators previously pled the Fifth before answering questions about Alan Dershowitz. Now, there are several other politicians and financial powerhouses that were mentioned in the documents, including billionaire hedge fund manager Glenn Dubin. Giuffre claims that she was forced to have sex with him, which Dubin denies. She also named late New Mexico Governor Bill Richardson as one of the people she gave a massage to, but said she couldn't remember the date it happened. Richardson denied in September of last year. He denied all the claims. Jean-Luc Brunel is also talked about several times. He's the French modeling agent who killed himself in a Paris jail in 2022 awaiting trial on rape charges. Giuffre also said that she had sex with Hyatt Hotels billionaire Tom Pritzker and was trafficked to a Spanish president that she could not name. Then there's famous hairdresser Frederic Fekkai. Back to Ms. Schoberg, she testified in 2016 that when she was giving Epstein a massage,
She said, quote, I heard him call someone and say, Fakai is in Hawaii. Can we find some girls for him? And Sjoberg was asked, what was your reaction to that? And she said, quote, well, I was massaging and I didn't have a reaction. I tried.
Even worse now because controversy spreads faster than calm discussion ever can. Fear spreads faster. Suspicion spreads faster. Outrage spreads faster. Mystery spreads faster. The darker the story feels, the harder it becomes for people to look away. That is why this alleged connection became such a massive conversation almost instantly. Not necessarily because people fully believe it, but because people are already emotionally primed to suspect there is more happening behind the scenes than what they are shown publicly. That distrust is the real engine driving all of this. Millions more convinced the internet has completely lost touch with reality. Meanwhile, the actual facts become harder and harder to separate from speculation every single hour the story keeps spreading. That is the real chaos of modern online culture. Once controversy reaches this level, it stops being about truth entirely. It becomes about emotion, suspicion, curiosity, outrage, and public obsession all feeding each other nonstop. And honestly, that cycle may never fully stop now. Because the mystery itself has become bigger than any single person connected to it. And once that happens online, every new rumor instantly becomes global chaos.
P. Diddy ringing in the new year with a jailhouse meltdown, at least according to some new reports. All this comes as the disgraced singer spends his first holiday season behind bars, and a judge rules one of his accusers can remain anonymous. By now you're well aware that 55-year-old Sean Combs, also known as P. Diddy, is being held at the Metropolitan Detention Center in Brooklyn. He's facing federal charges of racketeering conspiracy, sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion.
So here's where things take a sharp turn, and not the kind anyone saw coming clean. What started as rumors floating around quietly has now turned into something way more serious, way more intense, and honestly, way more dangerous than people expected. Because now we're not just talking about legal trouble, headlines, or speculation anymore.
Since he was booked, Diddy has made several bids for bail, hoping to get back to one of those homes or an apartment on New York's Upper East Side. Just last month, Diddy's team officially put in its third attempt for his release, asking that he be put on house arrest. The defense originally wanted Diddy to be held on house arrest at his Star Island mansion in Miami, Florida, one of the places that was actually raided way back in March. But Judge Arun Subramanian shot that down pretty quickly, and it was decided if Diddy was granted bail, he'd be staying in New York, specifically on the Upper East Side in a 3-bedroom apartment. That bail would have come with a $50 million price tag and some major restrictions on Diddy's house arrest. Inside the apartment, there would be 2 live-in guards and another guard downstairs. Diddy wouldn't be allowed to access any phones or the internet unless it was used to contact his legal team. And on top of all of that, there would be a vetted list of people approved to visit Diddy, including his legal counsel and of course his family. Diddy's attorney Mark Agnifilo said there was a 0% chance that Diddy would be violent if he was released, and even called the bail package a, quote, very, very rigorous set of conditions. This part is wild. He said it was even more strict than the MDC jail. But Judge Subramanian, he didn't bite on that, and Diddy's bail was denied for the 3rd time. According to a report from the Daily Mail, that's why Diddy had a breakdown. A person close to him apparently said, quote, spending the holidays behind bars was a nightmare for him. If we're to believe all this, Diddy had a meltdown in his cell and begged the guards to take him to the hospital for observation, but they refused. This same friend or person told the Daily Mail, quote, he eventually managed to calm himself down with the meditation technique he's been using while he's been behind bars. It took him a few hours of deep breathing and focusing to get out of the bad space he was in, but he finally managed it. This isn't the first time Diddy's mental health has come into question while he's been at MDC. When he first arrived, he was on suicide watch, which the U.S. Department of Justice National Institute of Corrections describes as supervisory precautions taken for suicidal inmates that require frequent observation. Diddy's suicide watch was only temporary, though. He was housed in a special protective unit of the jail after that for the first few weeks of his stay. But Diddy right now is in Gen Pop, meaning general population, the place where majority of the inmates stay. And that's where he apparently had this meltdown over the holidays, at least according to one source. Another source, though, disagrees with all of this. They say Diddy is staying strong in jail despite missing his family a great deal at Christmas, which is a time he often spends with his children. But however Diddy spent the holidays, there are still a lot of questions in the case of Sean Combs. So we're turning now to former federal prosecutor Nima Rahmani to talk all things Diddy. Nima, thank you so much for coming on with us today.
Of course, Sierra. Thanks for having me, as always.
Now, some of the reports are that P. Diddy had a breakdown or meltdown over the holidays when he is still at MDC behind bars. What do you make of those reports? Could he have had this meltdown?
I believe the reports, and obviously Diddy is someone who's rich and famous and has lived a life of luxury for many years, and now he's in federal prison during the holidays. So this isn't someone who's a hardened criminal who has spent a lot of time in custody. So the fact that he's spending Christmas and New Year's and future holidays in prison is probably finally getting to him. So I'm not surprised that he cracked.
You're right. It's definitely a change of tune from his lavish mansions and the holiday.
We're talking about what allegedly went down behind walls where cameras don't tell the full story and where power doesn't always protect you the way it used to. Reports start surfacing, and at first, people brush it off. That's always how it begins. A few whispers, a couple of sources say, nothing solid, nothing confirmed, but then more details begin stacking up. Different outlets, different voices, all pointing in the same direction. And suddenly it's not just noise anymore, it's a pattern. The claim? A prison attack. And not just any incident, something serious enough that people inside are talking, people outside are reacting. And the narrative is shifting fast, because the moment something like this enters the conversation, everything changes. The image, the perception, the entire situation flips on its head. Think about it, someone who once operated at the highest level, surrounded by influence, control, and protection, now placed in an environment where none of that guarantees safety. That contrast alone is enough to grab attention. But add an alleged violent incident into the mix.
Season to what he's experiencing right now. As far as the mental health side of things, I remember when Diddy was first arrested, he was put on suicide watch. So obviously keeping tabs on his mental health. Here in this instance, he apparently was asking for the guards to take him to the hospital so he could be treated there. Is this something that we're going to keep an eye on, Diddy's mental health behind bars?
I think so. And obviously, we haven't seen him, but your colleague Elizabeth has reported that, he looks like he's lost some weight and he has some more gray and white hairs. I think that's taken a toll on him. And I think that he expected for some reason that he would be out on bond. And obviously that hasn't happened. There were 3 different bail applications that were denied by 3 different judges, and ultimately they withdrew their appeal. So now that it's hitting him that Diddy's going to be in custody at least until May 2025, I think he's just having a tough time coming to terms with it. Because like you said, here's someone that had multiple private jets, homes in New York, Miami, Los Angeles, and all of a sudden his only home is his prison cell, and he's not getting the Christmas dinner with his family that he had. And we all saw the video of him having to spend his birthday in prison as well.
You talked about the bail that had been denied 3 separate times, and a lot of people are saying maybe Diddy did have this meltdown because he expected at this point, heading into 2025, he would be back at home, at least on house arrest. You also mentioned how his team has withdrawn their appeal. Why do you think that is? They just kind of accepted that Diddy's going to be in jail until at least the jury trial?
I think they saw the writing on the wall and the fact that, Judge Subramanian would probably be the best judge just because he's a Democratic appointee. He doesn't have a criminal background as a defense attorney or a prosecutor. So here's not someone that has a really pro-prosecution perspective. He considered this bail application for 2 hours and he still denied it. And normally when a district judge or a magistrate judge hears a bail motion, it's a de novo standard, which means for the first time. That means the previous applications, the denials, they don't have any precedential impact. But when you go up on appeal, Sarah, that changes. An appellate court can only reverse a lower court's decision on bail if it's an abuse of discretion. So they really have to defer to that lower court. So the chances of the bail application being granted on appeal were less because of the different standard. And also we know the application has gotten worse because of Diddy's own conduct while he's in prison. We've talked about how he's used other inmates' pack numbers and he's made these three-way calls allegedly, trying to intimidate witnesses. So not only do you have the bail denied because he's a risk of flight or danger to the community, but also because he's trying to obstruct justice and affect the integrity of the proceedings.
A lot going on even behind bars for Diddy. I know we talked, you and I believe, about those allegations that he was using other inmates' phone calls or their lines, you just mentioned it, to talk about things so that prosecutors couldn't listen in. I'm sure that federal prosecutors are still keeping a very close eye on P. Diddy, his communication with the outside world, as it were. Do you think they're going to use any of this information at the coming trial?
I do, because if you're a prosecutor, you have to anticipate the defense in the case. And the defense in this case is clear that the sex.
And now it becomes something else entirely. Now people are asking questions. How did this happen? Who was involved? Was it random, or was it targeted? And maybe the biggest one, was this inevitable? Because here's the uncomfortable truth people don't always want to say out loud. When someone with a high-profile past ends up in a place like that, they don't just blend in, they stand out. And standing out in that kind of environment doesn't always work in your favor. There's a certain tension that comes with reputation, not the polished, public-facing reputation, but the one built on stories, rumors, past actions, and how others perceive you when there's no PR team to clean it up. Inside those walls, perception can be everything. Now, according to what's being reported, the situation wasn't minor. It wasn't just a scuffle that got broken up quickly. The way it's being described suggests something more aggressive, more deliberate, and that's where things start getting serious. Because if this actually happened the way it's being implied, it raises a bigger issue.
Going to be very emotional for them or very difficult to talk about on a public stage. Do you think that's something that the defense is really going to focus on?
I think so. We know, at least in the civil complaints, one of the defense strategies has been to out the victim. Some of them want to remain anonymous, right? And the defense in almost every case has filed a motion to unmask the identity of the accusers because they think on the defense side that maybe people will be more hesitant to come and talk about their sexual assault or sexual abuse at a very public trial. And it's hard for victims of abuse. So I do think the defense is banking on that. And we know that some of these acts happened years, sometimes even decades ago. So they're going to point out inconsistencies in any statements that they're making and argue that this shows that they're lying. And we've already seen it with a couple of the victims who have given statements already to the media. One was an interview with CNN. Another victim gave an interview with NBC. That victim, of course, being the Alabama woman who accused both Diddy and Jay-Z. And after those interviews, the reporters and the media outlets saw some inconsistencies, things that were incorrect in terms of maybe the dates or the locations of where things happened. And I think the defense is going to use that to say, well, these people aren't mistaken. They're outright lying. And the reason they're lying is they want fame, they want money. So we're going to see a very aggressive cross-examination in this case, Sierra.
The story that you brought up about Jane Doe, the woman who's accusing Diddy and Jay-Z from back in the year 2000 when she was 13 years old, that one's huge because a judge in that case just ruled she could remain Jane Doe. So for now, at least, we don't know her name. If that's the case for some of these people that the government is going to call, how will Diddy's team prepare for cross-examination if they're not sure exactly who they are or what the experience was?
So it's a little bit different in remaining anonymous in a civil case. Ultimately, if a case does go to trial, that victim will have to take the stand and testify in a public courtroom. Now, with respect to what the government is going to do in the criminal case, right? The government is not going to call more than 100 victims. That just doesn't make sense, right? The government is going to pick maybe their 5 to 10 best victims. Obviously, we know the best of all is going to be Cassie Ventura, just because there's a video and she was with Diddy for more than a decade. So she's their star witness. But after that, you want some other victims who are telling the same story of physical and sexual violence. So they're going to want victims that they think are telling consistent cases, victims that won't be beat up too much on cross-examination. Maybe that's a bad pun to use, but someone that can withhold the very aggressive attacks. I mean, we've seen just the filings in these cases, how aggressive both Combs and Jay-Z's lawyers have been when it comes to going after these victims. So you want to make sure that if you're a prosecutor, hey, this is someone that's going to hold up, because the entire case really comes down to this victim testimony. I mean, obviously, to the extent that there's video evidence, that's great. That's the best of all, because video doesn't lie. But we're talking about sex acts that happen behind closed doors. So we really need the individuals who participated in them to come and tell their story to the jury. So I think the prosecution, like I said, is going to have maybe 5 to 10 of their best witnesses. So they're going to have to disclose those witnesses to the defense and any prior statements that they've made. Obviously, there's one-way disclosure in criminal procedure. The defense doesn't have to do anything. The prosecutor has to give
control or lack of it. Facilities like that operate on structure, on rules, on maintaining order. So when something like this slips through, it doesn't just reflect on the individuals involved. It reflects on the system itself. People begin to wonder how something like this was allowed to escalate. Was security lacking? Were warning signs ignored? Or was it something that built up over time until it finally exploded? And let's not ignore the timing. Because this isn't happening in a vacuum. There's already pressure. There's already attention. There are already people watching every move, analyzing every update, waiting for something to confirm whatever narrative they've already chosen to believe. So when news like this drops, it doesn't just exist on its own. It feeds into everything else. Some people immediately jump to conclusions. They see this as proof of vulnerability, as a sign that things are falling apart behind the scenes. Others take a different angle. They question the credibility of the reports. They ask
Circuit. They requested an expedited appeal, hoping to get Combs out of prison as soon as possible. They provided the court with a proposed schedule and said the government had no objection. And I'll tell you what, on November 3rd, Circuit Judge Beth Robinson filed this order. Quote, appellant moves to expedite the appeal on the following schedule. Appellant's opening brief and appendix due by December 23rd, 2025. The government's brief due by February 20th, 2026. Appellant's reply brief due by March 13th, 2026. And oral argument in April of 2026. It is hereby ordered that the motion is granted. Yeah, so we'll be on the lookout for that one as well. Okay, in the meantime, what do Combs' holidays look like now that he's in federal prison? Well, the multimillionaire won't be able to spend it like he used to, but there are special meals and activities that inmates can participate in. In fact, Combs apparently teamed up with an internal group called Bankroll Bosses to help organize and fund a special meal for his fellow inmates. According to a report from Us Weekly, the group volunteered to buy food from the prison's commissary, but they didn't just buy it. No, they reportedly spent 2 days preparing all of this food for these inmates. In all, the outlet reports that 1,000 inmates were served. Now, Combs gave this quote to Us Weekly through his spokesperson, quote, Thanksgiving to me is about making sure other people eat. Everybody misses their family. People get depressed during the holidays. We just wanted to come together as a family and do our own thing. Now, there's no word on what exactly Combs and other inmates purchased from the commissary to make this meal, but it is apparently a very nice gesture regardless. According to TMZ, the Christmas menu at Fort Dix includes a whole Cornish hen, mashed potatoes, cornbread dressing, mixed vegetables. But now I want to bring on a very special guest. Okay, so now I want to welcome back on prison consultant Justin Perperny. And I want to welcome back on not just because I love having Justin on, but Justin, you are now working with Sean Combs and his team while he's in prison. Can you talk to us a little bit more about that?
Well, I've had a connection through a mutual friend with Sean for many years. And when you're in custody, when you're sitting in segregation, it can change you and you want to learn. So our mutual friend a while back sent him a book called Earning Freedom that was written by my friend, Michael Santos, who I met in prison, who mentored me. And Michael spent a year in segregation before he was convicted and served a long time in prison. So our friend thought that book could help him get through his own crisis. And when you're in prison, you relate to people who are enduring a similar crisis. So I was very encouraged when she sent the book and he read the book and said, I can't change what's happened, but I'd like to begin to use this experience as an opportunity to help people in prison. So through Prison Professors Charitable Corporation, which does work in every BOP prison, it does work in a lot of state facilities as well, he has begun to document and say, how can I use this experience as a way to help people? And the beauty of that is you read these interviews about people in prison, even people who have been in Fort Dix. We have other people in our community at Fort Dix. And the common refrain in prison is, it's boring. The days feel like Groundhog Day. It doesn't have to be, right? It can be incredibly productive, and you can get there by learning from other people and beginning to document the journey. So that's how the relationship began. And it's really an emphasis on using the experience productively, recognizing you can't change what led to this 15-month sentence right now, but he can change how he responds. And when you do that, you bring a lot of meaning to your own prison term. The days don't feel long and boring. And you also begin to help other people. And regardless of how you feel about Sean Combs, you can't deny that he has an ability to inspire and help other people. And he's beginning to do that on the inside. And I think that's wonderful. So I'll always be grateful our friends sent him a copy of Earning.
Whether this is being exaggerated, misrepresented, or even strategically leaked. Because let's be real, not everything that comes out in situations like this is clean or unbiased. Information can be messy, it can be shaped, it can be used. But here's the thing, even if you strip away the speculation, even if you remove the noise, the fact that this story is gaining traction at all tells you something. It tells you that there's enough there to make people pay attention, and attention, in a situation like this, is powerful. Now you've got people dissecting every detail. What exactly happened during the incident? Was there retaliation? Were there injuries? How serious was it really? And maybe more importantly, what happens next? Because incidents like this don't just disappear, they leave a mark. Internally, they can shift dynamics. Externally, they reshape the narrative. And right now, the narrative is already fragile. There's also another layer here that people aren't ignoring. Safety. Because once something like this is reported, it raises immediate
and planning a large-scale search of the MDC for contraband. So this is before Sean Combs was even arrested. Now, Slavic says that she went back through some emails around the time of the sweep, October 28th. Now, according to those emails, the prosecution team learned about the sweep when Supervisor 2 sent an email to the whole office letting them know that the sweep was underway in response to, quote, persistent contraband issues. And she says the supervisor relayed that no specific threat was being investigated. And Slavic says she understood those emails to also be saying that if anything related to any of the cases that the AUSAs were working on, like the Diddy case, if anything like that was seized, they would be told about it. But the search apparently was taking way too long to do, and there were concerns that investigators may not even make it to the jail unit where Combs is being held. So Slavic's declaration reads, Supervisor 2 informed Supervisor 1 that the sweep of the west side of the MDC was taking longer than expected, and it was unclear whether the east side of the MDC would be searched. Supervisor 1 informed Supervisor 2 that in her view, the MDC sweep should include the east side of the MDC as planned, in part because of what the prosecution team had learned regarding the defendant's conduct at the MDC. At the request of Supervisor 2, Supervisor 1 conferred with USAO SDNY senior leadership about the search of the east side of the jail. This conversation included, in substance, that the sweep was taking longer than expected and did not include discussion of the defendant. Thereafter, Supervisor 1 relayed to Supervisor 2 that the position of the USAO SDNY was that the MDC sweep should stick to the original plan to search the entire jail. Supervisor 2 relayed to other personnel present at the MDC in substance that the sweep of Unit 1 should proceed as planned. Now, I want you to pay very careful attention to that because that's something that the defense is going to seize on, that they were directing the Bureau of Prisons on who to search. Okay. AUSA Slavic continues. On or about November 3rd, 2024, following the completion of the MDC sweep, the prosecution team first became aware of Investigator 1's involvement in the MDC sweep through a phone call between myself and Investigator 1. Investigator 1 informed me that he had spent time in the defendant's unit and checked the defendant's bunk area for contraband, including cell phones. Investigator 1 also informed me that he took photographs of certain of the defendant's papers and an address book. Investigator 1 provided a high-level overview of the contents of the BOP notes, including the defendant's plans to discredit possible witnesses and find dirt on people. At the conclusion of the November 3rd, 2023 call, I requested that Investigator 1 send the BOP notes directly to the AUSA leading the filter team, i.e., the team charged with reviewing material that may contain attorney communications or work product. We've talked about this before, but a filter team is not the prosecutors in this case. This is a separate third-party team, goes through the communications, sees what might be privileged and what can and can't be turned over to the prosecutors. So again, the investigator's sworn statement was filed under seal, so we can't see exactly what was said, but the defense team can. And they hit back with a filing of their own. And they have been calling out the prosecution for parts of the declaration that they called, quote, remarkably vague. And they say, actually, the U.S. Attorney's Office is proving the defense's point. Combs' defense writes, quote, the declarations show that ever since the government first tried to use Mr. Combs' privilege notes to continue his detention, it has presented a materially false narrative about how it got access to these sensitive, privileged materials containing his defense strategy and communications with his attorneys. Most significantly, the declarations reveal SDNY supervisors directed the BOP to search Mr. Combs' unit because of its investigation and
concerns about whether it could happen again. Was this a one-time situation, or is it part of a bigger pattern? Is there ongoing risk? And if there is, what's being done about it? Those questions matter, not just to the people directly involved, but to anyone watching from the outside trying to understand what's really going on. And then there's the public reaction. Some people express concern, others react with indifference, some even go as far as saying this was bound to happen. That's the reality of public perception. It's divided, it's unpredictable, and it doesn't always align with facts. But whether people sympathize or not, one thing is clear, this development has shifted the conversation. Before, the focus might have been on legal battles, on reputation, on past actions. Now, there's a new element in play: physical danger, immediate consequences, real-world impact. That changes everything. Because it's one thing to talk about situations in abstract terms, headlines, reports, allegations. It's another thing entirely when those situations turn into something physical, something that can't be easily spun or explained away. And this is where things get complicated. Because now there are multiple narratives running at the same time. One says this is a serious incident that reflects deeper issues. Another says this might be overblown, taken out of context. And somewhere in between, there's the truth, whatever that actually looks like. But here's what can't be ignored. And a narrative that's still unfolding. No clear answers yet, no confirmed conclusions, just a series of developments that have pushed this story into a completely different territory. And whether you believe every detail or question everything being said, one thing is certain: this isn't the kind of update that just disappears quietly. It sticks. It lingers. And it leaves people watching closely for whatever comes next.
A woman has filed a sexual assault lawsuit against Christian Combs, Sean Combs' son. With the papers in hand, we now get into even more detail about these disturbing allegations, and we also have new reaction to these Combs lawsuits that sheds a new light.
Something strange is happening behind the scenes, and people are starting to notice. The spotlight is getting hotter, the pressure is building, and what used to be whispers is now turning into full-blown noise. This isn't just about one person anymore. This has expanded. It's spreading.
Grace O'Markey. She claims that back in December of 2022, at 25 years old, she had been working as a stewardess on a private yacht chartered by Combs when she claims that she was drugged and sexually assaulted by Christian. Now, while we went over the lawsuit in our last episode, we didn't have the actual paperwork in hand. Now we do. So we want to do a deeper dive into some of these details. And there is a question about where this lawsuit even currently stands. Now, we know the timing of this lawsuit is very interesting, right? It comes after Combs, or Diddy, has already been sued by multiple people. The lawsuits allege sex trafficking, rape, assault, illegal drug and firearms possession, involvement in shootings and violence. And this new lawsuit comes 2 weeks after federal agents stormed Combs' properties in LA and Miami, reportedly removing firearms, electronics, maybe other evidence. This was reportedly pursuant to an ongoing investigation into sex trafficking from the Southern District of New York. And Combs' sons, Christian and Justin, were actually handcuffed, detained, not arrested, during that raid. We're going to get into that in a minute. Keep that in mind, that image, that visual. Now, while neither Combs nor his sons have been arrested or criminally charged with respect to this investigation, many analysts that we have spoken to believe it is only a matter of time before that happens. Okay, we have this lawsuit from Grace O'Markey. And before we even get into the details of it, there is a question now of what is happening with this. Why do I say that? Because the filing was not on the court system's docket. According to the Washington Post, O'Markey's attorney, Tyrone Blackburn, said that it had to be taken down after an unfiled version of the complaint was published by the media. So I don't know what to take away from that. If that means that what we reviewed last week wasn't supposed to be seen, not sure. But assuming this lawsuit does move forward, there is a lot to break down in it. Okay, first off, I have to say, now that I have the paperwork in my hand and I have the complaint in my hand, one of the things that struck me right from the beginning is how personal this is. Quote, defendant C. Combs, that's Christian Combs, is a 25-year-old auto-tuned and heavily edited rapper. Wow. Unfortunately, as the saying has it, the apple does not fall far from the tree. Defendant Sean Combs, who has also been accused of several acts of sexual assault, rape, sexual violence, and drugging, among other deplorable conduct, is the father of defendant C. Combs, who has seemingly taken after his father and the family business of reckless partying, drugging others, sexual violence, and other illegal conduct. That, I mean, you usually don't see that kind of language in a lawsuit. Very, very personal attacks. Also, allegations at this point. Remember, Combs has not been criminally charged. He's not been found liable. These are allegations. But when they mention Christian, I have to highlight this too. They actually embed into the complaint not a photo of him on the red carpet, not a photo of him on an album cover, not a photo of him taken by the media. They embed a photo of him and his brother being detained in handcuffs by federal agents during that raid. That is very intentional. Of all the photos to use, you are accusing him of sexual assault and you use that photo. That was no mistake. Now, I am reminded by the fact that Miss O'Markey is being represented by not only Rodney Diggs, but as I mentioned, Tyrone Blackburn. Mr. Blackburn is representing former Diddy producer.
And now, the next generation is being pulled into something they may not have signed up for. At first, it looked like just another wave of controversy. You've seen it before, headlines pop up, people talk for a few days, then it fades. But this time, it's different. The tone is different, the reactions are different, and more importantly, the names being pulled into the situation, well, not names, but the roles, are changing everything. Because now, we're not just talking about one figure sitting at the center of it all. Now we're talking about family, we're talking about sons. And once that line gets crossed, the entire narrative shifts. Reports started surfacing quietly, not loud, not explosive at first, just small mentions, buried in articles, brushed off as speculation, but people started connecting the dots. Patterns started forming, and suddenly, what seemed like coincidence began to feel like something else entirely. And
Producer Rodney Jones, who also filed a separate lawsuit against Diddy, his son Justin, and several others. He claims that he was a victim of sex trafficking and that he was assaulted and subjected to violence. So maybe it is not surprising we are seeing this language as he is representing multiple people accusing the Combs family of illegal conduct. We're going to get back into the merits of these lawsuits in a minute, but going back to the O'Markey complaint, another interesting tidbit is that in addition to Diddy and Christian, there are several unnamed John Does and companies who are named as defendants as well. O'Markey claims that these people and companies aided and abetted in the commission of the conduct described in the lawsuit, and that as the case proceeds, she may add their names later on. Now, O'Markey goes into some detail about what this environment on the yacht was like. She talked about how she worked the late night shift from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. Quote, during the second week of the charter service, there was a significant amount of partying and drug use, which caused the guests to stay up throughout the night. The makeup of the yacht quickly evolved from just defendant S. Combs and his family to include a constant rotation of suspected sex workers and other A-list celebrities such as French Montana and actor Cuba Gooding Jr. Defendant S. Combs turned what was sold as a wholesome family excursion into a hedonistic environment. According to plaintiff, it resulted in an unexpected increase in workload for her and her colleagues, as well as unwanted exposure to unlawful drug use, sex work, and general chaos. She also claims that drinks were spiked by Combs and that women were taken advantage of on the yacht. And she argues that as a bartender, she understands the impact of alcohol, and she, quote, found it very suspicious that after one shot of De Leon tequila or one mixed drink, various women on the yacht would be falling over themselves, panicking, or passing out. This led plaintiff, Grace O'Markey, to reasonably believe that the alcohol given to these women was likely laced with drugs. And she even describes one specific event in particular. Quote, according to plaintiff, in another incident, defendant S. Combs had several women whom plaintiff suspected of being sex workers on the yacht. In one incident, a girl was extremely upset and ran to the lower deck, locked herself in the massage room, and was hysterically crying. She said she did not feel safe and wanted to leave. The crew was alerted of this. At this time, Sarah Chapman, one of S. Combs's children's mother, was due to have a massage, so plaintiff had to attempt to remove this young woman from the massage room, but she was very reluctant as she felt unsafe. Eventually, she left. All of this is important for O'Markey's legal claims, namely that Sean Combs is liable for what his son Christian allegedly did to her. Why? Under the premises liability cause of action, and that, by the way, is where a property owner or someone who is in control of a property has a duty to use reasonable care to keep visitors of the property safe. According to O'Markey, since Sean Combs leased, occupied, and or controlled the yacht and allowed who was on it and what was happening, this is his fault that she was sexually assaulted by his son. Quote, defendant S. Combs allowed and encouraged the people aboard his yacht, including his son C. Combs, to engage in the drugs and reckless behavior while aboard the yacht. Defendant S. Combs' negligence was a substantial factor in causing plaintiffs harm because of failing to properly use and secure the yacht and for fostering an environment for drug use and assault to occur without ramifications. So in the law, you need to show causation for this. But for what Combs did, this would not have occurred. You really have to show that you created a condition.
Here's where it gets uncomfortable. Because when younger individuals tied to a powerful figure get dragged into a serious investigation, it raises questions that nobody wants to answer out loud. Were they involved? Were they aware? Or are they just collateral damage in something much bigger than themselves? The internet doesn't wait for answers. It doesn't care about nuance. It sees headlines, and it runs with them. Social media turned into a battlefield almost overnight. Some people rushed to defend, saying this is nothing more than guilt by association. Others weren't so convinced. They started digging, pulling up old clips, old photos, old moments that suddenly don't look so innocent anymore. And that's how it starts. Not with proof, not with facts fully laid out, but with suspicion. And suspicion spreads faster than anything else. Now think about the position this puts everyone in. On one side, you have a legacy, years of influence, power, connections. On the other side, you have a growing cloud of doubt that refuses to go away. And
where it was foreseeable this would happen, that Combs knew or should have known this assault would happen because of the environment he created. You might be saying, okay, that seems like a strong claim, maybe it doesn't. But then you have the aiding and abetting claim against Sean Combs too. Quote, defendant S. Combs knew that an assault, battery, sexual assault was being committed and was and going to be committed against plaintiff because he encouraged and fostered an environment and culture to his son and his employees to do whatever they want with plaintiff and the other yacht staff. And O'Markey goes on to describe how Combs covered up the assault too, that he paid off the yacht captain to keep quiet, allegedly gave him a big tip. By the way, talking about that captain, O'Markey says that after she told the yacht captain, Petar Milkov, about what happened to her, he, quote, berated her, lacked compassion or concern, failed to investigate, and insisted that she was probably voluntarily partying with the guest. She was not. She also says that, quote, Captain Milkov added insult to injury by assigning plaintiff to work in front of the house, which required personally serving defendant C. Combs while they were on the yacht. Now imagine for a moment that she really is a victim of Christian Combs. That is really sinister stuff. But now let's go back to when Christian Combs allegedly drugged and assaulted O'Markey. Remember, these are allegations at this point. And I explained a little bit of the background about this in our previous sidebar, but one interesting detail from the complaint that we didn't bring up is that according to O'Markey, when an allegedly heavily intoxicated Christian Combs came aboard the yacht on that night and went into the recording studio and started ordering tequila shots, O'Markey claims that Cassandra Ventura, or Cassie's Me and You, that song, was playing in the background. What makes that, as O'Markey says in the lawsuit, ironic, is that Cassie was a former artist and girlfriend of Sean Combs who filed that initial lawsuit against him back in 2023, claiming that she was physically and sexually abused by the rapper and producer. She ended up settling with him, but remember, that was the first lawsuit that began all of this. From there, we saw more lawsuits against Combs. We saw the raids. Now, that is a very specific detail for Omarky to remember that arguably adds to her narrative, right? And kind of adds a weird context to it. But I imagine that if she were to testify at trial about hearing this song, again, so specific, that would be challenged by Combs's lawyers. And they would say, you remember that? Is that awfully convenient? You remember that detail? Maybe you don't remember other things. So I guess that could be something that she would, or something that would be challenged. Okay, but now going back to this event. Omarky claims that initially she was forced to take tequila shots, that she wasn't allowed to leave. She claims that her drink was spiked. And she said that she was very scared and in a very dangerous situation with Christian Combs. Now, I'm not sure if this is a typo, but in the actual suit, it says that Sean Combs touched her legs, her breast, her private areas, and started kissing her on her neck, face, and hands. I'm pretty sure that's a typo because it seems like she has been alleging that it was Christian who sexually assaulted her. She doesn't sue Sean Combs for assault or battery. So, again, I think this is a typo. And if it is, that doesn't look good. This is arguably one of the most important lines in this lawsuit. You mess up who you're talking about? But, I mean, I don't know what to make of it. But here's what we do have. Omarky claims that Rodney Jones, as I mentioned, Diddy's former producer, now plaintiff, suing Combs for sexual assault in a separate lawsuit, that he was there on the yacht that night and actually recorded the audio of this assault, this whole episode happening. She provides a
right in the middle of it all, the next generation, being pulled into a narrative they didn't create but now can't escape. Some people are saying this is strategic, that dragging family into the conversation is a way to apply pressure, that it forces reactions, forces mistakes, forces cracks to appear where everything once seemed solid, because when it's just one person, they can stay silent, they can ride it out, but when it starts affecting those closest to them, that's when things change. That's when the silence becomes harder to maintain. And right now, there's a lot of silence. No clear statements, no direct responses, just vague denials, carefully worded messages, and a whole lot of avoiding the core issue. And people are noticing that too. Because in situations like this, silence doesn't calm things down, it fuels them. It makes people wonder what's being hidden. It makes them question what's really going on behind closed doors. And when those questions don't get answered, the speculation only grows louder. Meanwhile,
they're serious allegations, but they're allegations. But having said that, what is being put out there now in the course of these new civil lawsuits is arguably even worse than what we've heard before. It's kind of hard to judge, but let me get into this. Because on Monday, Tony Busby and his legal partners, they filed a suit against Combs on behalf of a John Doe who lives in California. The lawsuit states, this case seeks compensatory and punitive damages for the drugging and sexual assault of a 10-year-old boy when he met defendant Sean Combs for an audition. The conduct described herein is shockingly typical of how Combs conducted himself for many years. And look, that is true. Many of the allegations from Combs' accusers say they were drugged and then they were assaulted, that this is a pattern. And of course, we know when it comes to the federal charges, Combs is accused of using drugs to have people engage in those freak-off sessions. By the way, when we talk about compensatory damages, those are damages to really restore someone to whole where they were before the incident, and punitive damages are a way to punish the defendant. Okay, but back to the lawsuit. Combs isn't the only defendant named. In fact, this is very typical of a lot of the lawsuits we're seeing because it's not just Combs, it's business entities. Because the plaintiff also alleges here misconduct by multiple companies that are associated with Sean Combs and his entertainment empire. This includes Combs Enterprises LLC, Bad Boy Entertainment LLC, there are more. The complaint reads, on the surface, each of these businesses served a legitimate purpose related to entertainment, music, and other subjects, but in reality, Combs, by and through himself and his agents, employees, and contractors, used these businesses to sexually assault, abuse, threaten, and coerce hundreds of individuals through sexual quid pro quo schemes, as well as to take advantage of individuals with impunity, thinking the victims would never seek recourse. Combs and his agents, employees, and contractors through these Combs businesses would tell victims, this is what it takes to be famous, what are you willing to do to become a star, and perform this sexual act or else, to coerce the victim into performing a non-consensual sexual act for the gratification of Combs and his cohorts. Now again, that is very consistent with the criminal racketeering charge that Combs faces, that he used his businesses to further illegal activities like sex trafficking, forced labor, kidnapping, arson. But let's talk about the specific claims from this John Doe in this lawsuit. Again, trigger warning, very difficult to listen to, but it says, quote, in 2005, plaintiff was a 10-year-old boy interested in becoming an actor and or rapper. Plaintiff lived in the Los Angeles area and used his proximity to the entertainment industry to secure several acting roles and a part in a music video. To help their son's burgeoning career, plaintiff's parents found and hired an industry consultant through an internet ad. The consultant recommended that the family visit New York City to meet with people in the music industry. During the trip, plaintiff's consultant arranged a meeting with defendant Combs for a, quote, audition. Combs indicated that he wanted to meet with plaintiff alone first prior to meeting the family. The consultant, without plaintiff's parents, took plaintiff to the purported audition at a hotel in the same general vicinity as plaintiff's own hotel. The consultant brought plaintiff to Combs' room, but left him with Combs and told plaintiff that she would be back later. Plaintiff recalls other people in the room or area, but he did not know who any of the people were. So here's this claim that a consultant, I don't even know if the proper word is recruit, but facilitated this meeting between this boy and Sean Combs, seemingly convinced the parents that it was okay for him to.
Investigation itself, whatever it truly involves, is becoming the center of attention, not just because of who's connected to it, but because of what it could potentially reveal. People aren't just watching for updates anymore, they're watching for cracks, for slips, for anything that might confirm what they already suspect. And here's the reality, whether those suspicions are true or not almost doesn't matter in the short term, because perception moves faster than truth. And right now, perception is shifting. There was a time when influence could control the narrative, when connections could keep things contained, when stories like this would never reach the surface in a meaningful way, but that time, it's fading. Now everything leaks. Everything gets out. And once it's out, it's impossible to put it back. What makes this even more intense is the generational angle, because people are asking a different kind of question now, not just what happened, but how deep does this go? And when that question starts getting asked, it opens doors that were never meant to be.
Anxiety concerning homosexuality. And included in this complaint are alleged screenshots of that purported video. By the way, Jones alleges that Combs has hidden cameras in every room of his various homes and that he has secret recordings of celebrities and associates, this compromising footage of every person that has attended his parties, which, by the way, from a legal point of view, would be a violation of civil privacy laws and criminal privacy laws, perhaps even implicate revenge porn type statutes. Anyway, continuing on with this alleged grooming campaign, Combs even allegedly admitted that he had engaged in sexual intercourse with, quote, an unidentified Philadelphia rapper who dated Nicki Minaj, as well as, quote, an R&B singer who performed at the Super Bowl. Now, there are those who have speculated online that that Philly rapper is Meek Mill, and the R&B singer who performed at the Super Bowl could be Usher. On Twitter, X, Meek Mill posted on his account, quote, one love to the gay people, but then talked about in graphic detail how he much prefers or loves a certain part of the female anatomy. He wrote, quote, every black blog site enhanced that post to make me seem gay. I change laws for our people. I donate millions. They are designed to destroy the image of black leaders. It can't work with me, though. You got to really kill me, and I still will get bigger after death. This God, not me. LOL. Now, one of the people to jump into the mix online was actually social media influencer and former kickboxer Andrew Tate. As you know, we covered Tate's legal troubles in Romania before here on Sidebar, as he's facing charges of rape, sex trafficking, and sexual exploitation. But Tate posted the question on Twitter, quote, so P. Diddy was having sex with Meek Mill and Usher? Meek Mill responded, was you sex trafficking women? TF wrong with you, Brody. Tate responded, I only asked a question because everyone is saying it happened. It's true or not. As for Usher, as far as we could see, he didn't respond to any of the assertions in this lawsuit. And you could argue, why should he, as he's not directly mentioned by name or implicated? But something that has created a bit of buzz online is an interview that Usher did years back on the Howard Stern show, where he talked about living with Sean Combs as a teenager as part of P. Diddy's, it's called Puffy's Flavor Camp. He said, quote, I got a chance to see some things. I went there to see the lifestyle and I saw it. It was pretty wild. It was crazy. They called me Baby Boo. He went on to say he wasn't disciplinary. He was letting me be a young man. And, quote, I will always look at him like a brother. But when he was asked if he would send his children to the camp, he responded, quote, hell no. Quick note, by the way, another high-profile celebrity jumped into the mix as well with all of this Diddy controversy going on, and that's comedian Cat Williams. You might have heard about this, because in an interview with Vlad TV recently, he said he had attended one of Diddy's parties where he found out it was just men there, and he claimed that Diddy had tried to stop him from leaving, making strange, suggestive comments, even threatening and harassing him at one point. Williams had gone on to say, quote, I am not gay, and I am not going to sleep with you. Okay, but moving forward in the lawsuit, Jones claims that on Thanksgiving Day 2022, Combs offered Jones cocaine, and then rapper Young Miami, her female cousin or assistant, identified as Jane Doe 1, tried to sexually assault Jones, including in front of Combs. And Jones, in fact, again, attached screenshots from a video of Combs, Jones, Young Miami, and Jane Doe 1 on that day. Now this
opened. Old relationships come under scrutiny. Old decisions get re-examined. Old footage gets replayed with new eyes. And suddenly, everything looks different. There's also a growing divide in how people are reacting. Some are doubling down on support, refusing to believe any of it without concrete evidence. They're calling it a setup, a smear, a coordinated attack designed to tear down something powerful. Others aren't so quick to dismiss it. They're looking at the bigger picture, the timing, the patterns, and they're starting to think maybe there's more to this than anyone is willing to admit. And then there's a third group, the ones who aren't picking sides but are watching very closely, waiting, observing, because they know situations like this don't stay unclear forever. Eventually, something breaks. Eventually, more details come out. Eventually, the truth, whatever it is, starts to surface. But until that happens, everything sits in this uncomfortable gray area. And that's where things get dangerous. Because in the gray area, reputations get damaged whether the claims are true or not. Careers start to wobble, partnerships get questioned, and every move becomes scrutinized in a way it never was before. Even the smallest actions start getting analyzed. A post, a comment, a public appearance. Everything becomes part of the narrative. And right now, the narrative is unstable. What started as a single controversy has now expanded into something much larger, something messier, something that's pulling in people who were never supposed to be part of it. And once that happens, there's no clean way out. Because even if nothing is proven, the association alone leaves a mark. And marks like that don't disappear overnight. One thing is certain, this isn't fading anytime soon. The spotlight is only getting brighter. The pressure is only getting heavier. And the longer this drags on, the more complicated it becomes. Because once family gets pulled into the equation, it stops being just another controversy. It becomes something else entirely. Something deeper. Something harder to ignore. And right now, all eyes are watching to see where it goes next.
Judges of the United States Court of Appeals for the Second Circuit, oyez, oyez, oyez. All persons having business before this, a stated term of the United States Court of Appeals for the Second Circuit, draw near, give your attention, and ye shall be heard.
Sean Diddy Combs, disgraced music mogul, once ruled the airwaves and the Hollywood nightlife scene, is once again going to war in a courtroom.
You're watching a situation unfold that doesn't just stay inside a courtroom, it spills out, spreads everywhere, and turns into something way bigger than anyone expected. What started as a legal case has now turned into a full-blown storm. And the reason is simple: things didn't go the way people thought they would.
We're gathered today at the United States Court of Appeals for the Second Circuit to present oral arguments on why Sean Diddy Combs should or should not be released from prison much sooner than the spring of 2028. Now, if you've been following us here at Sidebar, you know that we have covered the Sean Diddy Combs criminal case extensively. From the coordinated searches of his properties in LA and Miami to his arrest in New York City to his whole trial before Judge Arun Subramaniam, we have been following it all. Now, this appeal was filed in the Second Circuit after a jury convicted Combs on 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution, which were connected to Combs hiring escorts and having them travel to different locations. But he was acquitted of the much more serious charges that were brought against him in the federal indictment: conspiracy to commit racketeering and sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion. So the prosecution's star witness, as we remember, was Combs' ex, Cassie Ventura, who was in a relationship with him for 10 years. She claimed that she was forced to participate in what were called freak-offs or hotel nights, where Combs would have an escort brought in, or that he would hire an escort to have sex with Cassie, sometimes for prolonged periods of time, and that this was an element of force and coercion that was used to get her to do this. And the prosecution posited that Combs used drugs to entice Cassie, or force Cassie, or coerce Cassie. And then there was a second alleged victim, identified as Jane Doe, to also participate in these marathon sex sessions. But the defense argued that whatever happened between Combs and his lovers was consensual, that it didn't add up to sex trafficking or even a violation of the Mann Act. That's the transportation to engage in prostitution. Because according to the Mann Act, it is illegal to transport someone as part of interstate or foreign commerce for prostitution. But Combs' attorneys say he wasn't making any money off of these meetups. This was just what he did for a thrill. There was entertainment purposes. But the defense really here, and what our purposes for this discussion are, they are saying that what happened to Combs was unjust, that he shouldn't have been sentenced to what he was sentenced to. They believe that Judge Subramanian's sentence was too harsh. According to Combs' team, the typical sentence for just Mann Act convictions is like 15 months, but Combs was sentenced to 50 months. They claim it's the most ever that was given in a case like this under these circumstances. And they claim that the judge improperly considered evidence and accusations and conduct that related to the acquitted charges, so sex trafficking and racketeering, to guide his decision, to guide his sentence. So I want to give you a little preview of the arguments that were made by both sides from their legal briefs, and then I'll give you the audio of what was argued in court. And then we're going to also bring on famed defense attorney Bradford Cohen to talk about the actual statements that were made on the record in court, get his prediction about whether or not Sean Diddy Combs is going to be released from prison earlier. So in the opening of its appellate brief, the defense states, quote, "The jury refused to authorize any punishment for coercive sex or conspiracy because the evidence showed there was none. The jury only authorized punishment for prostitution. It never authorized a sentence 4 times the typical sentence for that crime. The result was a perversion of justice. What is the point of a jury trial if you're vindicated on the most serious charges, but your sentence is driven by what you were acquitted of doing? That is the question at the heart of this appeal. The government has no answer. It doesn't even pretend to offer one. Instead, it offers up unpersuasive and hyper-technical arguments, misrepresents the record, cites outdated law, and ignores the elephant in the room, that it is both illegal and wrong to imprison a man for conduct he was acquitted of committing. He paid entertainers to create sexy scenes, and he and his girlfriends used role-playing and mood lighting, candles, costumes, and props.
Because when people heard about the sentencing, most expected one thing: maybe harsh, maybe controversial, maybe debated, but still predictable. That's how these situations usually go. There's a build-up, there's tension, and then there's a decision that lands somewhere within the range people have already imagined. But that's not what happened here. Instead, everything shifted the moment it was claimed that additional years were added. Not just confirmed consequences, not just expected outcomes, but more. Extra weight, extra time, and that's where everything changed. Because now it's not just about what led to the courtroom. It's about what happened inside it. And that difference matters more than anything. The reaction didn't take long. It hit instantly. People started talking, reacting, arguing, picking sides before the dust even had a chance to settle. Because when something like this happens, it doesn't stay quiet. It doesn't fade into the background. It grabs attention and holds it. And that's exactly what's happening now. One side sees this as the inevitable outcome. They look at the entire situation and say this
amateur porn is protected by the First Amendment, and the government's arguments conflict with precedent. Indeed, pornography is everywhere today and produced and consumed by hundreds of millions through popular websites and social media. Combs should be released. His convictions should be reversed, or the case at least remanded for resentencing, meaning sent back down to a lower court for resentencing. So all potential options here. How did the government respond? How did the prosecution respond? Well, in its own brief, the government wrote, the government's proof at trial established that for more than a decade and on hundreds of occasions, Combs paid dozens of male commercial sex workers or escorts to have sex with two of Combs' girlfriends, Ventura and Jane. These sex sessions, freak-offs or hotel nights, went on for hours or days as Combs directed the encounters, pleasured himself, and often filmed. Combs plied Ventura and Jane with drugs and was at times physically violent, hitting, kicking, and punching them before, during, or after freak-offs and hotel nights. Combs relied on his staff to book travel, including interstate and international trips, set up and clean hotel rooms, and deliver drugs, cash, and other supplies in connection with freak-offs and hotel nights. According to Combs, the district court should have closed its eyes to how he carried out his Mann Act offenses and abused his victims, violently beating them, threatening them, lying to them, and plying them with drugs. To do otherwise, Combs says, violated the Constitution and was unfair and unjust. Combs is wrong. Now, in addition to submitting these briefs, both sides had the opportunity to present their arguments in person, oral arguments, to the three-person appeals court. Again, the Second Circuit. Alexandra Shapiro, who also represented Combs at his original trial in district court, spoke first, and almost immediately, one of the judges interrupted.
This case presents an important issue about respect for jury verdicts and public confidence in our criminal justice system. Multiple justices have questioned the constitutionality of acquitted conduct sentencing. McClinton made clear—
Well, actually, I'm going to jump in right there, and I appreciate that you're leading with all that. If you were going to the question of the Sixth Amendment issue, is that where you were going?
Not quite.
Okay, I will. Why don't we lead? One of your arguments is that it would violate the Sixth Amendment to consider acquitted conduct. Let's put it that way.
But Shapiro got back on track, made the argument that the court erred when it seemed to use issues that Combs was acquitted of, conduct that he was acquitted of, to essentially give him a more severe punishment. That's the allegation.
Isn't your argument really that what the government is doing here is mixing and matching? They're taking evidence from the claims that were acquitted to try to support the Mann Act sentencing for purposes of the Mann Act, but none of that jury was presented to the jury for purposes of the Mann Act.
Yes, Your Honor.
Is that a summation of what we're—
That's fair.
Well, he's mixing and matching is what he's doing, right? I mean, the district court here reached into the evidence that was used to support the government's RICO and sex trafficking case to for purposes of establishing the penalty under the Mann Act.
Correct, and he found coercion when the jury had not found coercion, including as to those two specific instances, because the government made those arguments and expressly told the jury, which correctly under the jury instructions, that if they found coercion, each of those instances would have been sufficient to convict on the substantive sex trafficking.
Were there limiting instructions given or requested during trial that certain evidence would only be admissible with respect to certain of the charged offenses?
No, and that wouldn't really have worked here.
So then the prosecutor, Assistant U.S.
was always coming, that the added years aren't shocking. They're just the final step in a long chain of consequences. To them, it's simple, actions build up, and eventually, they come back harder than expected. But the other side isn't seeing it that way at all. They're looking at the same moment and seeing something completely different, something that feels off, something that feels like it goes beyond what should have happened, and that's where the real conflict begins. Because once people start questioning a decision like this, it stops being just a legal matter. It becomes a public issue. And public issues don't stay contained. They grow. They spread. They evolve into debates that go far beyond the original situation. Now people aren't just talking about the case itself. They're talking about how decisions are made, about how power works behind closed doors, about whether outcomes are always what they seem on the surface. And once that door opens, there's no closing it. Because every detail becomes important.
Attorney Christy Slavic represented the government at trial, provided her own arguments, but she also got some pushback from the appeals judges.
Judge Subramanian properly considered the aggravated manner in which the defendant carried out his Mann Act offenses, which is, of course, consistent.
You say aggravated manner. Let's talk about that. Why shouldn't we hold you to the way you prosecuted the case? You went to the jury and you said, this man did all these terrible things. for purposes of the RICO conspiracy, for purposes of sex trafficking, and they acquitted him. And then on the Mann Act, it was just a sideshow, and you put in, I don't think there was any evidence or any live witness testimony. Just look at this, you said, look at these charts. And now you want us to rely on all this acquitted conduct that was presented to the jury that was presumably rejected for purposes of, or to allow a district court for purposes of the guidelines calculation. So why shouldn't we hold you to what you argued to the jury?
Your Honor, I have several responses, but
Please.
First is that much of the conduct that the district court focused on in imposing the sentence was not acquitted conduct at all. In fact, it was admitted conduct. The extreme physical violence that took place in the context of these freak-offs
That's
and
not,
hotel...
I get all that. I understand that. But that's not my question to you.
The theory is, if the government made this argument, doesn't that mean that the jury accepted that argument and didn't consider any other possibilities? And I don't think that that's a fair inference.
But what we're trying to do here is to figure out where, draw this line. So the jury acquitted on certain things and then convicted on other things. So what does a jury have to rely upon? Don't you think they're listening very intently to the closing argument? Isn't that going to be very, very important in their consideration?
Of course, Your Honor, of course. But the jury in this case, was properly instructed on each element of the Mann Act and had to find each element of the Mann Act met beyond a reasonable doubt.
Now, Shapiro had an opportunity for a short rebuttal for the defense.
I just in closing, 12 New Yorkers took 2 months out of their lives to serve on this jury. They listened to 34 witnesses, reviewed thousands of text messages, videos, and other evidence, and deliberated for 2.5 days. Their unanimous verdict was not guilty on the most serious charges, and the jury did not authorize punishment for sex trafficking or conspiracy, but that's what drove the sentence. Here, we submitted the evidence that my friend on the other side describes, which I would urge Your Honors to look at, which is at docket 510-4 of the district court, shows that this was the highest sentence ever for this type of charge with this type of criminal history. And in closing, this appeal has been expedited, and actually, I forgot to say, we'll rest on our briefs. We have also argued the convictions should be reversed, but if the court doesn't do that, the appeal has been expedited, and we would, understanding the complexity of the issue and the importance of the decision, respectfully request that the court, regardless of the outcome, endeavor to decide the case as quickly as possible.
Before I bring in Bradford, this 3-judge panel is going to consider the oral arguments, pore over the briefs, the cited case law. They'll give an update on their decision at a later time.
We will reserve decision, as we do in all cases. Let me just close by thanking counsel on both sides. This is an exceptionally difficult case. This is a question of first impression, not only for this court, but...
Every rumor becomes fuel. Every opinion adds to the fire. You've got people analyzing every second of what happened, breaking it down like they were sitting right there, watching it unfold in real time. They're replaying it, reinterpreting it, reshaping it into narratives that keep getting louder and louder. And the louder it gets, the more complicated it becomes. Because now you've got layers. Layers of speculation. Layers of belief. Layers of doubt. And none of them are slowing down. There are those trying to explain it in technical terms, talking about procedures, legal frameworks, factors that could justify adding more years. They're laying it out step by step, trying to make sense of something that, on the surface, doesn't feel easy to explain. But here's the problem. Most people don't care about technical explanations. They care about what they see. And what they see is simple: more time was added. That's it. And when something that simple clashes with something that complicated, people don't.
18, this is also per Mahalik. So Elizabeth, there's a lot here, but what did you make of the Burroughs part where he was proving, this kind of relationship that he had and that he was coerced into giving up his stake in what would become a multi-million-dollar company? I mean, I guess the allegation is basically that Diddy ruined his life.
Yeah, that was there are a lot of difficult moments in the documentary. I watched all 4 episodes as mentioned, and that was a tough one. And again, information that we hadn't really seen before in prior documentaries. So, this is someone who had co-founded Bad Boy Entertainment with him. A lot of the things he was saying seemed to kind of run along the theme that I think prosecutors were trying to push in the actual case, was that in the prosecutor's view, this is somebody who will do anything to basically get what he wants. He doesn't really care what effects or damage that causes to other people. And it's in different ways, right? Whether it's in the context of alleged abuse, business disputes, alleged sexual assaults, things that have been alleged in the civil lawsuits against him. And I think with Burroughs, it was really, kind of seemed to strike that theme as well, because he's saying, he had forced me out of the stake of my company. He had to deal with things like homelessness, while in the 2000s and 2010s, Diddy was really prospering, music, business, fashion. And one of the things that he had said, what he alleged in the documentary, and again, this is an allegation from him, was that the name Bad Boy Entertainment, Combs's name was not really involved in that on the corporate side. And one of the things he's saying is the reason for that was to avoid having to pay any liability from, the devastating basketball game that had happened in the early 90s, where he was the subject of wrongful death lawsuits because of the multiple deaths that had occurred as a result of that basketball game that Diddy was behind organizing. So that was really, surprising to hear.
Yeah, that was a big allegation, because the families of the victims killed in that stampede, it was horrible. We're talking about December 28th, 1991. Combs, fellow rapper Heavy D, they hosted this charity basketball game. The game took place at the gymnasium of the City College of New York. And according to the New York Daily News, before the basketball game started, people who weren't let inside, they broke a window, swarmed toward the entrance of the gym, all went down a staircase. The doors at the bottom of those stairs opened towards the stairs, not towards the gym. So once a crowd got down there, they couldn't get the doors open and people started being crushed. 9 people died. Dozens of others were injured. And there were no criminal charges that were ever filed against anyone for the stampede, but multiple families and injured victims, they filed lawsuits. And that's just one part, right? So I actually wanted to get into this too. The docuseries devoted a lot of time to the killings of Tupac Shakur and Biggie Smalls, and Combs' alleged connections to this, to both men, obviously knew both of them. So there have been accusations made in the past that Combs' involvement in the East Coast, West Coast rap feud of the 90s, there was more than just talk, that it could have involved things like hit orders. Now, to be clear, these are allegations. There's no evidence to suggest this. This series, though, it emphasizes that he has never been investigated or charged regarding their assassinations. Nevertheless, several interviewees during this documentary expressed that Combs' actions seem suspicious in hindsight. The documentary plays part of an interview that Dwayne Keefe D. Davis did with investigators looking into Tupac's murder, which had become a cold case. And on the tapes, Keefe D. says that Combs agreed to pay him if he killed Tupac and also rival record label head Suge Knight. Now, Davis allegedly admitted that his nephew Orlando Anderson was the one who shot the men, killing Tupac, injuring Knight. But Davis says Combs never came through with any payment. And by the way, Davis is currently awaiting trial for Tupac's murder in Las Vegas. Combs has always denied any involvement in the assassination. That was a big moment, I would say. Elizabeth, that was a big part of this. I didn't know that was going to be a part of this documentary.
Don't lean toward complexity. They lean toward emotion. And emotion is what drives everything right now. That's why the reactions are so intense. That's why the debate is so loud. Because it's not just about understanding what happened. It's about how it feels. And right now, it feels like something major shifted. Now the situation is sitting in a completely different place than it was before. It's no longer just a case being followed, it's a story being watched by everyone. And every new detail, every new development, has the potential to push it even further. There are already whispers about what could happen next, about whether this decision is final, about whether there could be more changes, more updates, more twists, and even if those whispers aren't confirmed, they're enough to keep people locked in. Because uncertainty keeps attention. And attention keeps the story alive. And this story is very much alive. What makes it even more intense is the fact that situations like this don't just exist in isolation. They connect.
Really surprised as well. So I believe it's the second episode that dedicates a lot of time to it. And like you said, there have been insinuations in the past. They played video clips of, Sean Combs being asked in prior interviews in the 90s and 2000s, do you know, who killed these men? Did you have any involvement? He's always denied it. To be clear, these are just allegations. But yeah, that was really, really shocking. And one of the sort of a little bit more of the backstory behind his alleged involvement with Tupac was that a lot of the interviewees in the documentary were saying that Biggie, who was signed with Bad Boy and who was really close with Diddy at the time, was starting to form a friendship with Tupac, and they were getting really close. And a lot of the interviewees were saying, in their view, Diddy didn't really appreciate that. So I think a lot of the themes that you see again is coming up as him sort of wanting and needing to be the number one person in people's lives, whether it was personal, business. And it's really interesting because you see a lot of the themes that, again, the prosecution was trying to push forward that we saw in his personal life with Cassandra Ventura, always needing to be number one, not necessarily regarding the damages he's doing to other people in the prosecution's eyes, right? Playing out in the business sense. So the backstory is that he didn't appreciate the friendship that was forming between Biggie and Tupac, and therefore, that's where his alleged involvement came in. And then when, in terms of the non-payment, I think that was also a really shocking moment as well, because that's something we saw happening over and over in the documentary. Multiple people who are saying, I was cheated out of my share in the company. I wasn't paid hundreds of thousands of dollars. And allegedly, that's sort of how he treated the artists that were on his label. So again, it's the theme of always wanting to be number one and, not necessarily giving people their due, business sense or personal sense.
Okay, so with that, I will tell you, I think one of the most shocking allegations comes to Biggie Smalls, okay? You talk about finances, you talk about that, okay. One of the biggest names at Bad Boy, seemingly very close friends with Sean Combs. Well, according to Kirk Burrows, Combs, and again, this is his allegation, according to Kirk Burrows, Combs insisted that Biggie travel to Los Angeles as part of an album tour. And this is despite, the serious dangers that were present from the rivalries, the East Coast, West Coast. And once there, Combs allegedly decided to cancel a trip that Biggie was supposed to take to the UK, instead saying he needed to stay in LA. Combs apparently threw a large party, and after which, someone opened fire on the car that Biggie was riding in, killing him. Now, Burrows alleges that Combs used all of this publicity around Biggie's murder and his massive funeral to just gain his own fame for his own benefit, shooting to the top of the charts with the song Missing You, which featured, by the way, Biggie's widow. But this was one salacious claim that I really wasn't expecting. According to Burrows, Combs, allegedly, charged the costs of that massive funeral to Biggie's estate and had Biggie's recently renegotiated contract changed to make it more favorable for Bad Boy Records and less favorable for Biggie's loved ones after his death. Elizabeth, again, that one I wasn't expecting.
Yeah, it was really unexpected. And again, I think it speaks to the strength of the documentary, just at least creatively and what they were able to get in terms of the interviewees, claims that we hadn't heard before. So the claims were that, he had wanted, in the documentary, the interviews talk about, Diddy had said, we need to put on the biggest funeral New York has ever seen for Biggie. And when allegedly, when he saw how much it would cost, that's when he had said, we'll be charging this to the estate, allegedly. One of the other things was he had wanted to put out that song about Biggie after he had passed away, and that was really a big moment. He had performed it at the MTV Movie Awards. And then one of the other claims was, Biggie was set to debut on the cover of
to bigger ideas, bigger conversations, bigger questions that people have been asking for a long time. About fairness, about influence, about how decisions are made when the spotlight is this bright. And when those questions come into play, everything gets amplified. Because now it's not just about one moment. It's about what that moment represents. And what it represents is something people can't ignore. That's why the reactions aren't fading. That's why the debate isn't slowing down. Because this isn't something that people process quickly and move on from. This is something that sticks. Something that lingers. Something that keeps coming back up every time a new detail surfaces or a new perspective is introduced. And that cycle? It keeps repeating. Over and over again. Each time getting louder. Each time getting more intense. Each time pulling more people into the conversation. Now everything is being watched closely, every move, every update.
Exploited women and other people for years, and in a variety of ways. As alleged, Combs used force, threats of force, and coercion to cause victims to engage in extended sexual performances with male commercial sex workers, some of whom he transported or caused to be transported over state lines. Combs allegedly planned and controlled the sex performances, which he called freak-offs, and he often electronically recorded them. The freak-offs sometimes lasted days at a time, involved multiple commercial sex workers, and often involved a variety of narcotics, such as ketamine, ecstasy, and GHB, which Combs distributed to the victims to keep them obedient and compliant. As alleged, when Combs didn't get his way, he was violent, and he subjected victims to physical, emotional, and verbal abuse so that they would participate in the freak-offs, and that Combs hit, kicked, threw objects at, and dragged victims, at times by their hair. On one occasion in March of 2016, that conduct was captured on video and later reported in the media. Specifically, Combs kicked, dragged, and threw a vase at a victim in a Los Angeles hotel when the victim was attempting to flee. As alleged, these assaults often resulted in injuries to the victims, which took days or weeks to heal. In addition to the violence, the indictment alleges that Combs threatened and coerced victims to get them to participate in the freak-offs. He used the embarrassing and sensitive recordings he made of the freak-offs as collateral against the victims. And the indictment alleges that he maintained control over the victims in several ways, including by giving them drugs, by giving and threatening to take away financial support or housing, by promising them career opportunities, by monitoring their whereabouts, and even by dictating their physical appearance.
Days-long sex parties with sex workers where participants sometimes needed IVs to recover. It sounds awful. Suge Knight talked about where he thinks Sean Combs came up with this type of thing.
And at the same time, Puffy didn't react or get where he got or doing those things or those allegations by himself. He was taught from people before him, and he did it to the younger people after him. And we can talk all day and say what's true, what's not true. The only true part about it is videos, conversations, and people can see what they've done.
Mm-hmm.
But for it being happy and proud and say, what do people think, that's irrelevant.
So Suge Knight basically claims that Sean Combs learned this behavior from other higher-ups in the record industry based on how he was treated when he was younger.
Is that what you're suggesting about Sean Combs, that he was sexually abused and he now...
Every hint of new information is being picked apart and analyzed, because once a situation reaches this level, there's no such thing as a small detail anymore. Everything matters. Everything counts. Everything has the potential to shift the narrative again. And that's exactly what people are waiting for. The next shift. The next reveal. The next moment that takes this situation and pushes it even further than it already is. Because if there's one thing that's clear right now, it's this. This isn't over. Not even close. What we're seeing right now feels big, feels intense, feels like a peak. But in reality, it might just be another step. Another moment in a situation that keeps evolving in ways nobody fully expected. And if that's true, then everything happening right now is just setting the stage for what comes next. Because stories like this don't end quietly. They build. They escalate. They reach points that feel impossible until they actually happen. And when they do, that's when everything changes again. So right now, all eyes are locked in. Waiting. Watching. Reacting. Because whether people agree with what happened or completely reject it, one thing is certain. Nobody is ignoring it. Nobody is looking away. And nobody believes this is the end of it. Not even close.
Music industry titan Jay-Z says that if someone's going to bring heinous allegations against him, they better have the proof to back it up. And his legal team put the court on notice that they are demanding a hearing. They say apparent inconsistencies in a woman's story after she accused the music mogul of raping her when she was a teen.
You ever notice how the internet doesn't just react anymore, it detonates. 1 minute everything is quiet. The next minute timelines are flooded. Comment sections are on fire.
Superstar being named alongside Sean Diddy Combs in this rape lawsuit, something that we've talked about here on Sidebar. This anonymous accuser who says the two men raped her at a VMA's after party in 2000, the Video Music Awards. And this woman claims that she was raped when she was 13 years old. The original lawsuit was filed in October, and it named only Sean Combs, and it identified his alleged accomplice as Celebrity A. But then a recently amended complaint was filed that says that Celebrity A is actually Jay-Z, real name Sean Carter, one of the richest people and maybe well-known people in the entertainment industry. Also, this amended complaint still lists a second alleged unidentified participant here, a female who's accused of watching this rape, only identified as Celebrity B. A lot of speculation about who this person could be, if this story is in fact true. But Celebrity B, according to this Jane Doe accuser, was in that room when this alleged assault took place. Now, as soon as this news broke, Jay-Z, through his record label Roc Nation, put out a statement categorically denying that he ever did anything like this. And it became clear that he knew this lawsuit was coming out, that he knew he was about to be named because of seemingly, if you hear the parties, a breakdown in, I don't know if it's really negotiations, I'll get to that in a minute, but he knew this was coming out, put out a statement, and he even called out Tony Busby, the Texas attorney behind this lawsuit, who's already filed multiple lawsuits against Sean Combs. And Jay-Z claims that Tony Busby tried to blackmail him, allegedly saying, hey, Jay-Z, if you don't pay up, you're going to suffer the consequences on a very public stage because you will be revealed as an alleged child rapist. Now, part of the statement through Roc Nation, or through Jay-Z, said, quote, I have no idea how you have come to be such a deplorable human being, Mr. Busby, but I promise you, I have seen your kind many times over. I'm more than prepared to deal with your type. You claim to be a Marine? Marines are known for their valor. You have neither honor nor dignity. So certainly not a tepid response from Jay-Z, to say the least. And by the way, per the New York Times, we also found out that Jay-Z reportedly was that unnamed celebrity, John Doe, who sued Tony Busby for extortion and intentional infliction of emotional distress before Jay-Z was officially named in this amended complaint. And he basically outlined what he's accusing Busby of now, that he felt like he was being extorted, either pay up or be exposed. And we didn't know who John Doe was at the time, and now it seems like it's Jay-Z. But what is happening right now? This is what we want to talk about. Here's the big thing. So, there are apparently some reported inconsistencies coming to light in regard to Jane Doe's memories of what she says happened that night, the night that she says Jay-Z and Sean Combs attacked her. And Jay-Z's legal team has pounced on that. They are trying to get this case completely thrown out. So first, quick reminder of what Jane Doe says allegedly happened to her back in 2000. So she claims, even though she was just 13 years old, she claims she got dropped off at Radio City Music Hall in New York City, where the VMAs, the Video Music Awards, were being held. Now, she says she didn't have a ticket, so she wandered around outside, maybe hoping to see a celebrity or two. But who did she see? Instead, she sees one of Combs' bodyguards, who allegedly told her to come back later that night, and then he would take her to a home where Combs was throwing a VMA's after party. So when Jane Doe gets to this home, she believes that the drink she was given was laced with drugs, because she said she started feeling woozy and disoriented. And she says when she went to find a room to lay down in, that is when she was assaulted. The complaint says,
and everybody suddenly becomes an expert on something they didn't even know existed 5 minutes ago. That's exactly what's happening right now, out of nowhere. A wave of disturbing claims starts circulating, and instantly the spotlight shifts. Not slowly, not gradually, instantly. Now here's the thing, this isn't just some random viral moment. This is one of those situations where people start connecting dots, digging up old clips, resurfacing interviews, and building narratives at lightning speed. And the more people look, the more they think they're finding something, whether it's real, exaggerated, or completely twisted out of context. That line gets blurry real fast once the machine starts moving. Because let's be honest, once social media locks onto a story like this, it doesn't care about patience. It doesn't care about verification. It cares about momentum. And right now, the momentum is insane. You've got people saying this was always hiding in plain sight. Others are claiming this is all a setup. Then there's a whole different group saying this is just another example of how quickly things can spiral when speculation becomes entertainment.
Combs entered the room along with defendant Carter and a female celebrity, Celebrity B. Plaintiff immediately recognized all three celebrities. Combs aggressively approached plaintiff with a crazed look in his eyes, grabbed her and said, "You are ready to party." Combs then threw plaintiff toward a wall, causing plaintiff to fall. Plaintiff got up and stumbled, at which point Combs grabbed her again and threw her on the bed. At that point, Carter began removing plaintiff's clothes as she grew more and more disoriented. And from there, Jane Doe claims that both Jay-Z and Sean Combs raped her before she was finally able to get away. Again, both men have adamantly denied that this happened. Let's talk about what happened last weekend. This was major. Jane Doe apparently spoke with NBC News in an interview that aired last Friday night. And she acknowledged that her story does have some inconsistencies. So Jane Doe was quoted as saying, "I have made some mistakes." She said, though, she stands by her allegations overall, but says since this happened 24 years ago, some details may have been lost to time. But what exactly are those apparent inconsistencies? Well, Jane Doe said that after the alleged rapes, she was able to run away from the home and found a gas station where she was allowed to use the phone, and she said she called her dad to come pick her up. The problem with that is her father told NBC News he didn't remember that, and that if he had come to pick her up, it would have been a 5-hour drive. On top of that, he told NBC News that he never even heard of this alleged attack on his daughter until the reporters came asking questions. Also, Jane Doe claimed that she had spoke to or saw Benji Madden at this VMA's after party. He, of course, is the lead guitarist for the rock band Good Charlotte. But his representatives told NBC News that he was in the Midwest on tour at that time. So with that now coming out, Alex Spiro, this is Jay-Z's high-powered attorney, sent a letter to the judge calling the allegations a sham. Quote, she claims the assault took place at an after party at Mr. Combs' home, but photos that night show Mr. Combs and Mr. Carter at Lotus nightclub for the after party. When pressed, the plaintiff admitted she was guessing about key details, including the time it took to reach the venue. She admits she has no single corroborating witness over the last 24 years. Now, that's a very good argument. I guess the other argument could be maybe they went to Lotus, but maybe they also went to this other after party as well. Just put that to the side. Now, NBC News did report that they tried to locate a friend who allegedly drove Jane Doe to the VMAs that night, but it appears that person has since died, and they indicated that they tried to reach out to this person's relatives, but no luck. Jay-Z reportedly told NBC, this incident didn't happen, and yet he filed it in court, meaning Tony Busby filed it in court and doubled down in the press. And he added, true justice is coming. We fight from victory, not for victory. This was over before it began. This 1-800 lawyer doesn't realize it yet, but soon. So what did Tony Busby say in response to all of this? Well, he released a statement defending himself, saying, look, Jane Doe's case was referred to me by another firm where her story had allegedly already been vetted. He wrote, our client remains fiercely adamant that what she has stated is true to the best of her memory. We will continue to vet her claims and collect corroborating data to the extent it exists. Because we've interrogated her intensely, she has even agreed to submit to a polygraph. I've never had a client
entertainment. And that's the dangerous part. Because what starts as a rumor doesn't stay a rumor for long. It evolves. It mutates. It turns into something bigger, louder, and way harder to control. And suddenly, everything gets dragged into it. Old relationships, old business moves, old footage. Everything becomes evidence in the court of public opinion. Doesn't matter how old it is. Doesn't matter what the original context was. If it fits the narrative people want to believe, it gets pushed to the front. And here's where things get messy, because now it's not just about what's being said. It's about what people think they're seeing. Body language gets analyzed. Lyrics get decoded. Past statements get reinterpreted like they were secret messages all along. It's like people are building a puzzle, except nobody knows what the final picture is supposed to look like. But that doesn't stop anyone. Because outrage spreads faster than facts. Always has, always will. And the louder it gets, the harder.
At which point Combs grabbed her again and threw her on the bed. At that point, Carter began removing plaintiff's clothes as she grew more and more disoriented. Plaintiff was held down by Carter as he vaginally raped her, while Combs and Celebrity B watched. After Carter was finished, he stepped back toward the wall. Combs then stepped forward and vaginally raped plaintiff while Carter and Celebrity B watched. Combs then knocked plaintiff down and attempted to force plaintiff to perform oral sex on him. She fought back, standing up quickly and punching out at the same time, hitting Combs in the neck. Taken aback, Combs stopped his attempt. The allegations in this suit are very disturbing, and Sean Combs is denying the claims being made by the woman, who's now around 37 years old. Combs and his legal team said in a statement, "This amended complaint and the recent extortion lawsuit against Mr. Busby exposes his barrage of lawsuits against Mr. Combs for what they are, shameless publicity stunts designed to extract payments from celebrities who fear having lies spread about them, just as lies have been spread about Mr. Combs. As his legal team has said before, Mr. Combs has full confidence in facts and the integrity of the judicial process. In court, the truth will prevail that Mr. Combs never sexually assaulted or trafficked anyone, man or woman, adult or minor." And Jay-Z posted a lengthy statement on X calling the allegations heinous. "My lawyer received a blackmail attempt, called a demand letter from a lawyer named Tony Busby. What he had calculated was the nature of these allegations and the public scrutiny would make me want to settle. No, sir, it had the opposite effect. It made me want to expose you for the fraud you are in a very public fashion. So no, I will not give you one red penny," in all caps. "These allegations are so heinous in nature that I implore you to file a criminal complaint, not a civil one. Whomever would commit such a crime against a minor should be locked away. Would you not agree? These alleged victims would deserve real justice if that were the case." This lawyer, who I have done a bit of research on, seems to have a pattern of these type of theatrics. "I have no idea how you have come to be such a deplorable human, Mr. Busby, but I promise you I have seen your kind many times over. I'm more than prepared to deal with your type." Jay-Z then talks about his family and the toll this will take on them. "My only heartbreak is for my family. My wife and I will have to sit our children down, one of whom is at the age where her friends will surely see the press and ask questions about the nature of these claims and explain the cruelty and greed of people. I mourn yet another loss of innocence. Children should not have to endure such at their young age. It is unfair to have to try to understand inexplicable degrees of malice meant to destroy families and human spirit. My heart and support goes out to true victims in the world who have to watch how their life story is dressed in costume for profitability by this ambulance chaser in a cheap suit. You have made a terrible error in judgment thinking that all celebrities are the same. I'm not from your world. I'm a young man who made it out of the project of Brooklyn. We don't play these types of games. We protect children. You seem to exploit people for personal gain. Only your network of conspiracy theorists, fake physics, will believe the idiotic claims you have levied against me that, if not for the seriousness surrounding harm to kids, would be laughable. I look forward to showing you just how different I am." And lawyer Tony Busby, who filed the suit in the first place, is firing back also on X. Regarding the Jay-Z case and his efforts to silence my clients, Mr. Carter previously denied being the one who sued me and my firm. He filed his frivolous case under a pseudonym. What he fails to say in his
Harder it becomes for anyone involved to even respond. Because think about it, how do you respond to something that's constantly changing? 1 minute it's one claim, the next minute it's 10 new versions of the same story, all twisted in different directions. You're not fighting one narrative, you're fighting 100 at the same time. Meanwhile, the audience, they're locked in, refreshing feeds, watching clips, reading threads, picking sides. Some people are convinced something serious is going on. Others are convinced it's all smoke and mirrors, but both sides are feeding the same fire. And let's not pretend this is new. This cycle has played out before. Big names, big headlines, massive backlash, and a flood of theories that range from believable to completely unhinged. The only difference now is the speed. Everything moves faster, hits harder, spreads wider. Back then, stories like this took days to build. Now, it takes minutes. And once it starts, there's no pause button. Now here's another layer to this whole situation that people don't talk about enough: perception.
Recent statement is my firm sent his lawyer a demand letter on behalf of an alleged victim, and that victim never demanded a penny from him. Instead, she sought only a confidential mediation. Since I sent the letter on her behalf, Mr. Carter has not only sued me, but he has tried to bully and harass me and this plaintiff. His conduct has had the opposite impact. She is emboldened. I'm very proud of her resolve. As far as the allegations in the complaint filed, we will let the filing speak for itself and will litigate the facts in court, not in the media. I want to bring in Nima Rahmani. He is an entertainment attorney, and he's been following the whole Sean Combs ordeal very closely. So, Nima, your thoughts on Jay-Z being revealed as Celebrity A in this lawsuit? I know you and I discussed this a few weeks back.
And Jeanette, I'm not surprised. You and I have speculated, as to who this might be. And I think it was really telling when Alex Spiro and Quinn Emanuel filed that extortion lawsuit against Tony Busby. It's pretty well known that Spiro represents Jay-Z and Rock Nation. So it was the most likely celebrity. And now it's been revealed that the allegations are indeed against Jay-Z.
I think it's interesting, too, because Alex Spiro came out swinging about a month or two ago when something came up about Jay-Z and Beyonce on a Piers Morgan show. And he came out, sent some type of letter to Piers Morgan saying, you need to retract this, get rid of whatever was said about my clients. And he did it lickety split. And then that was kind of a big red flag that Jay-Z was on the offense, or on the defense and on the offense, trying to play a little bit of both. So, but the thing is, Jay-Z is saying this isn't true. He's filed a motion to dismiss this suit. He is not taking this laying down. He is saying, this has emboldened him to not give in and pay one red cent. But this woman is claiming this was Jay-Z and Sean Combs who raped her as a 13-year-old girl. So how do we get to the truth of the matter here?
So what you would want if you are Busby and this now woman's lawyer is ideally you have some sort of corroborating evidence and a contemporaneous report. It can be challenging to bring these types of cases decades later. Now, it's really going to go in one of two ways. And we saw it with Diddy and Cassie Ventura. This is either the first of many lawsuits that are going to be filed against Jay-Z, or this is a one-off. We know that it can be Weinstein, it can be Cosby, it can be Epstein. Oftentimes, abusers abuse more than one victim. And I'm not saying any of this is true, but if it is, there may be more than one victim here. And if others do come forward, sometimes it's hard for jurors to believe one victim in a he said, she said type situation. But when victim after victim is telling the same story, of physical and sexual violence, that's very hard for jurors to overcome.
We still don't know who Celebrity B is. There's been a lot of speculation about that. We don't know who it is. We know it's a woman, and she so far has not been unmasked. Tony Busby has not revealed Celebrity B's identity. What can we take away from that?
That's a Celebrity B.
Because perception is everything in moments like this. It doesn't matter what's proven or not proven yet. What matters is what people believe. And once a belief sets in, it's almost impossible to shake it. That's why you see people doubling down so quickly. They pick a side early, and then they defend it like their identity depends on it. New information doesn't change their mind. It just gets filtered through whatever they already decided to believe. And the more chaotic it gets, the more content gets created. Reaction videos, breakdowns, explanations. Everybody trying to be the first to say something, even if they don't actually know anything, because in this environment, being first matters more than being right. That's the uncomfortable truth. And in the middle of all this noise, the actual reality of the situation gets buried, completely buried, because nobody has time to slow down and separate fact from fiction. It's all just one massive wave of information crashing all at once. Now you've got people asking bigger questions about power, about influence.
Commercial sex acts. So we're talking about conduct that may not rise to the level, again, of these elaborate and highly orchestrated sexual performances like freak-offs, but just sex acts where something of value is obtained or exchanged. And usually we're talking about the transportation of people across state or international lines if we're talking about these commercial sex acts and sex trafficking. By the way, Combs' lawyer had at one point criticized the prosecution, saying, this whole case, it only concerns one victim we have here. Well, looks like that has changed. And by the way, I should be clear, this case might not necessarily be limited to victim 1, victim 2, and victim 3. They mention in this other victims, so we shall see. But I want to go back to something else, big picture here. 2004, why the change? Why go back to 2004 from 2008? Well, if you ask me, more victims are now a part of this case and will testify. And when you think about who that might be, let me just say a disclaimer, we don't know. We do not know for sure. But what we do know is that Combs has faced a multitude of civil lawsuits that have alleged sexual assault from before 2008. And he has faced lawsuits after he was ultimately indicted. And I will tell you what, when I think about that date, there's one person who has sued Sean Combs and claims that she was groomed into sex trafficking through a number of events that started in 2004. That's Adria English. Remember her? We've talked about her on Sidebar before. So she sued Combs, and her complaint reads specifically, from 2004 to 2009, plaintiff was sex trafficked by defendant Combs. As described herein, defendant Combs frightened and placed plaintiff in apprehension of harm when he forced and coerced plaintiff to engage in sex work for him during his white parties from 2004 to 2009 at defendant Combs' homes in Miami, Florida, and Hampton, New York. Again, we do not know for sure if she is now a part of this criminal case, but that's where my mind went, okay? I thought about the time frame. I thought about her civil lawsuit. It's not outside the realm of possibility. So again, we don't know for sure if she's an alleged victim or a key witness in this case, the same way we don't know for sure if Cassandra Ventura is either. But, you know, we're looking between the lines. Oh, and by the way, let me just add this. Generally speaking, several lawsuits have alleged illegal conduct committed by Combs between 2004 and 2008. Okay. Now, one other thing I have to mention about this, the significance of this change, is that the original complaint had 2008 to the date of the indictment. Now it's 2004 through in or about 2024. So that signifies to me they may be talking about a criminal enterprise engaging in illegal activity even after the indictment. And that's not surprising because, as we reported here on Sidebar, Combs has been accused of breaking the Bureau of Prisons rules as he's locked up at the Metropolitan Detention Center out in Brooklyn, New York. He's been accused of using other inmates' PAC numbers, engaging in three-way phone calls, using others to try to reach out to victims and witnesses. Now, I'm not saying this is what prosecutors are referring to, but there have been allegations that he and those close to him have been engaging in alleged misconduct since his arrest and indictment. So maybe that's why you see the change in that time period. All right, so now let me move on to the next change that I noticed. And again, this is trying to broaden out, in my mind, trying to broaden out the scope of alleged illegal activity from just freak-offs. This is beyond just freak-offs. Why? Because in the superseding indictment,
about how long things can stay hidden before they explode into public view, and whether or not this situation is even what it appears to be, or something entirely different. Because sometimes what you see trending isn't the full story. Sometimes it's just the part that grabs attention the fastest. And attention, that's the real currency here. The more shocking the claim, the more clicks it gets. The more clicks it gets, the more it spreads. And once it spreads, it becomes part of the narrative whether it's true or not. That's how this machine works. And right now, that machine is running at full speed. You've got people watching every move, analyzing every silence, trying to figure out what it all means. But the truth is, most of the time, nobody really knows what's going on behind the scenes. They're just reacting to what's in front of them. And what's in front of them right now? Chaos. Pure chaos. But here's the part that really sticks. Moments like this don't just disappear overnight. Even when the noise dies down, the impact stays. Reputations get affected, perceptions get locked in, and the internet? It never forgets. Clips stay up, posts stay archived, narratives stay alive. So even if things calm down later, the shadow of this moment doesn't just vanish. Not even close. Right now, you're just watching the first wave, the reaction phase, the speculation phase, the moment where everything feels loud, messy, and completely out of control. But eventually, more details will surface, more clarity will come, and when that happens, everything could shift again. Or it could get even worse. That's the unpredictability of it. And until that happens, the internet will keep doing what it always does, watching, reacting, arguing, building narratives in real time. Because at the end of the day, this isn't just about one situation. It's about how quickly everything can spiral when the spotlight turns on and the volume gets cranked all the way up. And right now, that volume is maxed out.
I don't have legal guardianship of him, but for the next 48 hours, he's with me. So, and we gonna go full crazy.
Going crazy.
Pop superstar Justin Bieber was once mentored by Sean Diddy Combs. Now, after Combs' arrest on federal sex trafficking charges, old videos are raising questions about Combs' interactions with Bieber.
You ever notice how the biggest explosions don't start loud, they start quiet? A whisper here, a clip there, a strange shift in energy that people can't quite explain at first. And then suddenly, everything hits at once. That's exactly what's happening right now.
Comes after Combs' arrest on racketeering, conspiracy, and sex trafficking charges. At this point, Combs is accused of sex trafficking involving one victim, his ex-girlfriend of many years, Cassie Ventura. The indictment says the allegations date back to 2008. Combs has pleaded not guilty, and his lawyer says he hasn't committed any crimes. But there are a lot of people questioning who knew what and when, given that at least part of what Cassie Ventura claimed was backed up by a video obtained by CNN that showed Combs beating Cassie Ventura as the U.S. attorney said she tried to escape one of his freak-off sex parties. And many people are wondering whether other celebrities were a part of these freak-offs, and worse, is it possible that some people, maybe other celebrities, were actually victimized? We don't know at this point, but what we do know is that videos of Sean Combs and Justin Bieber have been all over X and TikTok for days. Specifically this one when Bieber was 15.
As soon as you turn 16, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna let you rock this every time you come to LA. Yeah, this gonna be yours. So every time you come to LA, it's a little dusty, but you know, come get the front shot of this.
Man.
Head that out. Minute.
Woo. Okay.
Okay.
All right, so I'm gonna be driving this next year.
Now that video has been viewed more than 5 million times on Justin Bieber's YouTube channel. He was 15 at the time, and he was staying with Combs for 48 hours.
You know, I have been given custody of him. You know, he signed to Usher.
I'm signed to Usher.
I had legal guardianship of Usher when you know, he did his first album. I did Usher's first album.
Justin Bieber is now a pop megastar. He's loved by fans around the world. In 2009, at the time of this video, though, he wasn't really known. He was just a kid, and his first album was coming out. Bieber is originally from Canada, and Usher signed him to manage his career. Usher actually got his start in the business through Sean Combs. He lived with him for a year when he was 13, and Usher talked about his time living with Combs on The Howard Stern Show back in 2016. He was sent to what was called Puffy Flavor Camp.
And you're going to go to Puff Daddy's. He's going
in the 90s. Do you understand what that's like?
Puffy's place was like just filled with chicks and orgying like nonstop, right?
No, not really. I mean, but hey, it was curious. I got a chance to see some things.
Yeah, but you were 13. What were you seeing?
I went there to see the lifestyle.
Right.
And I saw it. And it was but I don't know if I could indulge and understand what I was even looking at. It was pretty wild.
So nobody tried to, some send his kids to live with Sean Combs. Usher said, hell no. But back to Justin Bieber and the videos of him making the rounds with Combs. The one from when he was 15 has raised some eyebrows given what we know now.
Justin, you ever seen the movie 48 Hours? Right now, he's having 48 hours with Diddy, him and his boy. They're having the times of their lives, like you know, where we hanging out and what we doing. We can't really disclose, but it's definitely a 15-year-old's dream. What you want to do? What you want to do over the next 48 hours?
48 hours. Let's go. Let's just go get some girls. Let's go hang with some girls.
A man after my heart. That's what I'm talking about.
Now let's be clear. This could have all just been a joke. But in 2020, Justin Bieber gave a tearful interview to Apple Music in which he talked about wanting to protect Billie Eilish from the music industry and the things that he had been through. There are other videos of Bieber and Combs that have circulated online.
What's up, man? You good?
I'm good. How are you?
All right, young brother, everything's good?
Everything's
Selling
great.
out arenas and everything?
What started as background noise has turned into a full-blown storm, and people are no longer just watching, they're digging. Because when someone from the inside starts talking, even indirectly, it changes everything. Now let's get one thing straight. This isn't just another random internet rumor cycle. This feels different. The tone is different. The reactions are different. People aren't laughing this off. They're connecting dots, going back years, replaying old moments, reanalyzing clips that once seemed harmless but now feel off. And that's where things start to get uncomfortable. Because when someone who's been around the system, someone who's seen how things operate behind closed doors, suddenly starts hinting at something darker, people listen, not because they want drama, but because deep down, everyone suspects that the truth is never as clean as it's presented. And right now, the internet is locked in that exact mindset. Clips are resurfacing, old interviews, strange interactions, moments where the energy just didn't feel right, but nobody questioned it back then. And now those same moments are being slowed down.
And act different, huh? You ain't been calling me and hanging out the way we used to hang out.
Well, I mean, you try to get in contact with me, through all my, partners and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
But you never really got my number, so.
Correct. Okay.
My number?
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you my number.
Yeah.
Again, does this video mean anything? It could just be a teenage kid caught in an awkward moment. In 2015, Combs presented Bieber with an American Music Award for Best Collaboration. And there's another video showing a birthday celebration. It shows an exchange on one of Bieber's birthdays. And finally, the fourth video making the rounds was recorded 3 years ago. Let's play that again. Some speculated that Combs was looking to see whether Bieber was wearing a wire when he patted him down. It seemed a little awkward for sure. Around this time last year, Combs and Bieber collaborated on the song Moments for Diddy's The Love album, Off the Grid. This was, of course, before the first allegations made by Cassie Ventura surfaced. Combs settled the suit with her in a day, and then the federal raid happened in March of this year. So far, Justin Bieber, like many people who know Combs, has been silent. There may be a good reason for that. He just became a father for the first time. A source close to Bieber told People he's aware of Diddy's arrest and the allegations, but added, it's not anything that he wants to focus on, though. The insider, likely Bieber's publicist, continued, saying Bieber's been in a happy bubble since baby Jack was born, and he just wants to focus on being a great dad and husband. That is also completely understandable. Justin Bieber's a first-time father. He should want to enjoy this time and cherish every moment of it. But that hasn't stopped the chatter. This TikTok video from Bieber's father-in-law, actor Stephen Baldwin, has just added to the speculation about Diddy and Bieber.
You have heard the expression, the calm before the storm. There is always a calm before the storm, but then so is there another calm after the storm. There's a calm and then a storm and then another calm.
So you get the gist. And no one knows whether Stephen Baldwin was actually referring to the Sean Combs situation or his son-in-law Justin Bieber, but that video certainly has had people on X wondering. I want to bring in Mitra Ahorian. She is an entertainment attorney in Los Angeles. So Mitra, what are people saying out there on the street? What's the chatter in Hollywood about Sean Combs' arrest?
I think the chatter is some of what we're already hearing in the news, except that there are actual people who were at these parties who have interacted with him. Puffy was one of the, and is, we can say is, one of the most influential artists and producers in the hip hop world. We all grew up listening to his music. He's been, responsible for bringing a lot of artists, developing a lot of other artists. And so he was so tied into the celebrity world for such a long time that, of course, everyone sort of
down, zoomed in, picked apart frame by frame like some kind of digital crime scene. And what people are noticing isn't sitting well. There's this growing sense that something was always there, just hidden in plain sight, not obvious enough to call out, but not normal enough to ignore once you really look at it. That gray area where things can be dismissed until they can't. And the wild part? Nobody is directly saying everything outright. It's all implication, tone, subtle comments, half statements that don't fully explain anything but still hit hard enough to make people pause. That's what makes it more powerful. Because when something is spelled out clearly, people argue it, they debate it, they pick sides, but when it's hinted at, when it's left just vague enough, that's when people start filling in the blanks themselves. And those blanks, they're getting darker by the minute. Now you've got entire communities breaking this down like investigators, not fans, not haters, observers, people who don't even care about the personalities involved.
Interacted with him, right? The level of interaction is sort of what's going to vary. So in terms of the chatter that's going around, everyone I think is just thinking, oh wow, like I've spent time with this person or I've worked with this person, and they may not necessarily have known what was going on behind closed doors or the extent of it. So I think the chatter is really more about, wow, we didn't know this level of perversion, dare I say.
So there's a distinction in Hollywood between going to a Diddy party and a freak off, because the freak offs are what the U.S. attorney says were illegal. So you're saying, it sounds like that people are saying, well, I went to a party, maybe a white party or some other type of Diddy party, but I didn't go to a freak off.
Yeah, I think, definitely people are going to be wanting to distance themselves from the freak offs, right? So this weird phrase that he came up with and sort of the things that are coming out about what allegedly took place at these sort of orchestrated orgies with, minors and sex workers and, the kind of things that I think a lot of people who are who maybe didn't participate in that aspect of it are very shocked at. And so there is absolutely a distancing. And it's not just, parties, right? Though celebrities had actual friendships with Diddy, right? They spent time together outside of going to parties with going to parties at his house or anything like that. And they might have even partied with him just in the context of just, normally what we think of normal partying, so to speak. But, and that doesn't necessarily mean that they participated in what sounds like a very specific, a set of activities that absolutely would rise to the level of criminal allegations that we're seeing now.
Let's talk about Justin Bieber. I mean, I can't go on Twitter or TikTok or any of these social media platforms, it seems like, without seeing a video of Justin Bieber or Usher with Sean Combs. I mean, Sean Combs, as you mentioned, is one of the most influential producers in rap music and hip hop. He mentored Usher. Usher lived with him for a year when he was 13. And Usher kind of has said, I saw some stuff while I was there. He didn't really go into much more detail, but there's this whole thing about Justin Bieber, and people are speculating and wondering if anything untoward happened there. At this point in time, Sean Combs is charged with crimes related to one person, and that is Cassie Ventura. Mm-hmm. So what do you make of people asking these questions, specifically about Justin Bieber?
I think people are very concerned with what was happening with the minors that he was surrounding himself with. He was Usher's guardian. Usher lived with him, right? Usher's the one that brought Bieber in. Bieber was 15 at the time. So while we may be talking about other celebrities in the context of what did they know and what did they not speak about, the difference here when we talk about Bieber and we talk about Usher is these were kids. Like, they were truly kids in an environment that, even if nothing happened to them, even witnessing anything along the lines of what we're hearing about in the indictment is abuse, in my opinion, right? So no child should be exposed to.
But are fascinated by the pattern that's emerging. And that pattern, it's not new. That's what's really setting people off. Because once you start noticing similar behaviors across different situations, different timelines, different people, it stops looking like coincidence. It starts looking like structure, like something bigger than just one situation or one individual. And that's where the tension comes from. Because if it's bigger, then what else hasn't been seen yet? You've got people going back years now. Old footage that once felt like normal industry behavior suddenly looks staged, controlled, almost rehearsed in a way that doesn't sit right anymore, smiles that don't reach the eyes, laughter that feels forced, interactions that look friendly on the surface but carry something heavier underneath. And once you see it, you can't unsee it. That's the problem. Because now, even the silence is loud. No clear denials, no strong statements shutting anything down, just this weird,
devastating basketball game that had happened in the early 90s, where he was the subject of wrongful death lawsuits because of the multiple deaths that had occurred as a result of that basketball game that Diddy was behind organizing. So that was really, surprising to hear.
Yeah, that was a big allegation, because the families of the victims killed in that stampede, it was horrible. We're talking about December 28th, 1991. Combs, fellow rapper Heavy D, they hosted this charity basketball game. The game took place at the gymnasium of the City College of New York. And according to the New York Daily News, before the basketball game started, people who weren't let inside, they broke a window, swarmed toward the entrance of the gym, all went down a staircase. The doors at the bottom of those stairs opened towards the stairs, not towards the gym. So once a crowd got down there, they couldn't get the doors open and people started being crushed. 9 people died, dozens of others were injured. And there were no criminal charges that were ever filed against anyone for the stampede, but multiple families and injured victims, they filed lawsuits. And that's just one part, right? So I actually wanted to get into this too. The docuseries devoted a lot of time to the killings of Tupac Shakur and Biggie Smalls and Combs' alleged connections to this, to both men, obviously knew both of them. So there have been accusations made in the past that Combs' involvement in the East Coast, West Coast rap feud of the 90s, there was more than just talk, that it could have involved things like hit orders. Now, to be clear, these are allegations. There's no evidence to suggest this. This series, though, it emphasizes that he has never been investigated or charged regarding their assassinations. Nevertheless, several interviewees during this documentary expressed that Combs' actions seem suspicious in hindsight. The documentary plays part of an interview that Dwayne Keefe D. Davis did with investigators looking into Tupac's murder, which had become a cold case. And on the tapes, Keefe D. says that Combs agreed to pay him if he killed Tupac and also rival record label head Suge Knight. Now, Davis allegedly admitted that his nephew Orlando Anderson was the one who shot the men, killing Tupac, injuring Knight. But Davis says Combs never came through with any payment. And by the way, Davis is currently awaiting trial for Tupac's murder in Las Vegas. Combs has always denied any involvement in the assassination. That was a big moment, I would say, Elizabeth. That was a big part of this. I didn't know that was going to be a part of this documentary.
I was really surprised as well. So I believe it's the second episode that dedicates a lot of time to it. And like you said, there have been insinuations in the past. They played video clips of, Sean Combs being asked in prior interviews in the 90s and 2000s, do you know, who killed these men? Did you have any involvement? He's always denied it, to be clear. These are just allegations. But yeah, that was really, really shocking. And one of the sort of a little bit more of the backstory behind his alleged involvement with Tupac was that a lot of the interviewees in the documentary were saying that Biggie, who was signed with Bad Boy and who was really close with Diddy at the time, was starting to form a friendship with Tupac, and they were getting really close. And a lot of the interviewees were saying, in their view, Diddy didn't really appreciate that. So I think a lot of the themes that you see again is coming up as him sort of wanting and needing to be the number one person in people's lives, whether it was personal, business. And it's really interesting because you see a lot of the themes that, again, the prosecution was trying to push forward that we saw in his personal life with Cassandra Ventura, always needing to be number one, not necessarily regarding the damages he's doing to other people in the prosecution's eyes, right? Playing out in the business sense.
Controlled calm that doesn't match the chaos building online. And when there's that kind of mismatch, people get even more suspicious. Because real situations, they get messy, they get emotional, they get loud. But this feels managed. And people are noticing. At the same time, others are pushing back, calling it exaggeration, saying it's just the internet doing what it always does, taking fragments and turning them into something bigger than they actually are. And yeah, that happens. It happens all the time. But here's the thing. Even those people aren't fully dismissing it. They're just not ready to accept it either. Which puts everything in this weird middle ground where nobody fully agrees, but nobody fully walks away either. And that's the most dangerous place for a story like this to sit. Because it keeps growing. More clips, more speculation, more coincidences that don't feel like coincidences anymore. And every new piece adds just enough fuel to keep the fire alive.
And then when in terms of the non-payment, I think that was also a really shocking moment as well, because that's something we saw happening over and over in the documentary. Multiple people who were saying, I was cheated out of my share in the company. I wasn't paid hundreds of thousands of dollars. And allegedly, that's sort of how he treated the artists that were on his label. So again, it's the theme of always wanting to be number one and, not necessarily giving people their due, business sense or personal sense.
Okay, so with that, I will tell you, I think one of the most shocking allegations comes to Biggie Smalls, okay? You talk about finances, you talk about that, okay. One of the biggest names at Bad Boy, seemingly very close friends with Sean Combs. Well, according to Kirk Burrows, Combs, and again, this is his allegation, according to Kirk Burrows, Combs insisted that Biggie travel to Los Angeles as part of an album tour, and this is despite, the serious dangers that were present from the rivalries, the East Coast, West Coast. And once there, Combs allegedly decided to cancel a trip that Biggie was supposed to take to the UK, instead saying he needed to stay in LA. Combs apparently threw a large party, and after which, someone opened fire on the car that Biggie was riding in, killing him. Now, Burrows alleges that Combs used all of this publicity around Biggie's murder and his massive funeral to just gain his own fame for his own benefit, shooting to the top of the charts with the song Missing You, which featured, by the way, Biggie's widow. But this was one salacious claim that I really wasn't expecting. According to Burrows, Combs allegedly charged the costs of that massive funeral to Biggie's estate and had Biggie's recently renegotiated contract changed to make it more favorable for Bad Boy Records and less favorable for Biggie's loved ones after his death. Elizabeth, again, that one I wasn't expecting.
Yeah, it was really unexpected. And again, I think it speaks to the strength of the documentary, just at least creatively and what they were able to get in terms of the interviewees, claims that we hadn't heard before. So the claims were that, he had wanted, in the documentary, the interviews talk about, Diddy had said, we need to put on the biggest funeral New York has ever seen for Biggie. And when apparently, allegedly, when he saw how much it would cost, that's when he had said, we'll be charging this to the estate, allegedly. One of the other things was he had wanted to put out that song about Biggie after he had passed away, and that was really a big moment. He had performed it at the MTV Movie Awards. And then one of the other claims was, Biggie was set to debut on the cover of Rolling Stone, or at least be on the cover of Rolling Stone. And allegedly, one of the interviewees says after he had passed, Sean Combs had called him and said, I'm coming out with my first solo album. I need that cover. So Sean Combs had allegedly taken that cover from Biggie even after he had passed away. And again, it kind of rides to this theme of, in the public, his friend had passed away. He was devastated. But sort of what you see behind the scenes, at least what the documentary is alleging, is all the different ways he's using that to help benefit him financially and in terms of his career, which is something that we hadn't seen before. And, even myself, like I'm sure you empathize, Jesse, as a millennial. We grew up seeing Diddy, knowing the backstory of him and Biggie and sort of knowing that song and thinking, oh, they were close friends. He paid tribute to his friend. That's so moving. And then to hear all of these allegations, it really paints, another picture.
I remember when that happened. It was such a sad time. And to think about them dedicating a song to his close friend, I mean, it hit an emotional core. You looked at Diddy in a totally different light. Now, these, again, are a different narrative, a different allegation. We're trying to piece it together. I do want to get into the jurors, okay? So the jurors at the trial. Before we do, let me just highlight a couple more things, and then we'll get into the jurors in the cease and desist letter. So one gripping moment in the series, I got to call it out, came when Aubrey O'Day, again, this former Danity Kane member who spoke out against Combs after Cassie had filed her lawsuit, reads this affidavit from another unidentified person that detailed an alleged sexual assault against her. And in that affidavit, the witness said they walked in on Combs and another man performing.
The person at the center of all this? Not saying much, which only adds to the pressure. Because silence can mean a lot of things. It can mean there's nothing to say, or it can mean there's too much to say, and no safe way to say it. And right now, people are leaning toward the second option. That's why this isn't dying down. If anything, it's building. Because the internet doesn't let things go when there's a mystery attached. It doesn't move on when there are unanswered questions. It circles back, it digs deeper, it connects more dots, even if some of those dots don't belong together. And eventually, something breaks. The question is, what breaks first? The narrative? The silence? Or the truth finally forcing its way out? Because make no mistake, something is shifting. You can feel it in the way people are talking, in the way old content is being re-examined, in the way even casual viewers are starting to pay attention to details they would have ignored before. That doesn't happen for no reason. And whether this turns out to be exactly what people think, or something completely different, one thing is clear. The image people once accepted without question is no longer untouchable. And once that cracks, there's no going back. Because perception is everything, and right now, perception is changing in real time, not because of one statement, not because of one clip, but because of a pattern that people can't ignore anymore. And patterns? They're hard to silence. So now we wait. Not for confirmation, not for denial, but for the next piece, the next hint, the next moment that either pulls everything together, or blows it completely apart. Because in situations like this, it's never just one reveal. It's layers. And right now, it feels like we've only scratched the surface.
Diddy really screwed up, and I'm not referring to his criminal trial, which has him sitting in prison right now, but it has to do with something that happened right before he got arrested. If you've seen the Netflix documentary about Diddy, Diddy The Reckoning, which 50 Cent produced, there's some footage there that had never been seen before.
You ever notice how things don't just explode overnight? They simmer first, quietly, in the background, small whispers, strange behavior, people brushing things off like it's nothing.
Is a photographer that Diddy hired to follow him around and document his life. That footage ended up going to 50 Cent and his production company, and it's kind of the centerpiece.
Sold to them.
Yes, was the centerpiece of the documentary. So watch this particular scene, because this is where a lot of people feel Diddy really screwed over someone that he should be very, very thankful for.
Because we're losing, but the reality is Mark Agnifilo, the person with whom he was speaking, actually won the case for him. This is a huge betrayal. Look, Agnifilo, there is no way he isn't outraged that Diddy was secretly recording him, and this ends up in this Netflix documentary. Mark Garagos, who is my co-host on Two Angry Men, he's represented Diddy for years, and his daughter is part of the Agnifilo defense team. And he was involved in all of this. So in this past weekend's podcast, I pushed him to find out how Agnifilo really feels here. And Mark kind of skirted it some, but I think you get the sense.
Diddy knew that Mark was being recorded, but Diddy didn't tell Mark. Does Mark feel betrayed by Diddy?
I've not talked to Mark about it.
What do you think?
Would feel.
What do you
think? I will tell you, I'll just tell you, if it was me, I would be more than a little upset. I was more than a little upset when the client didn't know and I was being recorded. I mean, there was a while there where I was meeting clients under bridges, freeway bridges, because I was PTSD over it. So I think, as a lawyer, it is one of the most inviolate oaths that you take to protect the client confidentiality and the client privilege. So I don't know. I haven't talked to Mark, but if I were Mark, I would be out of my head.
Out of my head.
It's incredible. Diddy did two things here. Number one, he betrayed Mark Agnifilo, who, to your point, did so much for him. Obviously, without Mark Agnifilo, may very well be spending the rest of his life in prison. The second thing that he did is, by having a third party that's privy to the conversation, the videographer in this case standing there, there's no privilege, right? Diddy waived that entire privilege. Now, it didn't end up backfiring because it seems nobody knew about it until the end of trial. And what are you going to do at this point? It's so selfish.
Now, we should say that, remember, Diddy and his team were very upset when they found out that this footage was part of the documentary, and they tried to shut it down, but, you know,
the act of taping it is what is so
the
awful.
The act of taping it, right.
Without Agnifilo's
Diddy would
knowledge.
say that I didn't authorize that video going out, and the argument they've made is that he's the one who has the right, that he owns that footage. But
that's a copyright issue. That has nothing to do with that.
And then one day, it hits, not like a surprise, but like something that was always coming. That's exactly what's happening right now. Because what started as rumors turned into speculation, and now it's something way bigger, something people can't ignore anymore. A situation where a so-called leak just flipped everything upside down. Not a tweet, not a random accusation, not gossip, audio, actual audio, the kind of thing that makes people stop, replay, and then look at everything differently. And the craziest part? It didn't just shake the internet, it shook the inner circle. Because when a lawyer, someone whose entire job is to stand firm, protect, defend, suddenly steps away, that's not normal. That's not just another day. That's a signal, a loud one. Now think about that. Lawyers don't walk away for no reason, especially not in high-stakes situations. They calculate everything, every move, every
clothing brand. Sean Combs' fortune has taken a major hit. Forbes estimates his net worth is roughly $400 million, nearly half of what it was just a few years ago. Both his Beverly Hills and Miami mansions were raided in March of 2024 as part of the investigation into his alleged crimes. And that number may continue to drop as Combs faces a federal trial and a Justice Department forfeiture action that could cost him his empire. An empire that prosecutors allege was built, at least in part, through a pattern of criminal activity, including alleged sex trafficking, drug distribution, and violence, all used to advance what they call a racketeering enterprise. In the unsealed indictment, prosecutors outline how his business and personal assets allegedly played a role in carrying out or concealing the crimes. This means any assets connected to the behavior, even indirectly, could be seized, including real estate, companies, vehicles, and aircrafts. Now, his $60 million private jet has reportedly already been sold. The Beverly Hills estate is currently on the market for $61 million. And while Combs still owns his $48 million Miami mansion, a judge denied his request to use it as collateral for bond. In week 2 of testimony, Homeland Security Special Agent Gannon took the stand. Gannon, who helped lead the March raids of Combs' homes, walked jurors through photos of the items seized. Among them, parts of AR-15 style rifles with the serial number scratched off, loaded magazines, a Gucci bag reportedly filled with ketamine and MDMA, and personal items like lingerie and dozens of bottles of baby oil and lubricant. Prosecutors say this evidence is critical to establishing the elements required under federal racketeering laws, helping them show a pattern of alleged crime, criminal behavior used to sustain or conceal the enterprise. In an effort to protect what's left of his assets, Combs hired Stefan Casella, former deputy chief of the Justice Department's asset forfeiture and money laundering section, to fight the forfeiture action. If the jury finds Combs guilty, it will be up to them to determine how much of Combs' assets are subject to forfeiture. Anything forfeited after a conviction could be used to support alleged victims. Sean Combs denies all allegations. And to help us break down what's at stake, I'm joined by Jim Trusty. He's the former chief of the Department of Justice, Organized Crime and Gang Section. Jim, thank you so much for coming on today.
Sure. Good to be here.
So, Jim, let's start with the forfeiture. This isn't just about prison time anymore. Prosecutors want his empire. From what you've seen in the filings, how aggressive is this?
Well, it looks to be very aggressive, and there's a couple of reasons I say that. The first is it's very broadly worded. What they're talking about is essentially any property, real or personal, that could constitute either facilitating property or instrumentalities, they call it, or proceeds. And so that's kind of the whole business empire of P. Diddy being at risk. And that's the second part, which is it's a RICO case, a criminal enterprise case, where they've defined the organization, the criminal enterprise, as not just Sean Combs, but as all these business interests that he has, including liquor labels, music labels, everything else you can think of. So
every word, every risk. So when someone like that decides to step back, it raises one simple question. What did they hear? Because whatever's on that audio, it's not small. It's not harmless. It's not something you just explain away with a quick statement and a press release. No. This is the kind of thing that creates distance, the kind of thing that makes people rethink their involvement completely. And the internet? Oh, the internet is doing what it always does, digging, dissecting, connecting dots whether they exist or not. Clips are being analyzed frame by frame, voices compared, timelines questioned. Everyone suddenly becomes an expert. Everyone has a theory. But here's the thing. Even without knowing every detail, the reaction alone tells you everything. Silence where there used to be noise. Distance where there used to be loyalty. Careful wording where there used to be confidence. That shift, that's real. Because when people are comfortable, they talk, they
particular moment in time or a crime, you tell the whole story of this criminal enterprise, which lends itself to big forfeiture moments. And so it's not totally unusual to see it this broadly worded. What I think is a little unusual is it's not very specific in terms of any preliminary seizures. It looks like they haven't actually seized anything yet, even though they executed search warrants and looked for evidence of things. And so a lot of times you'll see listings in there of bank accounts, automobiles, jets, whatever, that the government has already preliminarily seized to make sure it's still going to be available at the time they do a forfeiture hearing. So this one, it's a blank slate, and it's blank enough where if you're the defense attorney and you get to this next phase, which by the way is supposed to be with the same jury, they may not know that yet, but that second phase would be one where you really would say to the judge, I don't have any notice here, Your Honor. This is so broadly worded. I need to particularize it, have a chance to digest it, and perhaps bring in expert testimony on both sides about kind of legitimate sources of income versus illegitimate ones.
And you mentioned that, they're also linking his company. So maybe that's his, record studio, or maybe that's, his vodka line. But how does something like a vodka line, how can that potentially even be mixed up with this? How can they say that that's linked to an alleged crime?
Yeah, it's really one of two or maybe even three ways. One is if there's somehow a tie-in where that property, that business was used to facilitate the freak-offs that are in the indictment, for instance, or obstructionist behavior. So if they literally used a record studio for a party and the record studio belonged to one of his companies, you could say that actually facilitated or was an instrumentality to support the criminal conduct. The other way is essentially if it is a proceed, if it was essentially built on money that comes from illegal activity. And then thirdly, and this is where it gets really crazy confusing, so I'll keep it short. Sometimes there's something called substitute assets where the government says, okay, we realize that particular asset, that car, that piece of art was not actually bought by proceeds or served to contribute to the crime. But because we can't find enough to satisfy the overall amount we're owed, we're going to take it as a substitute asset. It's a very government-friendly area, this whole idea of federal forfeiture. And again, I think they're in a position where they might have their mitts on almost anything he's ever touched.
And how do they decide just that number that they're looking for? Is there kind of like a flat out number that the government, when charging with these types of cases, that they say, hey, we're looking for 50 million, we're looking for 60 million. How do they decide how much?
Yeah, that's a great question. Look, that is an easier task in some circumstances where you have a fraud situation where you can tell the amount of victimization and say, well, look, it adds up to 2.5 million, and they put that in the forfeiture indictment. They don't have that here. In a drug case, for instance, you might say, well, they were responsible for 10 kilograms of cocaine. A kilogram's about 30,000. So we're looking for 3 million, do the math. Here, it's much more wide open. I think you're looking at an actual trial within a trial, if we get to the forfeiture phase, where there's going to be experts saying this is money that's untouched by any sort of criminal enterprise from the defense side, and maybe a forensic auditor from the FBI saying, here's why we're entitled to all these types of proceeds or instruments. So it is a wide open battlefield. It's going to be kind of a textbook example of how deep the government tries to reach for forfeiture if they get to that point.
At what point does that kind of strategy from prosecutors become legally risky for them, though?
They push back hard, but when things get uncertain, when something feels off, suddenly it's no comment. It's stepping aside. It's letting things play out. And that's exactly what we're seeing. Now let's talk about the leak itself. Audio leaks aren't like text. You can't just twist them easily. You can't fake tone the same way. When people hear a voice, hesitations, pauses, emotions, it hits differently. It feels real, even when context is missing. And that's what makes it dangerous. Because once people hear something, they don't unhear it. It sticks. And even if explanations come later, even if clarifications show up, the first impression, that's already locked in. So now you've got this situation where people are divided. Some are saying it's being blown out of proportion, that it's taken out of context, that there's more to the story. Others, they're saying this confirms everything they suspected all along, that the signs were always there, just ignored. And right in the middle of all...
That's the thing. I mean, the court of public opinion every now and then turns on forfeiture. And, the idea of forfeiture is that you don't want people to not just get away with crime, but profit from it. Being criminally prosecuted and put in prison doesn't mean that you've lost the assets. And so the idea is to kind of make things even, to hold people accountable to not let them profit from criminal activity. But over time, you see abuses. You see situations where a person barely had a role in some sort of criminal conspiracy. I mean, literally was on the job for one day and is ordered to forfeit millions of dollars. And that bubbles up to the Supreme Court where they say this is just not totally fair. So there are abuses of the forfeiture system that are seen from time to time. I think, look, if P. Diddy, if Sean Combs is convicted in this case, I don't think he's going to necessarily gin up a ton of sympathy. But there may be legal observers that say, hey, this is a broad, overreaching moment, when they try to collect every single penny of the guy who obviously had legitimate income over long periods of his life.
And for those that do say, hey, isn't this just a financial overreach? How do prosecutors justify that?
Yeah, I think they justify it by saying, in this case, they'll say, look, two things. Number one, we didn't disable him financially pre-trial. We haven't actually locked into his accounts and taken things and frozen things where it might even affect his ability to hire attorneys or hire experts. And secondly, they say, look, it's a criminal enterprise that extended for a number of years, that where he had financial profit from this kind of power and control over an enterprise. So I don't expect them to be apologetic. I mean, they may end up showing moments of moderation where they say, well, we're not going to go after this company or that company, but they've left it all on the table for now where they can do a very broad, deeply reaching process if they want to.
And Sean Combs, he's already sold one jet. The Beverly Hills mansion of his is on the market for $61 million or so. Does that seem like someone who is confident that they'll walk, or could that work for or against him in court?
It's probably not going to be anything that's particularly admissible during the trial. It could come up during the forfeiture just to show that, his overall stock has dropped. I mean, I think he's down to his last 400 million. It's a real tough spot to be in. But, but I think at the end of the day, you really can't draw any firm conclusions. He knows he's got a battle of his life going on right now. I mean, this is a life-eligible racketeering case. Doesn't mean he'll necessarily get life. It's not a mandatory sentence. But, if the facts continue to be established of years of abusive and controlling behavior, it paints a pretty dark picture for him in terms of sentencing.
And Sean Combs, he's now brought in Mr. Casella, someone who literally wrote the book on asset forfeiture. What's Casella's role likely to be here?
Well, I worked with Steph at the U.S. Attorney's Office in Maryland for years. He is literally the expert on forfeiture. Whenever I have a situation in private practice where I have a question mark about forfeiture, that poor guy has to take my phone call. So he's a great pick. He knows what he's doing. He knows both the process and the law, which can be a little bit different sometimes. I think he's probably, getting them prepared for the types of challenges. And by the way, I don't know this from him, but I would guess that he's basically figuring out what are the types of challenges we could raise in a forfeiture phase. What are the deficiencies in the government's approach? In other words, are they not discounting lawful employment?
That noise. A key figure steps away. Not loudly, not dramatically, just gone. And that silence speaks louder than anything. Because stepping away isn't just a personal decision, it's a statement without words. It's saying, I'm not standing in this right now. And when that happens in a situation already under a microscope, it doesn't calm things down. It makes everything louder. Now suddenly, people aren't just talking about the audio. They're talking about why someone would distance themselves from it. They're asking what that person knows, what they've seen, what made them decide this wasn't something they wanted to be attached to anymore. And that's where things start to spiral. Because once doubt enters the conversation, it spreads fast. Old clips resurface. Past moments get re-examined. Things that once felt normal start looking different. That's how narratives shift. And make no mistake, this isn't just about one piece of audio. It never is. It's about everything surrounding it.
Fort Dix, this is according to his publicist. A former commissioner told CBS News that it's one of the most wanted jobs in the institution. He gets to apparently work in a private office. There's air conditioning. He can eat food that's brought in for religious services. A corrections officer told the outlet that the chapel is one of the only places that inmates can congregate freely, that assistants are allowed to prepare a call-out list, which tells corrections officers who's allowed to leave their cells. Assistants could potentially add their friends to that list. But Combs is also apparently taking care of outside business from behind bars too. Yeah, just before Thanksgiving, his legal team alerted the court that Combs had paid the fines that he owed as part of his conviction and sentence. Quote, on October 16, 2025, this court entered an amended judgment imposing a $200 special assessment and a $500,000 fine to be paid in full not later than 60 days after the date of sentencing. We respectfully submit this letter to inform the court that Mr. Combs paid the fine and special assessment to the Southern District of New York cashier on November 24th, 2025. We talk about Combs behind bars. We also have to talk about an appeal, because as Combs works to shave off as much of his sentence as he can with good behavior and completion of the intensive drug program, his attorneys are working to not only get him out of prison, but also get his conviction thrown out. October 22nd, Combs' legal team filed a criminal appeal on his behalf with the Court of Appeals for the Second Circuit. They requested an expedited appeal, hoping to get Combs out of prison as soon as possible. They provided the court with a proposed schedule and said the government had no objection. And I'll tell you what, on November 3rd, Circuit Judge Beth Robinson filed this order. Quote, appellant moves to expedite the appeal on the following schedule. Appellant's opening brief and appendix due by December 23rd, 2025. The government's brief due by February 20th, 2026. Appellant's reply brief due by March 13th, 2026. And oral argument in April of 2026. It is hereby ordered that the motion is granted. Yeah, so we'll be on the lookout for that one as well. Okay, in the meantime, what do Combs' holidays look like now that he's in federal prison? Well, the multimillionaire won't be able to spend it like he used to, but there are special meals and activities that inmates can participate in. In fact, Combs apparently teamed up with an internal group called Bankroll Bosses to help organize and fund a special meal for his fellow inmates. According to a report from Us Weekly, the group volunteered to buy food from the prison's commissary, but they didn't just buy it. No, they reportedly spent 2 days preparing all of this food for these inmates. In all, the outlet reports that 1,000 inmates were served. Now, Combs gave this quote to Us Weekly through his spokesperson, quote, Thanksgiving to me is about making sure other people eat. Everybody misses their family. People get depressed during the holidays. We just wanted to come together as a family and do our own thing. Now, there's no word on what exactly Combs and other inmates purchased from the commissary to make this meal, but it is apparently a very nice gesture regardless. According to TMZ, the Christmas menu at Fort Dix includes a whole Cornish hen, mashed potatoes, cornbread dressing, mixed vegetables. But now I want to bring on a very special guest. Okay, so now I want to welcome back on prison consultant Justin Perperni. And I want to welcome back on not just because I love having Justin on, but Justin, you are now working with Sean Combs and his team while he's in prison. Can you talk to us a little bit more about that?
Well, I've had a connection through a mutual friend with Sean for many years. And when you're in custody, when you're sitting in segregation, it can change you and you want to learn. So our mutual friend a while back sent him
actions, the timing, the behavior of people involved. Because in situations like this, the truth isn't just in what's said. It's in how people respond. And right now, the response is messy. Some are staying quiet. Some are distancing themselves. Some are trying to control the narrative before it controls them. But the more people try to manage it, the more it feels like something bigger is underneath. That's the pattern. Because when things are simple, they stay simple. They get addressed, clarified, resolved. But when they drag on like this, when they evolve, when they grow, when they start pulling more people into the conversation, that's when you know it's not just surface level. Something deeper is happening. Now here's the uncomfortable part. Even if nothing gets officially confirmed, even if explanations come out, even if everything gets cleared up, the damage, that's already in motion. Reputation doesn't collapse all at once. It cracks, slowly, piece by piece. And moments like this, they're the
book called Earning Freedom that was written by my friend Michael Santos, who I met in prison, who mentored me. And Michael spent a year in segregation before he was convicted and served a long time in prison. So our friend thought that book could help him get through his own crisis. And when you're in prison, you relate to people who are enduring a similar crisis. So I was very encouraged when she sent the book and he read the book and said, I can't change what's happened, but I'd like to begin to use this experience as an opportunity to help people in prison. So through to Prison Professors Charitable Corporation, which does work in every BOP prison. It does work in a lot of state facilities as well. He has begun to document and say, how can I use this experience as a way to help people? And the beauty of that is you read these interviews about people in prison, even people who have been in Fort Dix. We have other people in our community at Fort Dix. And the common refrain in prison is, it's boring. The days feel like Groundhog Day. It doesn't have to be, right? It can be incredibly productive, and you can get there by learning from other people and beginning to document the journey. So that's how the relationship began. And it's really an emphasis on using the experience productively, recognizing you can't change what led to this 15-month sentence right now, but he can change how he responds. And when you do that, you bring a lot of meaning to your own prison term. The days don't feel long and boring. And you also begin to help other people. And regardless of how you feel about Sean Combs, you can't deny that he has an ability to inspire and help other people. And he's beginning to do that on the inside. And I think that's wonderful. So I'll always be grateful our friends sent him a copy of Earning Freedom, and he went through it, and he's learning from it. He's implementing the strategies we teach.
What are some of the ways that he's helping? I mean, I mentioned before that he has this specific position as a chaplain's assistant, helped with Thanksgiving meals. What else is he doing to help his inmates?
So there are some people in prison who they just continue to play the victim. It's not their fault. They've been harmed. The prosecutor's looking to advance their career. Everyone has an agenda, and it would have been a shame, I expressed to the team, if he didn't use the experience to focus on the good that he can do. So how can he be of value to people? When a prisoner is getting ready for their release from prison, do you know what it's like before you go home from prison, Jesse? Do you know the anxiety someone faces? They're scared. They're scared. You're a convicted felon. You've been debanked. You can't get a license. You might not be able to get housing. You might be unemployable. You don't have a documented record that shows why you're a candidate for a second chance. So clearly, given his business skill set, his success, rather than lament about the unfairness and blame everybody, he said, I'm here. I'm going to use the experience productively. Well, how do you do that? You do what he began to do before he got even sentenced to prison. And I think his lawyers did a good job of expressing to the judge how he used his time in detention at MDC, well, by mentoring other prisoners. What would you like to do when you come home? Well, how do you develop that? How do you build that? What relationships do you need? What education do you need to develop? Is there value in documenting that journey? So when you come home, you just don't tell someone, I've earned a second chance. People are going to say, I want to see it. Help me understand it. So as I came to say, and I had confirmation of this before our team began to guide him through the nonprofit, he's helping people understand how they can use their time productively. He's using his business skill set in mind to help people use their prison term more productively. And I think that's wonderful. And it gets in the way of this message of it's boring. There's nothing you can do in prison. It's complete. Right. It's not true. It can be a really incredible productive experience if you find perspective and recognize there's value you can provide.
No, I completely.
Cracks. Because once people start questioning, they don't just stop. They keep looking, they keep digging, they keep asking, what else? And sometimes, that question is more powerful than any answer. So now we're watching this unfold in real time. Not as a finished story, but as something still developing, still shifting, still unclear. And that uncertainty, that's what keeps everyone locked in. Because people want closure. They want a clear answer, real or not. They want to know what's true, what's false, what's exaggerated, what's hidden. But right now, there's none of that. Just fragments, reactions, silence where there shouldn't be silence. And one major move that changed everything, someone stepping away when things got too close. So the real question isn't just about the audio anymore. It's about what comes next. Because situations like this don't just disappear, they evolve, they escalate, they either get shut down completely, or they open doors that were never meant to be opened. And judging by how things are moving right now, this doesn't feel like the end. It feels like the beginning of something way bigger.
Could this be the last week Sean Combs remains behind bars? After quite the bail hearing last week, we're going to break down what happened and what could be next for the embattled rapper who's currently sitting in detention as he waits trial on federal sex crimes charges.
This is the moment everything changed. Not slowly, not quietly, but instantly. One decision, one sentence, one shift in the room that nobody could ignore. The air turned heavy. The silence became loud.
Is it possible Sean Combs could be released from jail right in time for Thanksgiving? It's a possibility. You know, I would have said that seemed highly unlikely, but after what we saw on Friday during the most recent bail hearing in front of Judge Arun Subramanian, the current judge of Combs' criminal case, a judge, by the way, who hasn't heard this bail issue before, it seems a lot more probable. I'm going to explain. So Combs has been sitting in the Metropolitan Detention Center, the MDC, out in Brooklyn since his arrest in September. And of course, as you know, he's facing racketeering, sex trafficking, transportation to engage in prostitution charges, namely that from 2008 to 2024, he used force, threats, coercion to cause women to engage in sexual activity, including sex acts with male sex workers. That's what's known as the freak-offs. That he operated a criminal enterprise that was engaged in all sorts of illicit activity and acts of violence like kidnapping and arson. Okay, we knew that. And now two previous judges, a district court judge and a magistrate judge, both previously denied Sean Combs bail, siding with the prosecution's arguments that Combs was a danger to society, given these allegations, that he was a risk of flight, given his wealth, power, and resources, that he engaged in potential obstruction by improperly contacting witnesses and victims in the case. And this, by the way, is despite the defense putting forth a very expansive bail package. $50 million bond, home confinement, no phone or internet use, 24/7 private security to monitor him, limits on who can visit him, and so forth. So a very expansive bail package, one that I really haven't seen. But leading into this hearing on Friday, again in front of Judge Arun Subramanian, who hasn't decided this issue yet because he was the most recent judge assigned to the case, prosecutors were also armed with more arguments, more evidence. Why? Because as we previously discussed on Sidebar, they alleged in a letter to the court that while behind bars at the MDC, Sean Combs has been violating the Bureau of Prisons rules. Now, by the way, that in and of itself could be used to show, hey, if he can't follow the rules while he's locked up inside, what makes you think he could be trusted on the outside? But putting that to the side, not only that, prosecutors say he has been engaging in unauthorized communications, such as three-way phone calls on a monitored phone, using other inmates' phone access codes to make phone calls, and using a third-party text messaging provider. And they alleged he was doing all of this to instruct third parties to reach out to witnesses and even try to influence a potential jury pool. And by the way, influencing a potential jury pool, that's with respect to the allegation that he orchestrated a social media campaign around his birthday. You might remember this. His family released a video of them wishing him a happy birthday, good wishes, while he's on the phone. He's on the other line. He's locked up, but you hear him on the other line. They're all happy. Everybody's happy. And prosecutors say the aim for that was to influence potential jurors. They have evidence to say that was his intent, that he might have said something. We'll get to that. Now, there are many, many other items for both the prosecution and defense regarding this bail issue, but the best way to go through all of this is to actually go through what was said during that hearing. Now, something I have to mention about going over this hearing, there are no cameras in the courtroom, so we couldn't see this for ourselves. In fact, there's limited electronic devices that are allowed as well. So we're basing this off of reporting from those in the courtroom about what happened. Now, the first issue that came up at this hearing on Friday wasn't even about bail, but it's about what happened a few days earlier. You see, the defense had accused the prosecution of improperly taking photographs of potentially attorney.
And suddenly every single person inside that courtroom realized they were watching something far bigger than just another legal proceeding. Because what was supposed to be routine turned into something explosive. At first, it didn't even register. The words were spoken calmly, almost casually, like it was just another line in a long script everyone thought they already understood. But then it hit hard. The kind of realization that spreads across a room like a shockwave. Faces changed, postures shifted, eyes widened, and just like that, everything flipped. More time. Not just a little adjustment, not some minor technical correction. No, this was something that carried weight, real weight, the kind that doesn't just affect one person, but ripples outward into everything connected to it. And you could feel it. Because up until that moment, there was an expectation. Whether people admit it or not, they had already started forming.
Defense counsel gave to this court an intact legal pad with legal written on the binding. But when you look at the photos of two of the intact legal pads that were taken at the time of the sweep at the MDC, there's no writing on the pad. There's no legal. So why is that? He wants to know why. Meaning, Was legal only written on that pad after the fact? That wouldn't look so good for Sean Combs or his lawyers. And during the hearing, one of Combs' lawyers, Mark Agnifilo, said he wasn't sure when legal was written on the pads, and he did concede that during the sweep, not all the pads said legal. Judge Subramanian reportedly asked if the pad you handed up to me, did it say legal on it on November 1st, meaning when the sweep happened? To which Agnifilo reportedly replied, I'm not sure. And that led the judge to warn the defense that moving forward, make sure all of your representations to the court are true. Not a great way to start, but that's how it started. And from there, we get into the bail analysis. And the main concern from prosecutors when talking about bail is they don't trust Sean Combs to follow the conditions of pretrial release. And they highlight, as I mentioned before, the allegations of what he was doing in the MDC. Now, Judge Subramanian pressed Assistant United States Attorney Christy Slavic, well, what do you say that you might not trust him, but trust his 24/7 private security that would monitor him on home confinement? Her response? This security team? She claims one of them is a co-conspirator of Sean Combs, that this person's phone was taken away. The other is a defense investigator in this case, and she alleged that that investigator has been contacting witnesses. In other words, this 24/7 private security team works for Sean Combs. Now, Agnifilo responded to that later in the hearing, suggesting that they are proposing an independent security team. And he also highlighted that Sean Combs would be living in significantly more restrictive conditions on home confinement than in the MDC. Judge Subramanian asked Prosecutor Slavic, you cite his wealth as an issue for pretrial release, so can he use it? That's a key point. That was made by both sides. You see, the prosecutor said it's because he has the wealth, the power, the resources to do what he wants on the outside and flout the rules that he shouldn't be granted bail, whereas the defense has said, okay, we have to create such an expensive and expansive bail package to mitigate those perceived dangers because of his wealth. Slavic reportedly responded that they are seeking continued detention not because of his wealth, but because of his dangerousness, his risk of flight, his obstruction. So Subramanian asked her to explain the obstruction argument further. And while she highlighted what I had mentioned before, he did ask her whether running a PR campaign from behind bars is obstruction, like the birthday message campaign. Now, according to Prosecutor Slavic, Combs allegedly said he wanted to reach the jurors and said something along the lines of, presumably on a recorded phone call while in the MDC, something along the lines of, I need only one. So that kind of looks like he is trying to impact the jury. And she claims that this is impacting the integrity of the proceedings, and this is his intent to obstruct. Now, from there, Judge Subramanian gets into a really key point. This is something that he actually had advised the prosecutors to be prepared to discuss. The fact that former Abercrombie & Fitch CEO Mike Jeffries was just arrested on federal sex trafficking charges in New York, albeit the Eastern District.
The ending in their heads. They thought they knew how this was going to play out. They thought the outcome was predictable, controlled, contained. But that illusion got shattered. Completely. And the reaction? Immediate. You didn't need words to understand it. The room said everything without saying anything at all. Tension climbed fast. Not the kind of tension that fades after a few seconds, but the kind that lingers, that sticks. That makes people uncomfortable because they know something just went off script. And here's the part nobody wants to say out loud. This wasn't just about the sentence. This was about power. Because when a decision like that drops, it sends a message, not just to the person at the center of it, but to everyone watching from the outside. It tells you how serious things really are. It tells you where the line actually is, not where people pretend it is. And suddenly, all the noise that surrounded this situation before, it starts to feel different. The speculation, the rumors, the debates, they don't hit the same.
Not the Southern District where Combs is, but on the face of it, very similar allegations to Sean Combs. And guess what? Mike Jeffries was released on a $10 million bail. So Judge Subramanian is essentially asking, why shouldn't Combs be released then? To which Prosecutor Slavic references the letter that the prosecution had filed with the court in anticipation of this hearing. And in that letter, they say, well, okay, Yes, Jeffries is accused of paying dozens of men for travel to engage in commercial sex acts, that he used a security company to surveil and intimidate witnesses, but these are superficial similarities with Sean Combs. First, unlike Sean Combs, Mike Jeffries is not accused of committing violent acts that were separate and apart from the sex trafficking allegations, and also, he didn't use firearms. Also, they say Jeffries is not accused of racketeering like Sean Combs is. Combs, they say, is continually engaging in obstruction. Jeffries' allegations of obstruction ended in 2015. And also, Mike Jeffries is 80 years old, Sean Combs is 55, two different dangers. Now, interestingly, Sean Combs' other lawyer, Alexandra Shapiro, she jumped in at one point during the hearing and she actually argued to Judge Subramanian that the Jeffries case is actually worse than Sean Combs' case. Why? Because there, prosecutors are alleging an international sex trafficking business and that the victims were raped and sodomized. And she also said, Combs, guess what? He's not that young either. Now, moving on from that point, I thought that was an interesting back and forth. There was another point in the hearing I want to highlight. And this centered around, once again, the infamous 2016 videotape that was published by CNN earlier this year of Combs purportedly beating his ex-girlfriend Cassandra Ventura in a hotel hallway while he was just wearing a towel. And prosecutors have suggested that Sean Combs attacked her as she was escaping a freak-off, a clear example of sex trafficking, and again, to prove that he is a danger. Dangerousness, key factor in a bail analysis. Now, Judge Subramanian did something actually interesting. He pressed the prosecution about something the defense had brought up, that video may not be exactly what it is because CNN may have spliced it or edited it together. Slavic responded, it was a bit puzzling that the defendant brought this up because there's really no dispute as to what actually happened during that incident. In fact, the defendant admitted to it and apologized for it in a public Instagram post. That's true. Combs apologized 2 days after that video was released. And she went on to say, whether the video was slowed or spliced or edited by CNN, there's really no dispute about what the video shows. It shows the defendant shoving, kicking, and dragging a female victim. That is true. Actually, when Subramanian was questioning Mark Agnifilo, he asked him about these text message conversations between Combs and victim one in the case, who we believe to be Cassandra Ventura. And whereas the prosecution has highlighted the messages to show that she was a victim of physical abuse and non-consensual sex acts, Agnifilo suggested that they had more information that provides more context to the relationship and to that 2016 video. He said, it really is purely consistent with our view of this being a consensual, long-term, loving, fraught relationship that had a breakup, and the breakup wasn't because of coerced sex or forced sex. He even suggested that there was regrettable physical conduct going both ways in this relationship. Now, when it came
anymore, because now there's something real attached to it, something official, something that can't just be brushed off or spun into a narrative. Reality stepped in. And reality doesn't care about image. That's why the energy shifted so fast, because when something like this happens, it forces people to confront something they were avoiding. It forces them to stop looking at this like entertainment and start seeing it for what it actually is. Serious, unavoidable, permanent. And let's be honest, this didn't come out of nowhere. There were signs. There were moments leading up to this that hinted things weren't as simple as they seemed, but people ignored them. They always do. Because it's easier to believe in a controlled story than it is to accept that things might spiral. But spiral they did. And now here we are, watching the aftermath of a decision that nobody in that room is going to forget anytime soon. Because once that moment passed, there was no going back. No rewinding it, no softening it, no pretending it didn't happen. It happened. And the weight of it settled in fast.
Starting Pop Life Entertainment in 2018. This is also per Cinemaholic. So Elizabeth, there's a lot here, but what did you make of the Burroughs part where he was proving, you know, this kind of relationship that he had and that he was coerced into giving up his stake in what would become a multi-million-dollar company? I mean, I guess the allegation is basically that Diddy ruined his life.
Yeah, that was there are a lot of difficult moments in the documentary. I watched all 4 episodes as mentioned, and that was a tough one. And again, information that we hadn't really seen before in prior documentaries. So, this is someone who had co-founded Bad Boy Entertainment with him. A lot of the things he was saying seemed to kind of run along the theme that I think prosecutors were trying to push in the actual case, was that in the prosecutor's view, this is somebody who will do anything to basically get what he wants. He doesn't really care what effects or damage that causes to other people. And it's in different ways, right? Whether it's in the context of alleged abuse, business disputes, alleged sexual assaults, things that have been alleged in the civil lawsuits against him. And I think with Burroughs, it was really, kind of seemed to strike that theme as well, because he's saying, he had forced me out of the stake of my company. He had to deal with things like homelessness, while in the 2000s and 2010s, Diddy was really prospering, music, business, fashion. And one of the things that he had said, what he alleged in the documentary, and again, this is an allegation from him, was that the name Bad Boy Entertainment, Combs's name was not really involved in that on the corporate side. And one of the things he's saying is the reason for that was to avoid having to pay any liability from, the devastating basketball game that had happened in the early 90s, where he was the subject of wrongful death lawsuits because of the multiple deaths that had occurred as a result of that basketball game that Diddy was behind organizing. So that was really, surprising to hear.
Yeah, that was a big allegation, because the families of the victims killed in that stampede, it was horrible. We're talking about December 28th, 1991. Combs, fellow rapper Heavy D, they hosted this charity basketball game. The game took place at the gymnasium of the City College of New York. And according to the New York Daily News, before the basketball game started, people who weren't let inside, they broke a window, swarmed toward the entrance of the gym, all went down a staircase. The doors at the bottom of those stairs opened towards the stairs, not towards the gym. So once a crowd got down there, they couldn't get the doors open and people started being crushed. 9 people died. Dozens of others were injured. And there were no criminal charges that were ever filed against anyone for the stampede, but multiple families and injured victims, they filed lawsuits. And that's just one part, right? So I actually wanted to get into this too. The docuseries devoted a lot of time to the killings of Tupac Shakur and Biggie Smalls and Combs' alleged connections to this, to both men, obviously knew both of them. So there have been accusations made in the past that Combs' involvement in the East Coast, West Coast rap feud of the 90s, there was more than just talk, that it could have involved things like hit orders. Now, to be clear, these are allegations. There's no evidence to suggest this. This series, though, it emphasizes that he has never been investigated or charged regarding their assassinations. Nevertheless, several interviewees during this documentary expressed that Combs' actions seem suspicious in hindsight. The documentary plays part of an interview that Dwayne Keefe D. Davis did with investigators looking into Tupac's murder, which had become a cold case. And on the tapes, Keefe D. says that Combs agreed to pay him if he killed Tupac and also rival record label head Suge Knight. Now, Davis allegedly admitted that his nephew Orlando Anderson was the one who shot the men, killing Tupac.
You could see it in the stillness that followed. Not chaos, not shouting, just silence. The kind of silence that says everything without needing a single word. The kind that makes people sit with what they just witnessed, whether they want to or not. And outside that courtroom, it didn't take long. The reaction started building immediately. Conversation sparked. Opinions clashed. People tried to make sense of it, tried to break it down, tried to figure out what it really means moving forward. Because that's the real question now. What does this change? And the answer is, a lot. Because decisions like this don't exist in isolation. They set a tone. They shift perception. They influence everything that comes next. Not just legally, but publicly, socially, psychologically. This wasn't just an extension of time. It was a statement. And statements like that don't fade quickly. They echo. That's why people are paying attention now in a way they weren't before. That's why the focus has sharpened. Because
wanted everyone, including the judge, to just look at Sean Combs as a man who made terrible, terrible mistakes, and whether or not he's been punished enough for it, that was kind of what the judge had to consider today.
By the way, I think it was interesting that I think the prosecution said in response that only one of the 5 defense lawyers who spoke actually mentioned the victims. It was very much Sean Combs focused. Now, I say that because Sean Combs did something very interesting when he spoke. He mentioned the victims. We'll get to that in a second. Before we do, I wasn't in that courtroom, but I will tell you, I reading about this, I could feel the emotion that came out when Sean Combs' children provided statements. That felt like a turning point. The judge would later reference the children. Talk to us about who spoke, what they said, and what was it like in that courtroom?
Well, I think it's a moment that a lot of people were anxious to hear, not only from Sean Combs himself, but Sean Combs' children, who, I mean, we do have to admit, Jesse, they have been through a lot throughout the duration of Sean Combs' civil litigations, all the way going into his federal case, too. And so when the Combs children came up for the victim impact statements, they all came up together. They really were showing kind of a solidified, solid unit when they were up at that podium speaking in front of the judge. I will say the only exception of Sean Combs' 7 children was the fact that his 2-year-old daughter Love wasn't there inside the courtroom. So in terms of who was speaking, it was all of them, again, except baby Love. But Quincy spoke first. And so one thing people have to note about Quincy is that Sean Combs isn't his biological dad. Albie Shore actually is. And so, but what Quincy said when he first spoke to the judge, because he was the first one up, he is also the oldest child too, is that he is our father. In front of us, he's a changed man. Week after week, we see him evolve. Our father will never do anything to jeopardize his freedom ever again. Then Justin Combs spoke next. He's the second oldest son. Justin Combs said, please give our father a second chance. This has been the toughest time he's ever been through. This time saved my father's life. I talk to my father every day. He's changed for the better. I ask you to see my father the way I do. Christian Combs was next. And Christian Combs kind of also brought kind of the personality here a little bit too, Jesse, where he says, you know, I'm the one who people say I look the most like my pops. I studied my dad up and down. He's my superhero. He taught me to treat women with respect. So he said the past year I had to travel across the country to see him for 2 hours. He's changed. I see in his eyes as his twin that he's changed. Please give my family grace and please give him mercy. But really, Jesse, where the heartstrings were with the girls, and that was Jesse Combs, Chance Combs, and Delilah Combs who were speaking today. Jesse Combs, who spoke first as far as the daughters go, she broke down immediately when she got up to that podium and started speaking. She said, we aren't here to excuse his mistakes. We need him in our life. I lost my mom, her mom being Kim Porter, when I was very young. He promised to be there to keep us safe. Then Chance Combs, she had spoke, and she said that we're just his daughters, but we do need our father. When we talk, he speaks with a clear mind. He's more patient. He's thoughtful. He wants to be a better man, a better father. He's parented our 2-year-old sister from jail, and I saw glimpses of our father. Our sister deserves a father who's present to teach her how to ride a bike, to tuck her in at night before she goes to sleep, something that any kid would want. And then the final child who spoke on behalf of the family was Delilah Combs, and she said that we're scared of the thought of not having our mom and our dad in our life. She says that these are the years that we'll never get back. I know that much of the missing years hurt because we have lost our mom. We already lost so much. Please, Your Honor, give our family the chance to heal together, not as a headline, but we're trying to do better. And so I think from just like a human perspective, it was very emotional. I mean, you couldn't help but feel for the children, especially his daughters, because
there's a difference between watching something unfold and realizing you're watching something escalate. And make no mistake, this is escalation. The kind that forces everyone involved to adjust, to rethink, to prepare for what comes next. Because whatever comes next is not going to look like what came before. That chapter is closed. And the new one? It's already started. Whether people are ready for it or not. Because once a moment like that hits, it changes the trajectory completely. It takes whatever narrative existed before and throws it off balance. It creates uncertainty, and uncertainty is where things get unpredictable. That's where things get real. And right now, everything about this situation feels unpredictable. Because nobody can confidently say where this is heading anymore. Not after that. Not after a move that bold, that sudden, that disruptive. It shook the room for a reason. And it's going.
Some of his children have lost both parents, but you know, I was wondering, would their impact statement have any sway on the judge, who I believe that had already made up his mind going into sentencing? And so it was interesting just to hear just the emotional impact of what they've been through before Sean Combs was ultimately sentenced.
I think it did. I think it did have an impact on him. He mentioned something about the children later on. Again, we'll get to that. We're teasing it up because it was significant what the judge said. The judge would end up referencing not only Sean Combs, but the children and the victims too. We'll get to that. All of this was coupled by something I don't think I've seen in a sentencing. There was a video an 11-minute video that was created by the defense that was played in court. What exactly was this video?
Well, this video, to me, Jesse, I kind of thought was a little bit of a love letter to Sean Combs, whether it was to the judge, whether it was to us in the public. I was kind of curious about where the direction was going, because we did see the video prior to it being shown in court today. So I did get a glimpse of it where I saw bits and pieces of the many accomplishments Sean Combs had. And I think that's one thing that nobody can take away from him, is that he did have incredible accomplishments, such as the record label, the fashion label, the fact that he was starting charter schools in the inner city, the fact that he was trying to raise money, the fact that he was getting more black and brown people in order to vote and do their civic duty, all of that sort. And so I think in terms of just what the video was to show that this is who Sean Combs is, but there were also glimpses of what he's like as a dad. And so there were moments where we saw him and his children together, and this was all of his children, going from his oldest child going to his youngest child, that being his daughter Love. And so we really got to see what it was like for him not to be this quote unquote larger than life person, but really to see what he is like as both him during his career and him as a father. And so it was a very humanizing video. It's about 11 minutes long. It was a very interesting glimpse into his life, kind of post all of the civil litigation, of the federal case, all of that sort. And so some of the even quotes from it was, let's go, and that means to be positive. And so I think that was kind of the theme of this, was just positivity and just how positive Sean Combs has been to certain people's lives during certain moments of his life.
We got to talk about the big moment. This was the moment we were all waiting for. Sean Combs made a statement. Now, he provided a letter to the court in anticipation of this. It seems like what he said maybe echoed a lot of what he wrote in the letter. He talked about his time in the MDC. He talked about he can't change the past, but he can change the future, that he could be a force for good. He mentioned the victims. He mentioned how sorry he was. This was an important moment, though, because this is the first real opportunity he had since all of this began to substantively address the allegations, to address the charges, to address Jane, to address Cassie. This was his opportunity. He stayed silent the entire trial, as he was supposed to. He didn't take the stand. Talk to us about what he said in court today, and we weren't there. What was his tone like? How were people reacting to this? Because that wasn't captured.
Yeah, so honestly, Jesse, even right from the beginning, it was kind of a dramatic moment in a sense, because right off the bat, when the judge said, Sean Combs, I'll give you a moment, take however much time you need. And so we're all waiting for him to say the first word. Would he sit down while he's giving his impact statement? Would he stand up? We didn't know what was happening because he really took like a good minute to, I think, kind of compose him.
To keep shaking things moving forward. Because now, every move is under a microscope. Every detail matters more. Every decision carries more weight. And every reaction, every single one, is being watched, analyzed, and judged in real time. There's no hiding from it now. That moment made sure of that. So what you're seeing right now, this shift in tone, this rise in intensity, this growing sense that something bigger is unfolding, that's not accidental. That's the result of one decision. One moment. One sentence that changed everything. And the craziest part? This might just be the beginning. Because when something like this happens, it rarely ends there. It opens doors. It creates pressure. It forces responses. And those responses, they lead to more moments, more decisions, more consequences. It builds. And once it starts building, it doesn't stop easily. So if you think this is where things settle down, think again. Because nothing about that moment felt like an ending. It felt like a trigger. And now, everything that follows is going to be shaped by it. Every headline, every reaction, every move behind the scenes. All of it. Because that's what happens when the unexpected becomes reality. It doesn't just change one moment. It changes everything after it. And right now, we're only seeing the first wave.
Jay-Z is once again fighting back against attorney Tony Busby, who represented a woman that accused the rapper of rape, only for that lawsuit to be dismissed. Well, now Jay-Z is continuing his own lawsuit against Tony Busby and is fighting the lawyer's attempt to get this case thrown out. We have a new major filing that we're going to talk about, and a declaration, a sworn statement.
It starts the way these things always start now, quiet, almost invisible. A post here, a clip there. Something small enough to ignore if you're not paying attention, but then it spreads, faster than expected, wider than anyone can control. And before you even realize what's happening, it's everywhere.
Nemesis Tony Busby, the Texas lawyer who represented a woman that, up until, just last week, had been suing the rapper and Sean Combs for allegedly sexually assaulting her back in 2000 at a VMA's after party in New York when she was just 13 years old. I said up until recently because Busby just voluntarily dismissed that case last week. Not entirely clear the reasoning, but what is clear is Jay-Z and his legal team, they were pushing back on a number of her claims, particularly after an investigation from NBC uncovered potential holes in her story, from her father saying he doesn't recall picking her up after this alleged attack, to perhaps issues with her recall regarding the presence of a jumbotron outside of the Radio City Music Hall, where she says she was picked up and then taken to this party where she was abused, or the fact that there might have been issues with her recollection about talking to Benji Madden at this after party. So again, a lot of issues in her story. Not sure if that's the reason that this case was ultimately dismissed, or maybe, as I said before in a prior sidebar, maybe she didn't want to be part of this litigation anymore. Maybe she didn't want to go through it, having a spotlight on her claims. Whatever the case may be, this case was dismissed. And because of those apparent inconsistencies or issues, Jay-Z and his team, they petitioned the court to sanction Tony Busby for essentially starting a litigation without, what they claim, fully doing the proper due diligence into her claims. And now this leads me into what I want to talk about today. The fact that Jay-Z has separately filed a lawsuit against Tony Busby and his firm. They're suing for defamation, extortion, intentional infliction of emotional distress, essentially arguing that Busby made false allegations against him that hurt his reputation and business, and that he initially tried to blackmail the rapper into paying up before going public with Jane Doe's claims. This is a lawsuit we've talked about before, and I'm going to explain a little bit more about it, but these are the essential allegations. Now, what do we want to talk about here? Well, something that we haven't talked about yet. Before that dismissal from last week, Jay-Z filed a very important motion that we want to talk about that maybe was possibly strengthened by the dismissal of Jane Doe's lawsuit. This is a response. Actually, it's more of an opposition to Tony Busby's attempt to dismiss this lawsuit. You see, Tony Busby had essentially tried to dismiss this lawsuit against him and his firm through California's anti-SLAPP law. What's that? Anti-strategic lawsuits against public participation. So under the law, certain lawsuits can be dismissed if they are just an attempt to chill someone's First Amendment right to free speech. In other words, there shouldn't be lawsuits where the main intention is to silence criticism, right? Makes sense. That's what Jay-Z claims Tony Busby was going for here, trying to get the rapper's suit against him tossed on anti-SLAPP grounds, okay? Now, Sean Carter, Jay-Z, argued in his opposition, that doesn't work here, doesn't apply. Quote, plaintiff Sean Carter has filed well-pleaded claims against defendants Anthony Busby and the Busby law firm for civil extortion, defamation, and intentional infliction of emotional distress. The amended complaint alleges, and there is no dispute, that right after Sean Combs was charged with drugging and raping men, women, and children who attended his parties, Busby launched a nationwide publicity campaign to attract Combs' victims as his clients. Busby claimed that other high-profile entertainers had participated in Combs' criminal acts and threatened to expose and pursue criminal proceedings against them. Now, this is referring, of course, to the fact that Tony Busby held now an infamous press conference announcing his plans to file multiple lawsuits on behalf of multiple Sean Combs accusers, which he has done. And Combs, of course, is subject to a myriad.
Timelines flooded, comments exploding, people talking over each other, trying to be the first to explain something nobody fully understands yet. An alleged audio clip. That's all it takes. No confirmation, no official context, just a piece of audio dropped into the wild, and suddenly the entire internet flips upside down. At first, it's curiosity, people clicking, listening, replaying, trying to figure out what exactly they're hearing. But that curiosity doesn't stay calm for long. Because the tone of that audio, it doesn't sit right. There's something off about it, something that makes people pause, rewind, and listen again, not because they missed something, but because they felt something. And that feeling spreads faster than facts ever could. Within minutes, the clip is being shared across platforms, different edits, different versions, different captions, all pushing the same underlying idea that something serious might be hiding behind what people are hearing.
Of substance to compensate his clients. That is the extortion claim that we're going to get into, but he continues, and this is important. Quote, the key issue raised by Busby's motion is whether he can wrap himself in California's litigation privilege by claiming that his public and private threats to Mr. Carter were lawful acts in aid of potential litigation. He cannot. Now, litigation privilege, generally speaking, is the concept that you can't sue lawyers for statements they make in connection with litigation. I mean, if you think about it, if there wasn't that protection, then there would be really no lawsuits, right? Any defendant in a lawsuit would turn around and sue opposing counsel. Of course, the other side doesn't agree with allegations. They say they're false. That's every lawsuit. That's the point of a lawsuit. One side makes claims, the other denies it, and you fight it out in court. You can't be liable for statements that you make in connection with the case. Otherwise, again, it would chill litigation. However, according to Jay-Z and his legal team, this is different. Quote, where Busby crossed the line, and what sets this case apart from most pre-litigation threats, is that he not only threatened civil litigation against Mr. Carter if he did not pay his clients, but criminal proceedings and a public spectacle as well. That renders his conduct extortion as a matter of law and bars him from invoking the anti-SLAPP statute. Busby's defense is that he threatened criminal proceedings only in the public statements and didn't repeat them in his demand letters to Mr. Carter. But the law draws no such distinction. Busby's statements must be taken in their entirety, and his demand letters to Mr. Carter must be read in context. To hold otherwise would reward clever extortionists. So now let's expand on all this. Jay-Z argues that Busby laid the groundwork for his alleged extortion by going public and saying that his firm represents over 120 people who claim they abuse Combs, and that, quote, many other individuals will be implicated, that he would allow his clients to work with authorities, including the FBI, and then he starts representing Jane Doe in her case against him and Combs, and simultaneously Jay-Z claims that Busby is making these public statements that, the Combs indictment will grow, and that those close to Combs should be prosecuted and put underneath the jail, and those kinds of comments. And that's what he's alleging sets the groundwork for his extortion claim. And then he goes in, more specifically, into the alleged extortion, where he claims that Tony Busby and his firm sent him demand letters before he was named in Jane Doe's lawsuit, before he was revealed as Celebrity A. Quote, on November 5th, defendants privately sent the extortion demands to Mr. Carter on behalf of two clients, Jane Doe and John Doe. The letters accused him of raping both individuals when they were minors. Busby warned that the only way to avoid a public spectacle was for Mr. Carter to provide his clients something of substance in settlement. Busby also threatened to pursue Mr. Carter for supposed crimes that Busby had not even identified on behalf of persons he did not represent, saying, quote, it has been my experience that when someone does this to a victim once, the likelihood is they have done the same or similar things to others. Busby's accusations are categorically false, but the extortion demands, combined with Busby's prior public threats, sent a clear message to Mr. Carter: pay up or face criminal charges and public condemnation. Jay-Z claims that instead of caving to these demands, he filed his lawsuit on November 18th against Tony Busby. Actually, I'll tell you, he filed it anonymously at first, and then that's when Busby named Jay-Z in Jane Doe's complaint. By the way, you heard.
And that's when the names, no, not names, but figures, get pulled into it. Massive figures, untouchable levels of influence, the kind of people who don't just exist in the industry, they define it. And now, without warning, they're at the center of something they didn't publicly step into. That's how fast this turns. One moment, it's just another day online. The next, it's a full-blown digital storm. People start analyzing everything, not just the audio, but everything connected to it. Past interviews, old footage, moments that didn't seem important before suddenly feel loaded with meaning. Every word becomes suspicious. Every pause becomes intentional. Every silence becomes louder than anything actually said. And the internet does what it always does, it builds a narrative. Not slowly, not carefully, instantly. Threads start appearing, breaking things down frame by frame, second by second, some claiming they've figured it all out, others poking holes in those claims.
About John Doe. So far, never been a lawsuit filed by Tony Buzbee by a John Doe against Jay-Z regarding sexual assault. That comes up later. We'll talk about it. But he adds in this filing, Jay-Z, quote, on December 10th, Buzbee went even further in a statement to TMZ. Buzbee said he's not ruling out filing rape charges with New York authorities. Buzbee also said that Jay-Z's rape accuser might take the music mogul's advice and file a criminal complaint against him after slapping him with a civil suit. And then, of course, we know about the NBC reporting that seemed to cast some discrepancies in Jane Doe's account. And then, of course, the case was dismissed. So that's the backstory of it all. Now we're going to get into the law about whether or not Tony Buzbee is in fact protected by California's anti-SLAPP law. Let me rephrase that. Whether or not, according to Jay-Z and his legal team, Tony Buzbee is protected. And according to this filing, it is a two-step process. First, it has to be established that what Buzbee is being sued for, or what he's being sued in connection with, the statements, are protected activity. That's the first step. The second step is that Jay-Z would have to show the court that if you take the facts as true, he would win this case. So let's start with step one, where Jay-Z claims that Buzbee and his firm can't meet that burden, that there is no protected activity here. Quote, their threats to publicly accuse Mr. Carter of being a child rapist, coupled with their public threats of criminal prosecution, constitute extortion, which is unprotected speech. Extortionate threats dressed up as pre-litigation demand letters are undeserving of the protection of the anti-SLAPP statute. Actually, they define what extortion is in the criminal code. Extortion is the act of obtaining money or property from another through the wrongful use of force or fear. And Jay-Z argues that Buzbee's statements leading up to the demand letters, things like the day will come when we will name names other than Sean Combs, and where he warned that his clients would speak to the FBI because they have some very important things to say, and that under the jail comment I mentioned before, all that sets the context of this alleged extortion. And Jay-Z claims that Buzbee's subsequent demand letters are a clear form of extortion. Quote, in the context of Buzbee's public threats to refer his targets to law enforcement and his private threats to hunt for other criminal acts involving parties unrelated to his clients, told Mr. Carter that he should fear a criminal prosecution. Buzbee continued his public criminal threats, promising to encourage all of his clients to speak to the authorities. These were threats to publicly accuse of rape and to disclose criminal activity against victims who were not even Buzbee's clients unless Mr. Carter paid his clients substantial sums. That is extortion and beyond the pale of permissible pre-litigation conduct. And Jay-Z cites case law in support of that, specifically one California case where he explains how a lawyer, in this case, was sued for extortion because of a demand letter that the lawyer apparently sent to the plaintiff on behalf of a woman who claimed that the plaintiff had raped her. And the court said that this was extortion because the lawyer warned that unless plaintiff settles, he would expose information to the IRS and other authorities, that he would uncover additional causes of action against the plaintiff once the lawsuit was filed, and expose information to the media worldwide and expose any violation by plaintiff to the appropriate authorities. And then also that the lawyer threatened to accuse the plaintiff of raping this woman unless the plaintiff paid for her silence. And Jay-Z's legal team argues that case is exactly the same thing here, that, quote, Buzbee did the same. Now, apparently Buzbee cited cases to defend himself in a prior filing, but Jay-Z...
Back and forth, nonstop. You've got one side saying this is undeniable proof of something deeper. Another side saying it's fake, manipulated, taken completely out of context. And then there's the largest group of all, the ones who don't know what to believe, but can't stop watching. Because this isn't just noise anymore. This feels like something bigger. There's a weight to it, a tension that builds with every passing hour. You can see it in the way people are typing, shorter sentences, sharper reactions, less patience. Nobody is waiting anymore. Everyone wants answers, but nobody has them. And the longer that gap stays open, the space between the clip appearing and the truth being confirmed, the more dangerous things become. Because that space? That's where speculation lives. That's where rumors grow teeth. That's where assumptions start feeling like facts. And right now, that space is wide open. No statements.
Raped her before she was finally able to get away. Again, both men have adamantly denied that this happened. Let's talk about what happened last weekend. This was major. Jane Doe apparently spoke with NBC News in an interview that aired last Friday night. And she acknowledged that her story does have some inconsistencies. So Jane Doe was quoted as saying, "I have made some mistakes." She said, though, she stands by her allegations overall, but says since this happened 24 years ago, some details may have been lost to time. But what exactly are those apparent inconsistencies? Well, Jane Doe said that after the alleged rapes, she was able to run away from the home and found a gas station where she was allowed to use the phone, and she said she called her dad to come pick her up. The problem with that is her father told NBC News he didn't remember that, and that if he had come to pick her up, it would have been a 5-hour drive. On top of that, he told NBC News that he never even heard of this alleged attack on his daughter until the reporters came asking questions. Also, Jane Doe claimed that she had spoke to or saw Benji Madden at this VMA's after party. He, of course, is the lead guitarist for the rock band Good Charlotte. But his representatives told NBC News that he was in the Midwest on tour at that time. So with that now coming out, Alex Spiro, this is Jay-Z's high-powered attorney, sent a letter to the judge calling the allegations a sham. Quote, she claims the assault took place at an after party at Mr. Combs' home, but photos that night show Mr. Combs and Mr. Carter at Lotus nightclub for the after party. When pressed, the plaintiff admitted she was guessing about key details, including the time it took to reach the venue. She admits she has no single corroborating witness over the last 24 years. Now, that's a very good argument. I guess the other argument could be maybe they went to Lotus, but maybe they also went to this other after party as well. Just put that to the side. Now, NBC News did report that they tried to locate a friend who allegedly drove Jane Doe to the VMAs that night, but it appears that person has since died, and they indicated that they tried to reach out to this person's relatives, but no luck. Jay-Z reportedly told NBC, this incident didn't happen, and yet he filed it in court, meaning Tony Busby filed it in court and doubled down in the press. And he added, true justice is coming. We fight from victory, not for victory. This was over before it began. This 1-800 lawyer doesn't realize it yet, but soon. So what did Tony Busby say in response to all of this? Well, he released a statement defending himself, saying, look, Jane Doe's case was referred to me by another firm where her story had allegedly already been vetted. He wrote, our client remains fiercely adamant that what she has stated is true to the best of her memory. We will continue to vet her claims and collect corroborating data to the extent it exists. Because we've interrogated her intensely, she has even agreed to submit to a polygraph. I've never had a client suggest that before. It's an interesting response. It's almost, in a way, in my opinion, couching a little bit her allegations. And there seems to be, just in my opinion, maybe a little bit of doubt there. So couching where this could go. But for her part, as I said, she's defending herself. This unnamed Jane Doe said to NBC, quote, you should always fight for what happened to you. You should always advocate for yourself and be a voice for yourself. You should never let what somebody else did ruin or run your life. I just hope I can give others the strength to come forward like I came forward. Now, quick.
No clear denials, no confirmations, just silence. And silence on the internet isn't neutral. Silence gets interpreted. Some people see it as guilt. Others see it as strategy. Some think it's legal protection. Others think it's fear. But no matter how you look at it, silence doesn't stop the conversation, it feeds it. Because now people aren't just reacting to the audio. They're reacting to the lack of response. And that's when things really spiral. Because once the internet senses hesitation, or even just absence, it fills the void itself. New theories start stacking on top of old ones. Ideas that would have sounded ridiculous hours ago suddenly gain traction just because they're repeated enough times. That's how momentum works online. It doesn't need to be true. It just needs to move. And this is moving fast. You can't scroll without seeing it. Different creators putting their own spin on it. Some calm, some...
Sidebar here on this. Two things. One, she is coming forward with a massive lawsuit against two major celebrities. One argument is, would you really do that unless you really thought this happened or really have the evidence to prove this happened? And by the way, that would be really true if she ends up having to identify herself in court, since a lot of the accusers in the civil suits against Sean Combs, they've actually had to identify themselves per the court orders. So it'll be interesting if she has to identify herself and still moves forward with this lawsuit. You know, that might help her credibility. On the other hand, of course it is clear. I mean, look what just happened in the Duke lacrosse case, as we've been talking about. But it could be the case that somebody comes out of the woodwork and files false allegations against celebrities. It's happened before, it's happened in the past. So two competing narratives. Now I want to go back to this because attorney Alex Spiro, Jay-Z's attorney, has filed an emergency motion, basically asking the court to issue an order demanding that Jane Doe and Tony Busby show cause or explain or provide a reason for why this case shouldn't be thrown out or why Jay-Z shouldn't be dismissed from the lawsuit completely, and for why evidence, at the very least, why evidence shouldn't be preserved in this case. And a memorandum in support of the filing, gives us more detail about what investigators and reporters were able to find out more than 20 years after the alleged assaults happened, and how it seemingly or allegedly contradicts with Jane Doe's lawsuit. So this memorandum reads, plaintiff's unsupported allegations crumble under scrutiny as the evidence and lack thereof reveals glaring inconsistencies and outright impossibilities in her story. Her account describes a jumbotron at the scene of the Video Music Awards, but according to NYPD sources and MTV producers, no such jumbotron existed. MTV applied for a permit to install one, but was denied. She references a house that supposedly fits the description of the location of the alleged assault, but no such house exists. And Spiro also contends that if Busby were comfortable putting his name on a story that had such gaping holes in it, then he wouldn't be surprised if Busby started destroying evidence. That's a big allegation. But the filing reads, the fundamental inconsistencies in plaintiff's case revealed in the NBC interview, coupled with Busby's chronic inability to follow the rules in this case and others, creates a substantial risk that Busby will destroy evidence damaging to plaintiff's case, including evidence of his own misconduct, impairing the integrity of the judicial process. An order immediately mandating the preservation of all evidence relevant to this case is necessary to ensure that Mr. Carter has a full and fair opportunity to present his defense against plaintiff's fictitious claims. This memorandum also gives a scathing summary of Busby's actions and how Spiro's firm believed that Busby had violated what's known as Rule 11. And Rule 11 deals with the expectation that lawyers not file a case for an improper purpose, or that the claims are backed up by the evidence, or they're supported by the law, they're supported by non-frivolous arguments. And if you fail to do that, sanctions could be imposed upon you. So this filing reads, rather than conducting his own due diligence to vet his client's claims, Busby merely relied on the purported vetting of another firm, telling NBC, Jane Doe's case was referred to our firm by another who vetted it prior to sending it to us. But no one from the other firm signed the pleadings in this case. Busby did. It goes on to say, under these circumstances and in light of Busby's misconduct in this lawsuit and others, it must be assumed that Busby will go to extraordinary lengths to conceal his ethical violations. There is accordingly a significant risk that Busby will seek to destroy.
Aggressive. Some straight up convinced they're exposing something massive. Breakdowns, reactions, deep dives, all built on the same unstable foundation. An alleged clip. That's it. But the reaction makes it feel like so much more. Because now it's not just about what's in the audio. It's about what people think it represents. Power. Influence. Secrets. The idea that there's something happening behind the scenes that the public isn't supposed to see. That idea spreads like wildfire. Because people don't just consume content anymore, they investigate it. Everyone becomes a detective. Everyone becomes an analyst. Everyone believes they're one detail away from cracking the entire thing open. But here's the truth nobody wants to admit in moments like this. Most of the time, nobody actually knows anything. Not really. They know pieces, fragments, interpretations. But those pieces
Jay-Z and Combs have spent together over the past few decades. Is it possible that Jay-Z had no idea of the accusations against Sean Combs? I mean, assuming that these allegations are true, allegations that he raped and sexually assaulted both men and women, even children, and that he held these freak-offs, basically these orgies that involve commercial sex workers and drugs and camera equipment. Is it possible Jay-Z didn't know anything about this, assuming these allegations are true? And now Jay-Z finds himself caught up in this scandal because Tony Busby has named him in this lawsuit. And before I even go into the lawsuit for a second, the fact that he has just been sued and the fact that he is fighting this, you do have to wonder, will other people come forward with other lawsuits against Jay-Z? These are just allegations. We don't know if they're true or not. But what happened with Sean Combs? Once Cassandra Ventura filed a lawsuit against him, every lawsuit came out. So it'll be very curious to see what happens next. But to be clear, what does Tony Busby say about Jay-Z, the artist, the businessman? Well, the complaint begins. Defendant Sean Combs, along with his longtime friend and collaborator, Sean Carter, drugged and raped a 13-year-old girl at an after-party following the 2000 Video Music Awards. Another celebrity stood by and watched as Combs and Carter took turns assaulting the minor. Many others were present at the after-party but did nothing to stop the assault. Combs had been allowed for years to conduct himself in this manner without any consequences. He believes he is above the law. He is not. His close friend Sean Carter has been with Combs during many such instances described herein. Both perpetrators must face justice. So that seems to suggest that Sean Carter, Jay-Z, was not only present or participated in this alleged, what is essentially a crime, but for other instances. And that's really interesting. That's why I bring up this idea of, could he be hit with more lawsuits if you take these allegations as true? Now, the complaint goes on to say, Combs and Carter were not simply occasional collaborators in the music industry. The two men developed a close friendship that has been well documented from the late 1990s to the present. Together, they attended countless music industry events, events for each other's business ventures, parties, and after-parties. Indeed, the two are apparently so close that Combs stated in 2023 that Carter is the only person, other than Combs' mother, who is allowed to call him by his legal first name of Sean. In 2000, near the height of their fame, power, and influence, Combs and Carter attended the 2000 Video Music Awards in New York City. Afterwards, Combs hosted an after-party for many of the most famous celebrities in the music and entertainment industries, including Carter, which is where the events alleged in this complaint occurred. I should also say that Busby also used this complaint to address an alleged harassment campaign that he claims Jay-Z started after Busby reached out about his involvement in the suit. The complaint reads, Carter was identified in plaintiff's original complaint as Celebrity A. Prior to the filing of this amended complaint, Carter received a letter from plaintiff's counsel requesting a mediation to resolve this matter. Upon present information and belief, Jay-Z responded to said letter by not only filing an utterly frivolous lawsuit, the one that I mentioned before, but by also orchestrating a conspiracy of harassment, bullying, and intimidation against plaintiffs' lawyers, their families, employees, and former associates in an attempt to silence plaintiff from naming Jay-Z herein. This effort was meant to scare plaintiff and to discredit her counsel. That effort failed. Indeed, plaintiff chose to file this amendment as a result of the egregious conduct perpetuated by Carter. So for now, the plaintiff has filed as a Jane Doe, keeping her identity as a secret. Jay-Z's legal team has filed a flurry of legal papers.
Cases get arranged in ways that fit whatever narrative someone already believes. And once that happens, it's almost impossible to reverse. Because people don't just want answers. They want confirmation. They want to be right. So they double down. They defend their version of the story like it's fact, even when it's built on assumptions. And the louder it gets, the harder it becomes to separate reality from noise. That's where we are right now. In the middle of it. Watching it unfold in real time. Watching something unverified turn into something unavoidable. Watching the internet take a single spark and turn it into a wildfire. And the craziest part? It's still developing. This isn't the peak. This is the build-up. Because situations like this don't resolve quickly. They stretch. They evolve. They pull in more details, more reactions, more people. And every new layer adds more pressure. Because eventually, something has to break. Either the narrative collapses, or it gets confirmed. There's no middle ground once things reach this level. And right now, it's dangerously close. People are refreshing nonstop, waiting for updates. Waiting for statements. Waiting for anything that can either shut this down or push it even further. But until that happens, everything stays unstable. Every new post has the potential to shift the entire direction of the conversation. One clip, one comment, one response. That's all it takes. Moments like this don't just disappear. They either get buried quietly over time, or they explode into something nobody can ignore. Right now, it's leaning toward explosion. And until something concrete steps in to stop it, this thing keeps growing. Louder. Messier. More intense. And completely out of control.
Sean Diddy Combs, now a convicted felon, is spending his first Christmas behind bars at the federal prison in Fort Dix, New Jersey. And as the disgraced music mogul stares down a multi-year prison sentence, continues to deal with ongoing civil litigation, and also has to deal with the fallout from a very highly publicized documentary on Netflix, we are taking a look at how we got here and what Combs can expect in terms of holiday.
The rumors started spreading late at night. No official confirmation, no clear footage. Just whispers moving through the internet faster than anybody could control. One post turned into 10 turned into thousands. Suddenly everybody was talking about the same thing.
Holidays at a federal prison in New Jersey. It is his first Christmas as a convicted felon and his first Christmas at the FCI Fort Dix. Combs was sentenced to 50 months in prison after his conviction on 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution, so it's about 4 years, but with credit for time served. Now, I will tell you, in a little bit, I am going to be speaking with somebody who is apparently consulting with Diddy right now in prison. But in the months leading up to his trial in New York City, Combs was housed at the MDC, the Metropolitan Detention Center out in Brooklyn. This is a notorious jail of more than 1,000 inmates that has been plagued with issues for years. Violence, deplorable conditions, smuggling of contraband like drugs. There's a lack of manpower, apparently. But after the jury handed down their decision, so acquitting the 56-year-old of racketeering and sex trafficking charges, the highest counts that he was facing, Judge Arun Subramanian imposed the sentence, and Combs was then transferred to Fort Dix, this minimum security prison that his legal team had requested be his home for the foreseeable future. In an October 6 letter to the court, one of Combs' attorneys, Tenny Garagos, wrote, "On behalf of Mr. Combs, we respectfully request that the court strongly recommend a designation facility to the Bureau of Prisons in Mr. Combs' judgment in order to address drug abuse issues and to maximize family visitation and rehabilitative efforts. We request that the court strongly recommend to the Bureau of Prisons that Mr. Combs be placed at FCI Fort Dix for RDAP purposes and any other available educational and occupational programs." What's RDAP? Well, RDAP stands for Residential Drug Abuse Program. It's available only to federal prison inmates who have at least 2 years left on their sentence. According to CBS News, Combs was accepted into an RDAP and is, quote, an active participant. So according to federal regulations, to qualify for this program, inmates have to have a verifiable substance use disorder, they have to enter the program voluntarily, and they have to complete 3 components of that program. The first is a unit-based component, which requires inmates to complete a course provided by the Psychology Services Department. During that time, the inmates live separately from the general population. From there, the next stage involves follow-up services, and the third component is referred to as Community Treatment Services, or CTS. It's like a halfway house or something similar where former incarcerated people reintegrate into society while still having some sort of supervision. Now, it's our understanding that RDAP offers incentives. The regulations indicate there could be limited financial awards and other local incentives that can vary by institution, like preferred living quarters or special recognition or privileges. But completing a residential drug abuse program, RDAP, can even knock time off your sentence. So you can see how it's an attractive option. Now, we've heard about Combs' alleged drug use in the past, even, by the way, from his own lips. You might remember back in May of 2024, so this is months after his ex, Cassandra Ventura Fine, filed a multi-million-dollar lawsuit against him that was ultimately settled, where this kicked off a cascade of sexual assault allegations. There was that explosive surveillance video that was published, that was distributed, that was released. This is the now infamous footage where it shows Combs kicking and dragging Cassie as he tried to leave the Intercontinental Hotel in Los Angeles back in 2016. Cassie has contended that she was trying to escape from a so-called freak-off, you know, these prolonged marathon-like sex sessions where she was required to be intimate with a male sex worker or Combs, sometimes both, while high on drugs like ecstasy. But when Combs realized that she had left, he comes running down the hallway only wearing a towel.
Something allegedly happened behind those walls. something violent, something serious, and now people everywhere are trying to figure out what is real and what is pure chaos created for attention. Because when somebody this famous ends up locked away, the public stops seeing them as a normal person. They become entertainment. Every tiny rumor becomes a headline. Every random comment becomes inside information. And that is exactly what's happening right now. According to people online, there are reports floating around claiming there was some kind of assault situation inside the facility. Again, nobody truly knows the full story, but that has not stopped the internet from exploding. People are reacting like the entire empire just collapsed overnight. Some people think this is proof that everything is spiraling out of control behind the scenes. Others think it's exaggerated gossip created to keep the headlines alive. But one thing is undeniable: the image is cracking badly. Because think about how fast everything changed. Not long ago this was somebody surrounded by luxury, power, celebrity circle.
Apparently trying to bully Cassie into returning to the room. That is until hotel security intervened. Now that video spread like wildfire. It was seen by people all over the world, and some members of the public who had previously stood behind Combs questioned Cassie's narrative in her lawsuit. There was a big change. Those who were saying, these allegations of him being violent and abusive, they were total falsehoods, started to falter, right? Started to change once that video came out. And going back to what I was mentioning, it was at this point that Combs posted an apology video to Instagram where he talked about drug abuse.
It's so difficult to reflect on the darkest times in your life. Sometimes you gotta do that. I was up. I hit rock bottom, but I make no excuses. My behavior on that video is inexcusable. I take full responsibility for my actions in that video. I'm disgusted. I was disgusted then when I did it. I'm disgusted now. I went and I sought out professional help. I had to go into therapy, and go into rehab. Had to ask God for his mercy and grace. I'm so sorry. But I'm committed to be a better man each and every day. I'm not asking for forgiveness. I'm truly sorry.
And we also heard about Combs' drug use multiple times during his federal criminal trial. One of the witnesses called by the prosecution was Brendan Paul. He was accused of essentially being a, quote, drug mule for Sean Combs. This was after his arrest at Miami Opa-locka Airport in 2024. It was on the same day that Combs' properties in Miami and Los Angeles were raided by Homeland Security. Paul was found to be in possession of cocaine and marijuana-laced candy. Now, at trial, he testified that Combs had not instructed him to bring drugs onto the plane. Claims that he had just forgotten the drugs were in his bag. But he testified that it was loyalty that kept him from telling police the drugs weren't his. And when asked on the stand about how he feels about Sean Combs, he said it's complicated. As part of a plea deal, the charge for having the marijuana candy was dropped. Paul entered a drug diversion program, which is often offered to first-time offenders, and he was given immunity in exchange for his testimony. So nothing he said at trial could be used against him as long as it was truthful. During his testimony, Paul had this exchange with a prosecutor, quote, "Mr. Paul, were you ever instructed to obtain drugs for Mr. Combs?" "I was." "Who instructed you to obtain drugs for Mr. Combs?" "He did himself or other assistants." "What types of drugs did you buy from Mr. Combs?" "Marijuana, 2C, cocaine, ketamine, ecstasy." And when asked to explain what 2C is, he said it's basically just ketamine and some Molly in powder form dyed pink for the aesthetic. Later, the prosecution asked, "How did you and other assistants obtain drugs for Mr. Combs?" Paul replied, "We would text the drug dealer, and then the drug dealer would come to either of the homes." Now, I have to mention this as we're talking about Combs behind bars. There is something that could jeopardize Combs' admission to a drug treatment program: bad behavior. There has been some back and forth about infractions that Combs has allegedly committed. TMZ reported that Combs was caught with homemade alcohol, something that Combs' team has adamantly denied. Now, CBS News.
Massive influence, private parties, security teams, expensive lifestyles, nonstop cameras, nonstop music, nonstop attention, somebody who looked untouchable for decades, somebody people thought would never face consequences no matter how many accusations floated around online over the years. Now suddenly the conversations are completely different. Now people are discussing prison conditions, jailhouse politics, fear, isolation, survival, humiliation. That shift alone is insane when you really sit back and look at it. And this is why the internet cannot stop watching. People are addicted to watching powerful figures fall apart in real time, especially when the fall feels dramatic, especially when the person spent years looking larger than life. The public builds celebrities into giants just so they can enjoy watching the collapse later. That's the ugly truth nobody wants to admit. The craziest part is how every new rumor makes the situation feel.
News reports that it has seen Bureau of Prisons documents that show Combs was part of a three-way call in November, something that is not allowed because of concerns about things like witness tampering or conducting criminal business from inside the prison. But Combs and his team apparently told prison officials that he was on a call with his attorney, who added one of his heads of communication to give the okay to a statement that they wanted to release. Combs also claims that no one told him about the regulations on the phone calls, and he never got the prison admission and orientation handbook. This is again according to CBS. But the paperwork allegedly contains a recommendation that Combs lose 90 days of phone and commissary privileges. It's unclear if that punishment actually happened. But Combs is keeping busy while he serves his sentence. Let's talk about that. So apparently he's gotten a job as a chaplain's assistant at Fort Dix. This is according to his publicist. A former commissioner told CBS News that it's one of the most wanted jobs in the institution. He gets to apparently work in a private office. There's air conditioning. He can eat food that's brought in for religious services. A corrections officer told the outlet that the chapel is one of the only places that inmates can congregate freely, that assistants are allowed to prepare a call-out list, which tells corrections officers who's allowed to leave their cells. Assistants could potentially add their friends to that list. But Combs is also apparently taking care of outside business from behind bars too. Yeah, just before Thanksgiving, his legal team alerted the court that Combs had paid the fines that he owed as part of his conviction and sentence. Quote, on October 16, 2025, this court entered an amended judgment imposing a $200 special assessment and a $500,000 fine to be paid in full not later than 60 days after the date of sentencing. We respectfully submit this letter to inform the court that Mr. Combs paid the fine and special assessment to the Southern District of New York cashier on November 24th, 2025. We talk about Combs behind bars. We also have to talk about an appeal, because as Combs works to shave off as much of his sentence as he can with good behavior and completion of the intensive drug program, his attorneys are working to not only get him out of prison, but also get his conviction thrown out. October 22nd, Combs' legal team filed a criminal appeal on his behalf with the Court of Appeals for the Second Circuit. They requested an expedited appeal, hoping to get Combs out of prison as soon as possible. They provided the court with a proposed schedule and said the government had no objection. And I'll tell you what, on November 3rd, Circuit Judge Beth Robinson filed this order. Quote, appellant moves to expedite the appeal on the following schedule. Appellant's opening brief and appendix due by December 23rd, 2025. The government's brief due by February 20th, 2026. Appellant's reply brief due by March 13th, 2026. And oral argument in April of 2026. It is hereby ordered that the motion is granted. Yeah, so we'll be on the lookout for that one as well. Okay, in the meantime, what do Combs' holidays look like now that he's in federal prison? Well, the multimillionaire won't be able to spend it like he used to, but there are special meals and activities that inmates can participate in. In fact, Combs apparently teamed up with an internal group called Bankroll Bosses to help organize and fund a special meal for his fellow inmates. According to a report from Us Weekly, the group volunteered to buy food from the prison's commissary, but they didn't just buy it. No, they reportedly spent 2 days preparing all of this food for these inmates. In all, the outlet reports that 1,000 inmates were served. Now, Combs gave this quote to Us Weekly through his spokesperson, quote, Thanksgiving to me is about making sure other people eat. Everybody misses their family.
Darker. First it was investigations, then lawsuits, then leaked stories, then former associates speaking out, then endless debates online, then the arrest headlines. And now this alleged jail incident enters the conversation, and suddenly, people are acting like the entire situation has become dangerous behind closed doors. And honestly, whether the reports are true or not almost doesn't matter anymore, because public opinion already shifted months ago. That's the real damage. Once the internet decides your image is finished, every headline starts sounding believable to people, every accusation feels bigger, every rumor spreads faster. The benefit of the doubt disappears completely. The public starts assuming the worst automatically. That is where things are now. And you can see the panic growing around the entire situation because even supporters sound nervous now. Before, people defended everything aggressively. Now the energy feels quieter, more uncertain, more uncomfortable. The confidence is fading. The silence is louder than the screaming ever.
Nice history of the Mann Act, and a lot of people don't understand what the Mann Act is, but the Mann Act was enacted because of a racist motivation that white women were being recruited by people of color to go across state lines and make money. So actually pimping those women across state lines and making money off of their sexual exploits. Obviously, that's not the case here. It's used so infrequently, it might have been a handful of people were actually charged with the Mann Act. No one in custody currently has ever been convicted of the Mann Act. So it's an interesting argument to say, hey, listen, this Mann Act, the original reason for it was racist. The original way that it was applied was racist. The way it's applied here is incorrect because he was not making any money from quote unquote pimping or getting these women across or men getting them across state lines. None of that was being done. This was all being done for entertainment purposes. So it's an interesting argument. I don't think this judge buys it. It might be interesting on an appeal, but I don't think the judge is going to give him a judgment of acquittal on those 2 counts based on the argument. Now, the more interesting argument to me, and it's their last argument for new trial, is that, listen, if you were just going to charge him with these 2 counts, which I originally said when I looked at all the evidence, and don't forget, I was getting calls during this trial from individuals that were telling me, hey, I have information that exonerates what they're saying against Sean Combs, essentially saying that Cassie and others were participating more than just having sex in a room. They were participating more than that. They were paying people, they were hiring people, they were sending me pictures even when Diddy wasn't around. They were asking me to come over even when Diddy wasn't around. These are what these witnesses were telling me, which is really Brady evidence. And I don't know if that was ever turned over. But the more interesting argument is that all these counts were charged. The only thing he was convicted of were the Mann Acts, and he probably wouldn't have been convicted of these Mann Acts but for all this other stuff that came in to try and prove these counts that they could not prove and did not have a basis for bringing.
Let me just challenge you on that, because this is a jury who didn't find that there was sex trafficking. And I can't confirm that they found him guilty of the Mann Act because of the hotel video or anything else. I mean, it seems to me that they might have convicted him on that based on the travel records, the payment receipts, all about that. Not even necessarily allegations of violence. I mean, do you think that it was because of, let's say, the Intercontinental Hotel video that he was convicted of transportation to engage in prostitution? It always felt to me that they proved that charge based purely on, the documents.
Well, I always feel like during a trial, whenever you get a guilty verdict on one of the counts or 2 of the counts out of 6 or 7, you think to yourself, is it because of these other things that they brought up, how bad he is, he's not a good guy, the video came out? Sometimes juries will split the baby, meaning, there's people that want to convict, there's people that don't want to convict, and they're like, okay, let's convict him on these acts. We can all agree we can convict him on these acts. He's not a good guy. He transported these men across state lines. Let's convict him on this. There's always going to be a question of that. The only way to not have a question of that, obviously, is when the jury comes out, someone gives an interview and says, hey, this is why we did it, is because, this tape was so bad and these other incidents were so bad that we were like, we can't just let him walk with nothing. So we convicted him on the Mann Acts. Now, we don't have a juror saying that. Do I think eventually jurors are going to start coming out? Yeah, I think so. I think some of these jurors
was. Meanwhile, critics are going all in. Some people online are basically treating this like the final chapter of a downfall story they've been waiting years to see. They're reposting old clips, old interviews, old photos, old stories people ignored back then. Suddenly everybody claims they always knew something was wrong. That always happens after somebody falls publicly. The internet rewrites history in real time. Nobody wants to admit they celebrated somebody while the warning signs existed. So instead people pretend they saw it coming from the beginning. But there's another side to this conversation nobody talks about enough. Prison rumors are dangerous because misinformation spreads insanely fast. One anonymous post can become a global headline within hours. People start adding fake details, fake witnesses appear, fake insiders suddenly know everything, and social media rewards the most dramatic version of every story because outrage gets clicks. That creates a circus. And inside that circus, the truth gets.
Are going to come out. They're going to want to do some interviews, not before sentencing. And I think after sentencing, I think some of them will come out and we'll discuss it, because I think that was the feeling I was getting from this jury and the reactions they had to Comey's closing, and even the reaction just in general to the 5 or the 6 U.S. attorney team. I think their reactions in general were very noticeable. And I think that this is a jury that wants to talk to people once I think he gets sentenced.
Okay, so now let's move on to the pardon discussion. So if he can't get relief from the court in getting the conviction thrown out or a new trial, can he get relief through a pardon? Before we talk about, is this a real thing, what is the process to even obtain a federal pardon? How do you even go about that?
Sure. So it's a pardon or a commutation. If someone is actually in custody, they could also get a commutation, which does not wipe the crime off your record. It just allows you to get out of jail. So he has that option to give him a commutation. If he gets sentenced, he can also give him a commutation. But as for the process, there's an application on the DOJ website, and I'm part of some charities that also do a lot of pro bono work for pardons and commutations. You can fill out this form, DOJ website. It essentially lists the reasons why you should get a pardon, what kind of community service you've done, things of that nature. There's a separate application for a commutation, but you can file a pardon application, and you could also say, hey, listen, if it's not a pardon, I'm looking for a commutation. You attach your indictment. You would reasons why you feel your crime was you were unfairly prejudiced or unfairly convicted. All of those things go into the packet. I always try to help people that are filling it out on their own to show them, what to point out. Those type of cases are always heartening, because those people deserve pardons. They deserve commutations if they're in, and it's some sort of crazy drug offense that was brought up in the 90s. All of those things are reasons for pardons and commutations.
So is this real? I mean, here's the thing. He is in a much better position to get a pardon or a commutation of his sentence because he wasn't convicted of sex trafficking and racketeering. There is a way to justify this based on some of the arguments I just mentioned that his defense team is making, that maybe he shouldn't have been brought up on this. The I-Man Act, not as serious as what he's facing. Is this real? Do you think that this is going to happen, that he's going to get a pardon or a commutation from President Trump?
So I don't know if he's going to get one. I do think that it's real because, like I said before, President Trump, whether they like him, don't like him, if he feels something is wrong, and we've seen this happen before in the past, if he feels something is wrong, someone got railroaded, someone was convicted, wrongfully, he will take a look at that. Yeah, Sean Combs has said things in the past that probably were not great. I've read them, but I think that if anyone understands that, I mean, look at President Trump's cabinet. There's individuals on his cabinet. His vice president has said things in the past that weren't great for him. But he understands that people evolve, people change their minds. People understand that there's certain requirements, things that are going on, certain pressures that they're under. And I don't think that would affect whether or not
buried immediately. But regardless of what actually happened, this entire situation exposes something deeper about fame itself. Celebrity status protects people until it suddenly doesn't. One moment the machine shields you from consequences. The next moment the same machine feeds off your destruction for profit. Everybody switches sides fast. Media channels that once praised you suddenly become executioners. Fans disappear. Associates distance themselves. Business relationships go silent. People stop answering calls. And when isolation hits, it hits brutally. That's why these reports hit so hard online. People are imagining somebody who once controlled rooms full of powerful people now sitting in an environment where none of that status matters anymore. No luxury, no image control, no carefully crafted public appearances, just reality closing in hard. And that reality is what fascinates people. That's why this situation feels so dramatic to millions watching online.
Details may have been lost to time. But what exactly are those apparent inconsistencies? Well, Jane Doe said that after the alleged rapes, she was able to run away from the home and found a gas station where she was allowed to use the phone, and she said she called her dad to come pick her up. The problem with that is her father told NBC News he didn't remember that, and that if he had come to pick her up, it would have been a 5-hour drive. On top of that, he told NBC News that he never even heard of this alleged attack on his daughter until the reporters came asking questions. Also, Jane Doe claimed that she had spoke to or saw Benji Madden at this VMA's after party. He, of course, is the lead guitarist for the rock band Good Charlotte. But his representatives told NBC News that he was in the Midwest on tour at that time. So with that now coming out, Alex Spiro, this is Jay-Z's high-powered attorney, sent a letter to the judge calling the allegations a sham. Quote, she claims the assault took place at an after party at Mr. Combs' home, but photos that night show Mr. Combs and Mr. Carter at Lotus nightclub for the after party. When pressed, the plaintiff admitted she was guessing about key details, including the time it took to reach the venue. She admits she has no single corroborating witness over the last 24 years. Now, that's a very good argument. I guess the other argument could be maybe they went to Lotus, but maybe they also went to this other after party as well. Just put that to the side. Now, NBC News did report that they tried to locate a friend who allegedly drove Jane Doe to the VMAs that night, but it appears that person has since died, and they indicated that they tried to reach out to this person's relatives, but no luck. Jay-Z reportedly told NBC, this incident didn't happen, and yet he filed it in court, meaning Tony Busby filed it in court and doubled down in the press. And he added, true justice is coming. We fight from victory, not for victory. This was over before it began. This 1-800 lawyer doesn't realize it yet, but soon. So what did Tony Busby say in response to all of this? Well, he released a statement defending himself, saying, look, Jane Doe's case was referred to me by another firm where her story had allegedly already been vetted. He wrote, our client remains fiercely adamant that what she has stated is true to the best of her memory. We will continue to vet her claims and collect corroborating data to the extent it exists. Because we've interrogated her intensely, she has even agreed to submit to a polygraph. I've never had a client suggest that before. It's an interesting response. It's almost, in a way, in my opinion, couching a little bit her allegations. And there seems to be, just in my opinion, maybe a little bit of doubt there. So couching where this could go. But for her part, as I said, she's defending herself. This unnamed Jane Doe said to NBC, quote, you should always fight for what happened to you. You should always advocate for yourself and be a voice for yourself. You should never let what somebody else did ruin or run your life. I just hope I can give others the strength to come forward like I came forward. Now, quick sidebar here on this. Two things. One, she is coming forward with a massive lawsuit against two major celebrities. One argument is, would you really do that unless you really thought this happened or really have the evidence to prove this happened? And by the way, that would be really true if she ends up having to identify herself in court, since a lot of the accusers in the civil suits against Sean Combs, they've actually had to identify themselves per the court orders. So it'll be interesting if she has to identify herself and still moves forward with this lawsuit. That might help her credibility. On the other hand, of course it is clear.
They are witnessing somebody who once symbolized control now appearing trapped inside complete uncertainty. Every new rumor makes the downfall feel deeper. Every headline adds another layer of chaos. Every discussion turns darker. And nobody knows where the bottom actually is yet. That uncertainty keeps people glued to the story. Because humans are obsessed with watching the rise and fall of powerful figures. Always have been. Ancient civilizations watched public downfalls the same way modern audiences watch celebrity scandals now. The technology changed. Human nature didn't. People want spectacle. And this situation became one giant spectacle. Now the internet waits for the next headline, the next leak, the next courtroom update, the next rumor from behind those walls. Everybody refreshes their phones searching for answers while confusion spreads everywhere. But the truth is probably far less cinematic than the internet wants it to be. Real life usually is. Still, that will not stop the chaos from growing, because once a public figure reaches this stage of controversy, the machine never slows down. It only gets louder. Louder headlines, louder reactions, louder speculation, louder outrage. And somewhere inside all that noise sits the reality nobody online can fully see. A massive empire collapsing in real time while the entire world watches like it's entertainment.
Jay-Z's team is fighting back against allegations that he raped a 13-year-old at one of P. Diddy's parties. His team has bombarded the courts with motions and possible defenses, now saying the lawsuit should be completely thrown out because this alleged rape doesn't fit within the statute of limitations.
The internet woke up to absolute chaos after rumors started spreading about some hidden audio that allegedly exposed conversations nobody was ever supposed to hear. And the second those rumors hit social media, everything exploded. Timelines flooded instantly. People started connecting dots from years ago.
Apparently happened in September of 2000 when Jane Doe was 13 years old and she met Diddy's limo driver outside of the MTV Video Music Awards. The limo driver told her Combs liked younger girls and that she fit what Diddy was looking for, not allowing her into the awards but inviting her to an after party. This next part is important for a future filing from Jay-Z. Jane Doe claims Diddy's limo driver picked her up and then drove her to a large white house behind a gated fence. Jane Doe says that when she got inside, she was forced to sign a non-disclosure agreement, but she was never given any copies of that paperwork. After she signed the NDA, she went inside and eventually took a drink. It was a reddish yellow mixture, and she said it tasted like orange juice mixed with cranberry juice and something that was bitter. Jane Doe now believes that Diddy or one of his associates actually slipped something into her drink because after all this, she started to feel woozy and said she needed to lay down. So she went to a room she thought was empty but didn't lock the door. And soon after, Combs, along with a male and female celebrity, entered the room. Combs aggressively approached plaintiff, that's Jane Doe, with a crazed look in his eyes, grabbed her and said, "You are ready to party." Jane Doe alleges that Jay-Z raped her first, as Diddy and this celebrity B watched on. After Jay-Z was apparently done, Jane Doe says Diddy raped her, and this time Jay-Z and celebrity B watched all of this. After this was completed, Jane Doe says she ran from the house to a nearby gas station where her dad came to pick her up. So that's everything that was in the lawsuit, what Jane Doe says happened. But on December 13th, we heard more from her when she appeared in an NBC interview. During all this, there were inconsistencies in Jane Doe's story. She says the night of the assault, she spoke with Good Charlotte singer Benji Madden about his tattoo of the Last Supper because she had a religious background, so it was something to talk about. But according to a filing from Jay-Z, that's not the case. Benji Madden did not attend the VMAs, did not attend the purported after party, and was not even in New York at the time. Instead, he was halfway across the country in the Midwest on tour with his band Good Charlotte. What's more is that Jane Doe's father apparently didn't pick her up after the attack. This is from the Jay-Z motion to quote. He told NBC he was unaware of his daughter's assault allegation until the week he was interviewed. NBC reported that he had no recollection whatsoever of picking up Plaintiff, his daughter, on the night of the VMAs. And Plaintiff and her father were living in Rochester at the time, which would have required her father to drive more than 5 hours from their home to pick her up on the night in question, an event that no father would forget if it actually happened. When pressed by NBC, plaintiff Jane Doe was forced to admit, "I have made some mistakes. I've made a mistake by identifying. Not all the faces there are as clear," and even that she was guessing about key details, including the time it took to reach the venue. What is more, she admits she does not have a single corroborating witness over the last 24 years. So in that motion, Jay-Z's team called out some inconsistencies in Jane Doe's story, but they also called out a few technical issues that they say mean the case should be completely thrown out. So to start, there's the Victims of Gender Motivated Violence Protection Act. It's also known as the GMV. Jay-Z says there are issues with that act and Jane Doe's timeline. They say it violates his state and federal due process rights. Jay-Z's filing reads in part, quote, "The statute does not have retroactive effect." Plaintiff Jane Doe asserts a violation of the GMV law for conduct that purportedly occurred in September 2000. But the GMV law was not enacted until December 19, 2000, 3 months after the FA.
Old interviews resurfaced. Old clips resurfaced. Old parties resurfaced. Suddenly everybody online became a detective overnight trying to figure out what was real, what was fake, and what exactly was hidden behind closed doors all these years. What made the situation even crazier was the fact that the person supposedly connected to releasing this audio has been publicly throwing shots for years. So the second people heard whispers about recordings existing, the reaction online became insane. Some people were saying this was finally the moment everything would collapse. Others were saying it was another publicity stunt designed to keep the internet distracted. But one thing nobody could deny was the level of panic people started noticing almost immediately. Because when powerful people suddenly go quiet, the internet notices. And that silence made people even more suspicious. The alleged audio supposedly contains disturbing conversations tied to private events, industry secrets, and situations that people online have been speculating about for years. Nobody officially confirmed anything.
AC, that's the first amended complaint, claims the conduct occurred and cannot apply retroactively to create a cause of action unavailable to plaintiff at the time in question. So basically all that means is the statute of limitations doesn't add up to use the GMV. But there's more. Jay-Z says that even if this GMV law did have that retroactive effect and the timeline didn't matter, the crime had to be committed within New York City. According to the FAC, again, that's the first amended complaint, plaintiff was driven from Radio City Music Hall to a large white residence with a gated U-shaped driveway, a drive that took 20 minutes. This is where the alleged assault took place. The FAC's description of the residence in question, however, combined with public records, confirms that any such residence, to the extent it existed at the time, would have been located outside the territorial boundaries of New York City. And if all else fails, Jay-Z's team says Jane Doe's timeline doesn't fit with the statute of limitations. The FAC alleges the conduct occurred 20 plus years ago, well outside the VA's statute of limitations. Though the VA was amended in 2019 to create a 2-year and 6-month revival period, that period expired in August 2021. Let's dig a little bit deeper into Jay-Z's possible defense in all this. For that, we're going to bring in criminal defense attorney Serena Townsend. And Serena, to start, what is Jay-Z's team doing from the jump when they get news of this lawsuit?
Well, it seems like they're taking a very proactive approach. I think that perhaps they went a little too aggressive. It seems like they really upset the judge with their tons of motion writing and kind of hitting below the belt, not to the extent of name calling, but getting kind of close to being aggressive against the actual attorney rather than fighting the case on the merits.
The judge did kind of clap back, snap back, whatever the kids are saying these days. She said that they were filing a litany of motions, which I thought was really interesting. And you pointed it out too. I'm wondering if that's because it's like a tactic they're trying to use in the case. Why might that be?
Yeah, so it's interesting. Most cases slug along and we don't really hear about any of it, right? We just, it goes by practice and protocol and procedure, and there's motion writing here and there, but it's usually not the quote unquote litany of motions that we're seeing here. I think it's a bit performative. I wonder if Alex Spiro and his team are just kind of doing this because maybe they think it's going to placate Jay-Z. Maybe their clients are kind of jumping down their throats and saying, well, we want an aggressive attorney. That's why we hired you. It's very important to remember that good lawyering doesn't necessarily mean doing this. There's deadlines, there's timelines. Being this aggressive, there has to be a little bit of suave to your practice, especially if you don't want to piss off the very judge who's going to be making those decisions.
You're right to say it's been really aggressive. Last week, we were talking about the motion of Jane Doe to have her identity revealed, and the judge was like, no, that was the filing where she got kind of spicy. And now the latest filing is Jay-Z's team is attacking the victims of the Gender Motivated Violence Protection Act. Huge words, but basically what it means is that went into effect in December of 2000. And Jane Doe says that this alleged rape happened in September of 2000. So Jay-Z's team is like, hey, the timeline doesn't match. What do you make of all of that? Is that at least a good argument?
Yeah. So, a good attorney is going to try to argue on the facts of their case, but also try to argue these, what we sometimes call technicalities. I don't want to...
Nobody publicly verified anything, but that didn't stop millions of people from discussing it like it was already proven fact. That's how fast narratives move online now. One rumor becomes a headline. One clip becomes a conspiracy. One accusation becomes the biggest story on the internet before sunrise. And honestly, the timing couldn't look worse. Over the last few months, pressure has already been building nonstop around certain celebrities and certain old connections people thought the public forgot about. But the public never forgets. They wait. They archive everything. Every interview, every awkward moment, every old picture, every strange comment that sounded harmless years ago suddenly gets replayed in a completely different way once controversy enters the room. That's exactly what started happening here. People began revisiting old footage, trying to analyze body language like federal investigators. Every laugh looked suspicious. Every handshake looked calculated. Every friendship started getting questioned. Suddenly social media transformed into a
minimize it. A technicality is a very real thing in, at times where there's rules and laws and what applies and what doesn't apply. And if the law didn't come into effect until after the events in question, it is a decent argument to say that it does not apply. And so I think the tactic, aside from the aggressiveness, is, look, we're not just going to attack the story itself. We're not just going to say he's factually innocent. We're also going to say that certain things that you're trying to apply to hold against my client don't actually apply. It's very important for a lawyer to fight on all different levels like this, on the technicalities, on the law, and on the story itself.
I'm wondering if this next part is a technicality too. They were saying that in order to use this specific law, the incident has to happen within the borders of New York City. And apparently, according to her lawsuit, it was at this big white house. It was behind a gated fence. And Jay-Z's team says there's no such place in New York City. Do you think that them pointing that out works in their favor too?
I do. So look, anytime you accuse somebody of anything, whether it's in a civil suit or a criminal suit, you have to put your money where your mouth is. You have to be able to literally prove every element of the case, including jurisdiction. A lot of people forget about jurisdiction because usually that's a given, right? Like if something happened in New York, obviously it's a New York jurisdiction. But here, if you're not able to articulate the exact date, location, time, things like that, those specific elements, then it's another good argument that you don't have jurisdiction without establishing it. If she can't say the address is definitely in New York, there's a problem there for sure.
So Jay-Z's team has two pretty strong things going for them there. And the next part is pretty strong, I'm thinking too, in the fact that Jane Doe laid out all of her accusations in this filing. And then recently she did an interview with NBC and there were some inconsistencies about things. For instance, she said she met Benji Madden that night and he wasn't even in New York at the time. She said her dad picked her up and her dad's like, I never have even heard of this. Those things, the inconsistencies in her story, is that tough for her to combat?
Yes, I see, both of us are cringing at this. And the main reason I'm cringing is because I'm a former prosecutor myself. And the golden rule is do not make statements in public or really anywhere. Don't write anything down about the case because it could absolutely be used against you. And any good defense attorney is going to use that inconsistency against her. It can be used in several areas leading up to and certainly during a trial, if a trial even happens, if we even could get there at this point. Those inconsistencies are deadly, especially something like this, because you have her own father who has no stake in the game, aside from probably wanting to support his own daughter, saying, actually, that's not how I remember things happening. It is a major hit on her credibility, her memory, and her potential honesty in this case.
Not to say that what Jane Doe is going through didn't happen. I mean, obviously this happened way back in 2000. That's tough going into your memory bank and it's trauma. So not to put that aside, but basically what you just laid out, the facts that those two stories don't match up, I know that makes it tough. But is that something that her team would bring forward? Tony Busby is representing her. Do you think he would talk about the fact that this is a traumatic incident and that may be why her memory of it is a bit clouded?
100%. And we see that a lot in victims'
giant courtroom where everybody already decided somebody was guilty before hearing actual evidence. And then came the reaction videos. Thousands of creators instantly jumped on the story. Everybody had a theory. Everybody claimed they knew secret information. Everybody acted like they had insider sources connected to billionaires, private parties, hidden recordings, and industry cover-ups. The story became so massive that even people who normally avoid celebrity drama started paying attention because the allegations sounded too disturbing to ignore. Some people online claimed the audio was being suppressed. Others claimed powerful people were desperately trying to stop it from spreading. Others claimed the recordings never existed in the first place and the entire thing was another internet fantasy fueled by gossip addicts desperate for entertainment. But the problem is once people start believing there's hidden truth behind something, it becomes almost impossible to stop the speculation. That's when the paranoia kicked in. You could literally feel it online.
Violence, his propensity for violence, his behavior with her, his behavior with Cassie, his behavior with other employees. He's just continually reinforcing that violence. So I think it was a really good moment for the government.
Yeah, it's just, and it seems like there are these little moments along the way where there are some celebrity names that pop up. This case, it was 50 Cent. We heard earlier in the trial, Usher and Neo were at a dinner where Cassie was allegedly assaulted. It was unclear whether they saw that, but it was said that they were there. As far as the history of 50 Cent and Diddy, do we know how it started? I know that 50 Cent had a diss track, I think around 2006, claiming that Sean Combs knew who killed Biggie Smalls, but is there a particular incident that happened that made 50 Cent just seem to really start to come at Sean Combs?
I don't know what's ground zero for them. I've seen, interviews that 50 has given saying that it's all business with them. I know they both have alcohol lines, and I know, they're both from New York. I think 50 is maybe from Queens and Diddy is from Harlem. I don't know what their ground zero is, but I know that since this all came out, 50 has not stopped. He's been taunting Diddy online. You, of course, know about the documentary. I believe it got picked up by Netflix, and he is supposedly donating the proceeds to victims of domestic violence. Diddy has had his knee on his neck and his foot to the gas on Diddy for a while. But again, I don't know where it started.
Yeah, I mean, 50 Cent, for many people, if it was ever, there was an anecdote that came out that someone had said, oh, I like guns when talking about it back and forth, it might scare you. 50 Cent was at the Knicks-Pacers game in Indiana with a free Diddy t-shirt on, sitting courtside the next day. It's different. It was, yeah, it was different. I look back, and we aired a bit kind of leading into this interview, a clip from The Breakfast Club. It was 2018, and Diddy was on the show, and they asked about the issues that he had with 50 Cent. And he said, there's no issues. I love him. He loves me. He was kind of joking about it. And then you hear these stories that come out, whether it's this one specifically about 50 Cent or just in general, the picture that's being painted by the government in this trial. For you, has kind of the image of Sean Combs and who you thought he was, has it changed during the course of what we've seen over the last couple of weeks?
Certainly over the course of what we've seen, but I think I've seen an interview where 50 said, if you want to go nowhere, go to Diddy. If you're ready for your career to die, go to Diddy. It's long been rumored that Diddy didn't necessarily treat his artists properly, and if you look through his roster of artists, you'll see a lot of individuals whose careers probably started off really, really well, but they ended up with no money. That's long been the rumor. There've been rumors of abuse by Diddy toward Cassie and toward Kim and some other women as well. Even when he was at, I think Uptown is where he originally started. So there've always been rumors, but nothing really solidified and verified like we've had in this trial. It's been awful. I think it would be awful for anyone. I don't think his reputation is in the business world certainly will never recover. And even if he's found not guilty, his name is mud. I don't think that it's recoverable. I think
every hour there was a new rumor. Every hour there was another source. Every hour somebody claimed more information was coming soon. And every time nothing appeared, people became even more obsessed, because mystery fuels the internet harder than facts ever will. What really pushed the situation into another level was the alleged connection between private celebrity gatherings and stories that have circulated quietly for years. Stories most people dismissed before. Stories people laughed at before. Suddenly those same stories were being discussed seriously by millions of people all at once. And once fear enters public conversation, logic usually disappears completely. Now everybody's looking at everybody suspiciously. People started saying certain celebrities looked nervous recently during interviews. Others claimed some public appearances suddenly got canceled for a reason. Others pointed out how some famous people stopped posting online altogether right after the rumors exploded. Whether any of it actually means anything doesn't even matter anymore because perception already took control. That's the dangerous part about internet culture.
NBC News, Busby said, Jane Doe's case was referred to our firm by another who vetted it prior to sending it to us. Our client remains fiercely adamant that what she has stated is true, to the best of her memory. We will continue to vet her claims and collect corroborating data to the extent it exists. Because we have interrogated her intensely, she has even agreed to submit to a polygraph. I've never had a client suggest that before. Jay-Z posted a statement on X. Today's investigative report proves this attorney, Busby, filed a false complaint against me in the pursuit of money and fame. This incident didn't happen, and yet he filed it in court and doubled down in the press. True justice is coming. We fight from victory, not for victory. This was over before it began. This 1-800 lawyer doesn't realize it yet, but soon. And not to be forgotten, what does Sean Combs' legal team have to say about Jane Doe's inconsistencies? His legal team told me last week a lawyer admitted that over 50 people falsely claimed to be victims. Last Friday, for the second time in a week, a Busby plaintiff has been exposed. This is the beginning of the end of this shameful money grab. I want to bring in Nima Rahmani. He is an entertainment attorney, also a former federal prosecutor. So, Nima, what do you make of this latest move by Camp Jay-Z with them saying, look, there are inconsistencies in this accuser's story?
And Jeanette, litigation is about chess. And, Tony Busby, I think, made some pretty serious mistakes here. He should have known that Jay-Z was going to come out swinging because Busby knew that Jay-Z was the one who filed the extortion lawsuit against him. So before he unmasked his client, and I understand that she's still proceeding as a Jane Doe, but moved forward with a very serious complaint like this, he should have vetted the allegations. Now, I'm not saying that it didn't happen, but jurors and members of the public might take these inconsistencies to mean that she's lying. So certain things should have been done already, like ask her father if he indeed drove and picked her up that evening. That's an easy question to ask. And I understand that the friend who drove her to the VMAs and after party appears to be deceased, but asked if there's any other percipient witnesses. I think they should have done a little bit more vetting before they move forward with these types of allegations against someone like Jay-Z, who they know is going to fight them and call her a liar.
And Jay-Z is somebody with a lot of resources. He's hired Quinn Emanuel. I mean, that's a heavy hitter law firm in New York. They're not going to take this lying down. So he's fighting this with everything he has. I mean, he's putting out statements like crazy on Twitter, and they're really fighting not only a legal battle here, but a PR battle.
No question. And, I'm here in Los Angeles, and my daughter used to go to school with Beyonce and Jay-Z's daughter, Blue Ivy. They have a lot of money. And I have cases against a lot of people in the entertainment industry, including Alex Spiro and Quinn Emanuel. And you got to know what their MO is, because Jay-Z is not just fighting this case. He's fighting for his reputation, for all his business dealings, for his wife. So they are going to drag this victim through the mud. So this is something you need to prepare your client for. And look, I've sued lots of people in the music industry, Kanye, Lizzo, and I prepare all my clients the same way, saying, listen, they're going to call you a liar. We need to make sure every one of these allegations is accurate, because if not, guess what? That's going to help.
Now, perception becomes reality faster than truth. A single viral rumor can destroy reputations overnight before anybody verifies anything. And once people emotionally commit to a narrative, they rarely back away from it. Instead, they double down harder every single day. That's exactly what's happening now. Millions of people online are convinced there's something bigger hiding underneath all this. They believe the entertainment industry has secrets nobody talks about publicly. They believe certain powerful circles protect each other behind the scenes. They believe fame creates a shield that normal people could never understand. And honestly, whether people agree or disagree, you can't deny public trust in celebrities has completely collapsed. People don't look at fame the same anymore. Years ago, celebrities felt untouchable. Now the internet treats every celebrity like a potential criminal waiting to be exposed. That's the new reality of internet scandals. Accusations alone become permanent history. And in situations involving massive fame, massive money, and massive influence, public imagination becomes more dangerous than facts themselves. Now everybody's watching closely, waiting for the next leak, the next reaction, the next denial, the next cryptic social media post, the next strange interview moment that people can turn into another viral conspiracy. Because the internet never moves on anymore. It only waits for the next piece of chaos to keep the story alive. And right now this story feels nowhere near finished. Not even close. The silence feels louder every single day. The speculation keeps growing every single hour. And people online are convinced that eventually something massive is going to break open. Maybe they're right. Maybe they're wrong. But either way, the internet already made its decision. And once that happens, there's almost no turning back.
Cassie Ventura could be preparing for a career comeback following the bombshell civil lawsuit she filed against her ex, Sean Diddy Combs. The new report about Cassie's career comes after Combs' arrest on federal sex trafficking charges. I take a look at how Cassie says Combs held her career back.
Everybody online is losing their minds right now after a series of posts suddenly appeared that allegedly exposed years of hidden behavior behind the scenes. What started as a few cryptic messages instantly exploded into full chaos across every platform imaginable.
And the critics even praised it. Her second album was expected in 2008, but it never came. She released some singles here and there, but Connecticut Fever, that never hit the shelves. Cassie had signed a 10-album deal with Combs' Bad Boy Entertainment, but only one album was released. Her career, we now know, according to her bombshell civil lawsuit, was likely derailed and put on hold by a decade of abuse she says she suffered at the hands of Sean Combs. And it's been nearly a year since Ventura filed that bombshell civil lawsuit. Part of it read, over the years that Mr. Combs abused Ms. Ventura physically and sexually, she again and again tried to escape his tight hold over her life. Every time she hid, Mr. Combs' vast network of corporations and affiliated entities found her, and those who worked for Mr. Combs' companies implored her to return to him. Many went as far to explicitly state that her failure to return to Mr. Combs would hinder her success in the entertainment industry. Ventura had recorded music during her relationship with Combs, but mostly singles were released. Ventura's suit said after she tried to leave Combs, following that now infamous 2016 incident captured by hotel security cameras, where Combs actually chased Ventura down a hallway and beat her, her music was used as leverage to get her to come back to Combs. The suit said, after this, Miss Ventura left her home in Comstock and went to hide away at a friend's home in Florida. James Cruz, president of Bad Boy Management, tracked Ms. Ventura down and told her that her single would not be released if she did not answer Mr. Combs' phone calls. The suit continued. A woman who worked at Sony Music reached out to her with a similar ultimatum concerning her record. Incredibly, Mr. Combs even convinced one of his attorneys to call Ms. Ventura at this time. This lawyer told Ms. Ventura that it's in your best interest to call back. Each time Ms. Ventura tried to run away, Mr. Combs and his powerful network would force her back to him. Ventura's lawsuit claimed last November that a lot of her time was actually consumed by setting up freak-offs, the elaborate sex performances with male sex workers that Sean Combs staged. Ventura's suit claimed she was tasked with actually hiring these sex workers. Those freak-offs are the basis for the sex trafficking charges filed against Sean Combs. The U.S. attorney described them when announcing the indictment.
As alleged, Combs used force, threats of force, and coercion to cause victims to engage in extended sexual performances with male commercial sex workers, some of whom he transported or caused to be transported over state lines. Combs allegedly planned and controlled the sex performances, which he called freak-offs, and he often electronically recorded them. The freak-offs sometimes lasted days at a time, involved multiple commercial sex workers, and often involved a variety of narcotics, such as ketamine, ecstasy, and GHB, which Combs distributed to the victims to keep them obedient and compliant. As alleged, when Combs didn't get his way, he was violent, and he subjected victims to physical, emotional, and verbal.
People were refreshing timelines every 5 seconds trying to figure out whether the screenshots were real, whether the statements were coordinated, and whether this was finally the moment everything came crashing down. And honestly, the reaction alone tells you how deep this story has been buried in public consciousness for years. The craziest part is how fast the internet switched from confusion to absolute panic. 1 minute people were joking around posting memes, and the next minute entire threads were being deleted, accounts were suddenly going private, and people connected to the situation reportedly stopped responding altogether. That's when everybody knew something serious was happening. Social media has seen scandals before, but this one hit differently because people were already suspicious for a very long time. The second these alleged revelations dropped online, it felt like years of rumors suddenly got gasoline poured all over them. People started analyzing every word, every sentence, every old interview, every clip from years ago. Suddenly old footage.
Verbal abuse so that they would participate in the freak-offs, and that Combs hit, kicked, threw objects at, and dragged victims, at times by their hair.
Hey, Crime Fix viewers, I want to tell you guys about Wondery's awesome new podcast, American Scandal. You can listen right now and explore the biggest political corruption scheme in U.S. history in the latest season, Teapot Dome. Using vivid and immersive storytelling, American Scandal retraces the bribes, players, and underhanded deals related to the Teapot Dome scandal. In 1922, newspapers reported that Secretary of the Interior Albert Fall had leased federally owned oil reserves to two of the nation's wealthiest oil barons, Edward Doheny and Harry Sinclair. The scandal, named after one of the oil reserves in Wyoming, would eventually send Sinclair to prison for contempt of Congress and jury tampering, and made Fall the first person ever convicted of a crime committed while serving in the U.S. cabinet. Follow American Scandal on the Wondery app or wherever you get your podcasts, and you can binge the season American Scandal Teapot Dome early and ad-free right now at wondery.fm/law and crime fix. Ventura described in her suit being forced to pour oil on herself during the freak-offs and being given drugs to keep her engaged in these events, which were also called FOs. Ventura also described several instances of being beaten by Combs. In September of 2018, after dating Combs for a decade, Ventura described Combs raping her after she met him for dinner. She said she actually believed they were meeting to discuss ending their relationship, but then she said he forced his way into her home. Her suit said, Mr. Combs forced himself into her apartment and tried to kiss Ms. Ventura. She told him to stop and attempted to push him away. Mr. Combs then forcibly pulled off Ms. Ventura's clothing and unbuckled his belt. Then Ventura claimed Combs raped her and their relationship ended for good. Last November, she released this statement after filing her civil suit. After years in silence and darkness, I am finally ready to tell my story and to speak up on behalf of myself and for the benefit of other women who face violence and abuse in their relationships. With the expiration of New York's Adult Survivors Act fast approaching, it became clear that this was an opportunity to speak up about the trauma I have experienced and that I will be recovering from for the rest of my life. Now, as I mentioned earlier, Combs settled that civil suit within a day, one day. Now, thedailymail.com reports Cassie is planning a big comeback. Cassie is considering making a comeback to music now that Diddy is behind bars and some of the executives who were his lackeys are resigning. She couldn't have imagined her career would have been stalled in the way it was when her first album came out, but she has so many unreleased records that she wants to release if the timing and business is right. Now, I reached out to Cassie's lawyers and they're not commenting on this report. Meanwhile, Sean Combs' lawyer has maintained he is innocent of the criminal charges and that the sex between Combs and Ventura was consensual.
His resolve is the same. He believes he's innocent. I believe he's innocent. And we're going to fight this case with all of our might until we don't have to fight any longer.
I want to bring in Nima Rahmani. He's an entertainment attorney based in Los Angeles. Nima, your thoughts on this report from the Daily Mail that Cassie Ventura is considering launching a comeback?
It would be an amazing comeback, both for her personally and professionally. Obviously, her relationship with Combs ended up derailing her career, and obviously she was the victim of domestic violence and sexual assault. But now there's a lot of attention on her, and she may be able to parlay that into a comeback. She hasn't released music in quite some time, well over a decade, so she'll have to get back.
Resurfaced everywhere. Videos people ignored years ago started trending again overnight. The internet became one giant investigation board, millions of people acting like detectives trying to connect dots that may or may not even exist. But once the public decides a narrative has momentum, it becomes almost impossible to stop. What made the situation even darker was the tone of the alleged posts themselves. They weren't written like somebody trying to create drama for attention. They allegedly sounded emotional, bitter, exhausted, and honestly terrifying to some readers. That's why so many people reacted emotionally instead of treating it like another celebrity scandal. The internet has become numb to drama at this point. But this felt heavier. People immediately started saying this was bigger than gossip, bigger than entertainment, bigger than another temporary headline cycle. And the reactions online became completely unhinged. Some people immediately believed everything without question. Others accused the entire thing of being staged. Then another group started claiming powerful people behind the scenes were trying to
back into the swing of things, but it's certainly possible given how much attention there is on the Diddy case.
It really sounds like she has a lot of music cataloged that was never released. And this was held over her, according to her civil suit that was filed last November. So talk to me about how that was possibly used, according to her, as leverage by Sean Combs. I mean, that is so stunning to me that her career was held back, according to her, by him because she's too busy doing freak-offs and things like that.
Well, there's no question that Cassie met Combs through Bad Boy Records, and that's how that relationship started. And we know that Combs used whatever he could to maintain control over people. It could be something like a video of the freak-offs. You know, there are allegations that he recorded the freak-offs for sexual pleasure, but also to control the participants. So I wouldn't be surprised if Cassie's allegations are true, that she wanted to further her career, and that's why she ended up getting involved with Combs. Obviously, it evolved into something else, something romantic, and then criminal. But to the extent that Combs could control Cassie by controlling her music, and we know that he was very powerful in the music industry, that's consistent with the MO and his allegations that have been raised by the other victims.
Yeah, and the timeline seems to be that, she signs this deal. It was a 10-album deal, Nima. This is what shocks me about this. A 10-album deal that she signed in 2006. One album was released, and maybe then some singles were sprinkled within there. She was working on a second album. That album never came out. I mean, is that common in the music industry that you would sign a deal like that for 10 records and then only one is released?
10 albums is a lot. It's certainly possible that an artist doesn't fulfill the deal. Obviously, these agreements, they're not public, but we've seen a lot of discussion of this from Taylor Swift and her trying to get out of and get her masters. So when you're a young artist, you're so happy to sign a record deal. You'll essentially sign anything. And then as artists, become bigger and they want to end up controlling their music, they oftentimes regret signing those deals. So multi-album deals are common. Not fulfilling the deal, less common. But again, when an artist wants to sign to a label, usually they'll sign anything that the company puts in front of them.
Her lawsuit said that she basically worked out getting out of her contract with Bad Boy Records. So she hasn't put anything out since she was with Bad Boy Records. She had to get out of the deal, obviously. She then gets married and she has children. She has filed this lawsuit. She's been to rehab, she says, according to some statements she's put out since filing that suit. So would that be hard for her to take music she made when she was with Bad Boy and then maybe put that out now?
So when it comes to music, there's three different components in terms of the intellectual property. The first is the composition itself, and that's owned by the artist. So Cassie owns that. Then it's the musical composition, which means that she could perform music live and the record label doesn't own that. What the company owns is what we call the master, which is the original recording. So what's played on Spotify or Apple Music or even on
the story before it spread further. Every hour the theories became more insane. One viral thread claimed insiders had apparently known about these alleged secrets for years but stayed quiet because they were scared. Another claimed multiple people in the industry were panicking privately because they knew more information could allegedly surface next. That's when the atmosphere shifted from messy internet drama into something much darker. You could literally feel the tension online. Influencers stopped making jokes. Commentary channels suddenly became serious. Even people who normally avoid controversy started talking about it because the engagement numbers were impossible to ignore. Every livestream turned into discussions about the allegations. Every podcast suddenly had a segment about it. Everybody wanted answers immediately. Then came the reactions from longtime supporters. That's when things really spiraled. Some fans completely defended the accused figure no matter what. They claimed the internet was trying to destroy another celebrity without evidence. They said
friends when it happened. Around that time, Kid Cudi's car exploded in his driveway. The allegations brought forth in Cassie's lawsuit were shocking, and so too were the accusations brought months later in yet another civil suit filed by Rodney Jones, also known as the producer Lil Rod. He began working with Diddy in 2022 on the Love album, and soon, he alleges, the abuse began. Lil Rod accuses Diddy of sexual assault, writing he was, quote, the victim of constant, unsolicited, and unauthorized groping and touching of his anus by Mr. Combs. He also alleges Diddy and his team were grooming Lil Rod to engage in gay sex. Lil Rod further alleges that Diddy forced him to have sex with prostitutes and even drugged Lil Rod to get him to comply. On top of these sexual assault allegations, Lil Rod's lawsuit also alleges that Diddy ran a gun and drug trafficking scheme. He says there are hundreds of hours of footage and audio recordings of Mr. Combs, his staff, and his guests engaging in some serious illegal activity because Diddy apparently forced Lil Rod to constantly record him. The allegations continue, saying that Diddy covered up multiple shootings. To start, there's the New York nightclub shooting in 1999. Lil Rod alleges Diddy required his then-girlfriend Jennifer Lopez to transport his illegal firearm into the NYC nightclub. The court docs also allege Diddy forced his then-artist Shine to assume responsibility for the shooting of several individuals. Lil Rod's civil suit points to another alleged cover-up too, this time for a shooting outside Diddy's Chalice Studios on September 12, 2022. According to court docs, Diddy, his son Justin, and Justin's friend referred to as G were all there when things got heated. Lil Rod heard multiple gunshots ring out, and then he found G on the bathroom floor in the fetal position. Lil Rod says he was bleeding out of his hip and leg area. After that, Mr. Combs gave strict instructions to inform the police that he had nothing to do with the shooting. He also forced Mr. Jones to lie to the police by telling them that G was shot standing outside the studio by a drive-by assailant. So that specific allegation involves Diddy's son Justin, but another allegation and entirely separate civil suit involves his other son, Christian, or King Combs. Grace Omar K alleges that Christian Combs sexually assaulted her on a yacht in December 2022, and all this was facilitated by Diddy. That suit was filed in April, and in May, former model Crystal McKinney filed suit against Diddy too, alleging he drugged and sexually assaulted her in his New York studio back in 2003. Diddy's former bad boy artists have spoken out too, including members of Danity Kane, the girl group that Diddy helped form on MTV's Making the Band 3. Singer Aubrey O'Day alleges Diddy underpaid members of the band and later offered her the publishing rights to her songs if she signed an NDA. And there was a catch to that.
And in order to get that, I have to release him for any claims or wrongdoings or actions prior to the date of the release. I have to sign an NDA that I will never disparage Puff, Bad Boy, Janice Combs, or Justin Combs Music, or EMI, or Sony ever in public.
Just this month, Aubrey O'Day's Danity Kane bandmate Dawn Richard filed suit against Diddy. She alleged Diddy verbally and sexually abused her, all with the intentional infliction of emotional distress. There are so many layers to this story, dozens of allegations, civil suits, and criminal charges. And all this while Diddy sits behind bars in the Metropolitan Detention Center in Brooklyn. But let's begin with those federal charges. Here's former
people were weaponizing rumors and emotional storytelling. But other supporters looked genuinely disturbed because some of the alleged details sounded way too specific. And once people start saying there's no way somebody would make this up, public opinion starts changing extremely fast. The internet loves building people into untouchable icons, but it also loves watching those same icons collapse in real time. That's why scandals spread so aggressively online. People become emotionally invested in the rise and destruction of public figures. And once a major figure becomes the center of controversy, the algorithm basically turns the entire situation into digital warfare. Suddenly old associates were being questioned. Old photos started circulating. Past interviews were dissected frame by frame. Even random interactions from years ago became suspicious to viewers trying to find hidden meaning in everything. And then another alleged post surfaced. That one sent social media into absolute meltdown. Because instead of vague accusations, people believed the message hinted at a deeper pattern of behavior happening behind closed doors for years. The comments underneath became
Federal prosecutor Gene Rossi. So going off and talking about those 3 charges, initially to me, when I looked over the indictment, I was like, only 3? It's only 14 pages. That's kind of small, short. But according to you, it sounds like RICO could be a giant charge.
I was surprised when I read this indictment that it is so short. What that tells me is the prosecutors just wanted to get this indictment out there to move this case along. And, you know, given the scope of this case, 14 pages is nothing. I predict that they're going to supersede, amend the indictment, and maybe not add more charges, but add more allegations under each charge, as they say, to add more meat to the bones and have what they call a speaking indictment. A speaking indictment is one that's very, very detailed. It's almost like reading a novel. And a speaking indictment can be over 100 pages. This one is sort of a bare bones general indictment that I predict the federal prosecutors are going to amend, supersede, and add more information.
So you said they'll likely add more allegations, more information to kind of beef up their argument, but we still only have these 3 charges. And I'm sure the federal prosecutors are bringing the ones that they can get a conviction on, right? The ones that have the most amount of evidence against Diddy. Do you think that's why they only brought 3 just to secure a conviction?
I think they only need 3, and here's why. The RICO charge is so expansive that if they only use that one count, RICO, that would be enough for me. So they don't need 20, 30 counts. If they have 3 or 4 core good counts, that's enough, because that RICO charge by itself is an extremely serious charge.
As far as a potential conviction, obviously down the line, and as you said, Diddy is presumed innocent, but if there is a conviction, what sort of sentence could he face? Multiple years behind bars?
Under the sentencing guidelines, which are not binding on a court, he's looking at significant time. Probably my back of the envelope arithmetic calculation is at least 10 years. At least.
Criminal defense attorney Adam Conta agrees. The federal indictment is problematic for Diddy.
It lays out what they believe is a pattern of illegal activity, all in the names and the furtherance of the Combs enterprise. I think it lacks some details, but we have, because this is an ongoing investigation and because it's sort of been in the public sphere for a while, we have more details than we normally would. They've laid out a pattern of conspiracy and racketeering that they've charged him with. But part of that is obviously that one of the victims is his ex-girlfriend, Kathy, who filed this major lawsuit last year in November against him. But we kind of have the details from that lawsuit as well. So we can kind of insert those as really the jump off point to how we got here now today. But he's got some real legal challenges ahead of him. Absolutely.
You brought up a good point about the pattern, showing that Diddy had a pattern to break the law in this many ways. And it all goes back kind of to Cassie and the civil suit that she filed. Obviously, they had a relationship for several years. She alleges some pretty serious accusations against him. So how important is Cassie going to be in regards to this federal case?
Well, she's going to be incredibly important in terms of her lawsuit is really what opened up the public's attention to it.
Terrifying. Thousands of people started sharing their own stories about manipulation, control, fear, intimidation, and toxic industry culture, whether true or false. The emotional reaction online became bigger than the original allegations themselves. Now the conversation wasn't just about one person anymore. People started questioning the entire entertainment industry. They started asking how many powerful figures are protected simply because they generate money and influence. That's when the topic evolved into something much bigger than celebrity gossip. People weren't only angry at one individual anymore, they were angry at systems, networks, handlers, executives, and entire industries that allegedly protect powerful people until public pressure becomes impossible to contain. Because public perception changes faster than facts can catch up. The internet already decided this story matters. They already turned it into one of the biggest online controversies in recent memory. That's the reality of modern social media scandals. The accusation becomes permanent. The suspicion becomes permanent. The public debate becomes permanent. People never fully move on. Especially when the allegations involve power, manipulation, secrecy, and fear. Right now, millions of people are watching this entire situation unfold in real time, wondering whether this is only the beginning or whether the biggest revelations still haven't surfaced yet. And honestly, that uncertainty is exactly what keeps the internet obsessed. Because social media doesn't just want answers anymore. It wants collapse. It wants exposure. It wants chaos. And until the noise finally dies down, this controversy is going to keep consuming timelines, destroying reputations, fueling theories, and keeping the entire internet locked into nonstop speculation. The scariest part? Nobody truly knows where this story ends.
Are you surprised to hear from me? No. What's going on? You think I wasn't gonna get at you from the inside? I think you know me a little better than that. We can't be talking right now, Puff. With all due respect, my brother, how is your wife doing?
Something strange is happening, and the internet cannot stop talking about it. A situation that was already surrounded by controversy has suddenly exploded into an entirely new level of chaos after reports began circulating about an alleged jailhouse conversation that somehow found its way into public discussion.
I heard she's spending a lot of time on the farm, and she loves talking to a pig. I told you when I went on this little road trip, I wasn't going to invite you, but I could change my mind. You understand? Listen, everything all good. We just can't talk right now. Now, how about I just talk and you listen? You told me the storm would just come and go if I lay down and stay quiet, but the weather seemed to be getting worse. You know, I could be catching a cold, so I need to make sure you send me some vitamin E and my special K cereal. Yo, relax. Some things fell through, but everything will be back up soon. Just keep calling your family. You'll be with them soon. Oh, I'm doing the same thing for Thanksgiving. Make sure you send it straight to the Shade Room and TMZ. Make me look like a good father, and all I need is one juror to be on my side, and this case is over. Make sure them Amazon deliveries get back on schedule, then there won't be no need for us to talk anymore. Just chill out, Puff. I told you I'ma get it done. You know, I've been thinking about watching a movie lately. It's called Eyes Wide Shut. Have you seen it? It's got a real famous celebrity in there, don't it? Yeah, Tom Cruise. What's your point? Is that who it is? Man, I thought it was a different celebrity. I guess it might have been a different movie. You know, I got a lot of movies on my mind sometimes, and I get the actors confused. Some of these actors are so good, they act like they don't even know they're being recorded. Your wife did a few movies, didn't she? And make sure you keep the worm food away from my house while I'm gone. It gets messy. Too many insects start digging around. Remember when I cleaned up the worm food around your house? I kept a sample in case you need it. Oh, really? Listen, don't push your limits, Puff. I ain't the one to play with. You in there, and I'm out here. Oh, and don't have another Kit Kat. It's bad for you. She made me gain weight. And get 44 on board again. Make him pull some strings again, or else. Why Oprah staying quiet? Why Ellen moving to another country? Why Leo been in Fiji for months? We already ruined my fucking name. And you know what that means? You going up against somebody who got nothing to lose and everything to gain.
Nobody expected this. Nobody saw it coming. Yet within hours, social media was flooded with reactions, theories, debates, and nonstop speculation. The moment people heard whispers about what was supposedly said behind closed doors, everything changed. Now, before anything else, it is important to understand why this story has captured so much attention. It is not necessarily because people know exactly what happened. In fact, the opposite is true. The uncertainty surrounding the situation is what has created such a massive wave of interest. People are trying to piece together fragments of information. They are trying to understand whether the reports are accurate. They are trying to determine what the alleged conversation could mean. And perhaps most importantly, they are trying to figure out why the reaction has been so intense. The internet has become a place where information moves faster than facts. The second a rumor appears, thousands of people begin discussing it. Minutes later, millions are forming opinions. That is exactly what a
prostitution. If convicted of some of the most serious charges, he could face life in prison. So by the end of the proceedings yesterday, you had 45 prospective jurors secured for selection. And of that group, meaning what I'm saying is they're going to move forward to the next stage of the process when court resumes on Friday. Of that group, you're going to have 12 jurors who are selected and 6 alternates who are selected. There's going to be a combination of preemptory challenges from the prosecution and the defense to whittle that number down. But it's going to be interesting to see what ultimately happens, because this selection process has delved into very sensitive topics. Each juror had to be asked whether they or someone close to them had experience with sexual assault, harassment, domestic violence. Maybe they've been accused of crimes, and they've been quite transparent. At least that's what it seems to have been. They've been transparent about these issues. And this case, by the way, has evolved significantly over the past several months. The indictment has been amended multiple times. There have been several superseding indictments. Right now, we have the third superseding indictment in which Combs faces 5 criminal counts. 1 count of racketeering conspiracy, 2 counts of sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion, and 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution. Now, before we go any further into this and talk about what we can expect for tomorrow, I want to bring on our very own law and crime reporter, Elizabeth Milner, who is at the courthouse for jury selection. She is going to be there, by all accounts, every day of this trial, particularly next week when we think everything's going to start up. Good to see you. Thanks for taking the time before your life gets quite busy.
Of course.
So what were some of the highlights from this week of jury selection, and particularly when you were in the court?
Yeah, of course. I think the biggest highlight was just that everybody from all these different walks of life were inside that courtroom to pretty much be qualified to see whether or not that they can move into the next process as far as being an actual juror on this very, very high profile trial. I think some of the memorable moments for me were just one, the transparency amongst these prospective jurors. You know, they had to talk about, past trauma. They had to talk about where they had worked. They had to talk about their personal lives as far as whether or not they had kids, they're married. They had to talk about what type of publications and news outlets that they get their news from. They had to talk about, their social media habits, especially when it comes to this particular case. Like some of the prospective jurors did admit to, for example, doom scrolling, liking some posts that they perceived to be pretty funny, just about the case overall in general. Some people were very forthcoming as to whether or not they had seen any of the documentary. And surprisingly, a lot of these prospective jurors did say that they could be fair and impartial. And that's even including some who have even seen the CNN video, that of the 2016 Intercontinental Hotel of Diddy allegedly assaulting Cassie, and of course we have to still say allegedly and all of that sort. But as far as jury selection goes, I'm surprised at how quickly the process is going, because I remember on Monday speaking about it, I was like, no way can they get a jury seated in this week for this high profile of a trial. It was very efficient, exactly, from the moment that they brought in these jurors to the questions that they were asking. Even Diddy himself inside that courtroom seemed very involved as far as what type of jurors that he would particularly like to be on his case, potentially, because again, they still have to dwindle that number down from 45 to 18. So they still have to knock off a lot of prospective jurors. Now, they're not going to be in court on Friday, but we still could get a very good
appears to be happening here. According to widespread discussion online, the alleged conversation contained statements that many people found surprising. Others described the reports as shocking. Some claimed it completely changed how they viewed the situation. But then another group immediately pushed back. They argued that nobody should jump to conclusions. They pointed out that alleged leaks often lack context. A few missing seconds can completely change the meaning of an entire conversation. One missing sentence can transform a statement into something entirely different. That disagreement quickly turned into a massive online battle. One side believed the reports raised serious questions. The other side believed people were rushing to judgment. As the debate intensified, reactions became more emotional. Every hour seemed to bring new theories. Every post generated thousands of comments. Every discussion created even more confusion. And that confusion only fueled additional.
A wand at the Harry Potter shop at Universal Studios. I was like, wow, this level of transparency. But yesterday, the final day of whittling down the number to 45 jurors was interesting too, right? What were some of the exchanges?
Well, I want to take it back actually a little bit to Tuesday. There was this one exchange between the judge and a prospective juror just about marijuana usage, and that, the judge asked this individual, whether or not if they could abide by an order not to smoke marijuana throughout the course and duration of this trial, which again is 2 months. It's a lot of time, and this jury is not going to be sequestered. So they'll have the opportunity to go home every single day, do what they normally do, pick up their lives, but also not be involved with the case or anything like that, not look it up, not do any research, anything like that. But pretty much what this prospective juror did tell the judge is that they didn't think that they could stop smoking marijuana. Essentially, the judge had like a little laughing moment about that, and this juror was ultimately dismissed because when it was asked, when was the last time you smoked, and this prospective juror said last night, had to report to jury duty the next morning. Exactly. They were just kind of like, no, let's not do that. Then I heard that there was one about Star Wars and just like that they love Star Wars. There were some there were teachers there. There were prospective jurors who, one of the big questions was, have you had previous training with, sexual assault, sexual harassment? And surprisingly, a lot of people did have this type of experience because sometimes it just comes with the job that they had to complete or do. For example, on Monday, there was a massage therapist who had to go through sexual harassment and sexual assault training. And that's just part of the job. And, we're in different times now, than maybe 20 years ago, where this is just part of their duty to kind of have these types of trainings when it comes to their professions. And so it was really interesting to kind of see this whole process play out. And again, a lot of these jurors were very forthcoming just about, whether or not that they could, one, stop smoking weed during this type of trial, or two, just be transparent about, just some of the trainings that they had that might kind of relate to this case.
And I'll highlight a few. I mean, you had one juror who apparently attended the same high school as Sean Combs decades ago. Then you had this, and I'll read actually the exchange. Have you communicated to others, posted your opinion on social media or online, or liked any social media posts about Mr. Combs? And there's one juror who answered no, and the juror said, I mean, I have not. Like, I've seen stuff online, but I never posted anything about it. And the court says, do you remember retweeting, like a meme, maybe a joke about Mr. Combs? And the juror apparently replied, more likely than not, yes. Like, I probably liked a comment or something like that realistically. And the court said, is there a reason why you didn't mention that kind of thing, liking that kind of thing? The juror responded, I just think I took it a little bit too literal than like thinking of like Twitter or whatever. And the court said, like, in what way? I apologize because I don't really use social media, so you just got to help me out. And the juror said, I think realistically, it's more likely that I probably have. I might have just, I think with anything like doom scrolling, you don't even think about it. And that's what you're talking about with doom scrolling mindlessly. You had another candidate who said that they were fatigued from binge watching Star Wars Andor. So this is not a joke, admitting to skipping part of the jury questionnaire. When Judge Subramanian jokingly asked if he could focus, the man insisted he would, though prosecutors kind of expressed doubts about his personal discipline. He remained in the pool, however, but this was the exchange. I told you I was tired, man. When I came in here, I was tired. Court responded, why were you tired? Just to help me. Juror said, I have sleep apnea, and I kind of went to sleep late. I was binging on, catching up. What were you binging on? Let's see, what's the new one? The new Star Wars Andor just came out, so I was binging on it, so I fell asleep late. Let me ask you this. Are you on any kind of medication or any kind of treatment that would make it hard for you to concentrate during a trial? No, just stayed up late, and I was watching Andor, and the court responded, it's going to be long.
Interest. What makes this situation particularly fascinating is that public opinion appears deeply divided. Some individuals believe the alleged conversation reveals important information. Others believe the entire story has been exaggerated. Still others think the truth is probably somewhere in the middle. The reality is that people often fill information gaps with assumptions. When concrete facts are unavailable, speculation tends to take over. That is exactly what seems to be occurring right now. Across social media platforms, users have been dissecting every available detail. Some are analyzing timelines. Others are comparing previous statements. Many are searching for clues. Everyone seems determined to find answers. But the more people search, the more questions appear. That has transformed this story into something much larger than a simple report about an alleged conversation. It has become a discussion about trust. Trust in information. Trust in sources.
Denied, Combs did, that he had ever harmed Cassie. But then in May of this year, CNN published a terrifying and horrific video of Combs chasing Ventura down a hotel hallway, wearing only a towel. He could be seen throwing Ventura to the ground and kicking her, and he could no longer deny that he had abused her.
It's so difficult to reflect on the darkest times in your life. Sometimes you got to do that. I was up. I hit rock bottom, but I make no excuses. My behavior on that video is inexcusable.
Combs later wiped his Instagram clean, including that apology video, and he started posting again just recently. Last week, Combs filed a motion to dismiss another lawsuit filed by record producer Rodney Little Rod Jones. He claimed that Combs drugged and sexually assaulted him and forced him to hire sex workers and to participate in sex acts with those sex workers. Combs denies those allegations. His lawyer wrote, Mr. Jones's lawsuit is pure fiction, a shameless attempt to create media hype and extract a quick settlement. There was no RICO conspiracy, and Mr. Jones was not threatened, groomed, assaulted, or trafficked. We look forward to proving in a court of law that all of Mr. Jones's claims are made up and must be dismissed. Now, the suit filed by Little Rod is just one of nearly a dozen filed against Combs. Adult film actress Adria English filed a suit in July, on the same day that NBC News reported the grand jury was meeting to discuss evidence against Combs. I spoke with English's lawyer, Ariel Mitchell-Kidd.
So in the lawsuit, we pretty much spell out the details of the sex trafficking my client faced at the hands of Mr. Combs at his white parties. So she was essentially sought after due to her relationship with her boyfriend, who was interviewing, or I should say auditioning with Mr. Combs for his Sean John campaign. That's essentially how things came about. And initially she was just approached to be a go-go dancer. It was all very above board initially, and then eventually, with more time, it turned into being sex trafficked. She was sex trafficked in New York in the Hamptons and then in Miami. And these were all during Mr. Combs's white parties that he was throwing. So we essentially outlined the details of that sex trafficking in her lawsuit. And the reason she came forward now, as you know, a lot of people used to be terrified of Mr. Combs. He's blackballed several people, including my client and her then boyfriend, Mr. Gallo, from the industry. So as we all know, there's strength with numbers. So once Miss Ventura came forward, my client had been looking for an attorney for some time prior to finding me to also file a lawsuit because she had been a victim as well.
Now TMZ is reporting that the grand jury has subpoenaed a hotel in Miami for records dating back to January 1st of 2008, and that one of Combs's exes, Daphne Joy, is also named in those documents. TMZ reports the subpoena was asking for check-in and check-out dates, room numbers, guest preferences and requests, billing information, email addresses, phone numbers, and forms of payment. So basically, everything you could think of that a hotel might have on file, the grand jury wants to see. Little Rod had also named Daphne Joy as someone Combs had paid to perform sex work in his lawsuit. Daphne Joy vehemently denied that allegation in an Instagram post, which has since been deleted.
Trust in public narratives. Trust in what people choose to believe. In today's digital environment, perception often becomes just as influential as reality. A story does not need to be confirmed before it spreads. It simply needs to capture attention. Once attention is captured, momentum takes over. And momentum can be incredibly powerful. People share posts without reading full articles. People repeat claims without verifying them. People react emotionally before all facts are available. That pattern has become increasingly common. This situation appears to be following the same path. As the alleged leak gained attention, reactions intensified. Some individuals expressed outrage. Others expressed skepticism. Many simply expressed confusion. Everyone seemed to have a different interpretation. What is especially interesting is how quickly narratives can form. Within a matter of hours, people who had never heard the alleged conversation
aspect to this.
And through an attorney, Diddy denied even meeting Cardello Smith. But according to Cardello Smith, the two met in the Michigan prison. He says he even has visitor records to prove it. Do you think it's possible Diddy and his legal team just didn't take this seriously, given he's an inmate and given that he's also representing himself in the matter?
That is certainly a possibility, but I think, for attorneys, most of us, we will act in the abundance of caution. The lawsuit was filed, and so it would have been appropriate to respond, or it should not have been a surprise, and it should have been taken seriously. And I'm sure that they do take it serious to the extent that they can. I know that there are a lot of lawsuits that are popping up across the country with respect to Mr. Combs, and it's a little hard to differentiate what may actually be truthful and factual versus what could be, just deployed to gain for some sort of financial gain, which I know in this case, there is a question. The plaintiff in this case has been extremely litigious previously, and this is not the first time that they've sued while incarcerated. So there could be some question with regard to that, but there appeared to be records that are jail records that would have reflected Mr. Combs' visit to the facility if in fact that did occur.
And from my understanding, he's serving a life sentence in prison. So it's given that, is it one, possible that he still could see that money? And two, is it possible the judgment could just get dismissed altogether?
In terms of whether or not he'll actually see that money, there's going to be a question there. Like I said, that there are mechanisms that can be set in place so that he can receive that financial compensation. Just because an individual is incarcerated doesn't mean that they're banned from filing lawsuits or receiving judgments or financial payouts and things of that nature. How that will take place, I can't really say for certain. I think you indicated that he is doing a life sentence. So, what that would mean if he has any other judgments that are against him or creditors that may want to take his financial gain based off of this will also be a question.
And according to reports, Diddy listed his Beverly Hills mansion, that same one at the center of this suit, and the same one that was raided by Homeland Security back in March. And then the home was apparently listed this week. He's been trying to list that home since the summer, and he's listed the home for a reported $70 million, which is millions above how much he paid for the home when he had purchased it initially. Do you think that money will be used to go toward the judgment? Or do you think it'll go toward lawyers? What are your thoughts on just the fact that Diddy is selling the home kind of at the center of this restraining order as well, too?
Well, that's the interesting part here. And so what the plaintiff in this case did was filed for what we call a temporary restraining order, which would have prevented Diddy, or would prevent him from selling that Los Angeles home. And so we know, or at least we believe, that that TRO was granted to enjoin or stop him from selling that home. And so ultimately, if that were the case, then there's going to be an issue with the actual sale of the home. Those proceeds from the home essentially would be a part of the proceeds that need to be paid for the plaintiff in this case. But that's really what the issue is here, is, whether or not he can actually go forward and sell the home, if he's been enjoined. And the reason for the temporary restraining order in this case is to prevent him from selling off assets that would compensate the plaintiff.
And many of us know that Diddy faces several of...
We're already discussing its implications. Entire conclusions were being formed based on limited information. That speed is remarkable. Years ago, stories developed over weeks. Now they develop over minutes. And once a narrative begins moving, slowing it down becomes almost impossible. Even if new information emerges later, first impressions often remain powerful. That reality creates enormous challenges whenever controversial stories appear online. People naturally want answers. They want certainty. They want clarity. But situations like this rarely provide those things immediately. Instead, they create an environment where questions outnumber answers. That uncertainty can be frustrating. Yet it also explains why public interest remains so high. Humans are naturally curious. When something mysterious appears, people pay attention. When details are unclear, attention increases even further. When controversy
other lawsuits stemming from similar allegations, just like Cardello Smith's allegations, drugging at a party and sexual assault or rape. Well, at this time, no criminal charges have been filed against Diddy and he has not been arrested. What does that signal to you as far as a pattern goes?
Well, one of the things that's going to happen, and I do believe that there has been a grand jury investigation that has been employed in this case. I think there may be a federal investigation going on, and there may be a stateside one, but I'm not totally sure. But one of the things that the prosecution in any case is going to try to do is show that there is a pattern of behavior here. Now, as a defense attorney, we don't want that information coming in, and we don't want that to be the theory of the prosecutor's case, that just because he may have done it on one occasion means that he had done it on a second occasion. And so those are the things that we argue against, but certainly the prosecution is going to want to show that there is a pattern of behavior here. And with respect to a RICO prosecution, what the government is essentially going to be trying to do is take individuals who have been allegedly impacted by Mr. Combs' behavior and those patterns of that behavior, putting them into grand jury to bring about an indictment.
And Diddy has denied any type of wrongdoing in terms of the many civil suits he faces for sexual misconduct. But we all saw the Cassie Hotel surveillance video and the subsequent apology video that followed. Do you think even though Cardello Smith, who doesn't have the cleanest record in the slightest, that his claims might hold weight against Diddy?
That is certainly a possibility. I think that Mr. Cardello, his credibility is certainly going to be vetted. We know that he is very litigious. We know that he himself is incarcerated for sexual related offenses. And so is this just a matter of him actually being a victim of this crime? Or is this something that he has respectfully concocted because it seems to be that, anybody can make an allegation against Mr. Combs and it's taken as factual by the public. So that's going to be the thing here that we're going to need to be careful of and pay attention to.
And it's been pretty quiet as far as any word about the details of the reported federal investigation or any potential indictment. But do you think it's possible Diddy won't be charged criminally, or do you think that an indictment still looms for him?
An indictment absolutely still looms for Mr. Combs. I think that there has been such a large response to the allegations in Ms. Ventura's case and now in all of these other subsequent cases that you can't unsee it. So once it's out there, it's there. It is the government's responsibility to investigate these claims or these alleged claims. And I think that there has been so much attention that's been placed on this that to let this go quietly in the night it would be nearly impossible for the government to allow that to happen unless they are statutorily bound or there is some other reason that they can't go or proceed forward.
In terms of the alleged victims in this case, what do you think this message sends to them as far as, Diddy hasn't been charged criminally, he hasn't been indicted, but given all the allegations, the mounting lawsuits, but Diddy seems to be doing just fine in terms of, previously we've seen him whitewater rafting, previously he's riding his bike out in South Beach, Miami. I've read reports that
he enters the picture, interest can become overwhelming. That combination is precisely why this story has generated such intense discussion. Everyone wants to know what happened. Everyone wants to know what was said. Everyone wants to know what comes next. Unfortunately, those answers are not always available immediately. As a result, speculation fills the gap. The cycle continues. Discussion creates attention. Attention creates more discussion. More discussion creates even greater attention. Before long, a story takes on a life of its own. That may be what we are witnessing here. The alleged conversation itself has almost become secondary. The reaction has become the main story. For now, the debate continues. The speculation continues. The reactions continue. And the internet continues watching every detail. Because when a controversial story collides with uncertainty, curiosity becomes unstoppable. People keep searching. People keep talking. People keep debating. And until definitive answers arrive, that conversation is unlikely to end. One thing is certain. The attention surrounding this situation has reached extraordinary levels. Whether the story ultimately confirms expectations or completely surprises everyone remains to be seen. But until that moment arrives, the discussion will continue dominating timelines, comment sections, and online conversations across the internet. The questions remain. The speculation remains. The curiosity remains. And the world keeps watching to see what happens next.
A bombshell name drop during testimony in the Sean Diddy Combs sex trafficking and racketeering trial. Why were singers Usher and Ne-Yo brought up in the courtroom? We're diving into the connection these A-listers and music legends have to the now disgraced music mogul.
Nobody saw this coming. Just when it seemed like the controversy couldn't get any bigger, a completely unexpected development sent social media into absolute chaos within hours.
That's not breaking news, but it was a bit of a surprise this week when Usher and Ne-Yo's names came up during testimony. The witness that brought up Ne-Yo and Usher was Dawn Richard. She was once a member of the singing group Danity Kane. That group was signed to Diddy's label, Bad Boy Records, and she also sang for another bad boy group called Diddy Dirty Money. Sean Combs was actually part of that group. It was a trio. They had a few songs that came out between 2009 and 2011. Prosecutors called Richard to testify. Now, before I get into the moment where Usher and Ne-Yo were brought up, I want to take you through her testimony and what led to the point that she brought their names into this. Now, Richard told prosecutors in 2009, she witnessed Sean Combs allegedly attack his then girlfriend, Cassandra Ventura, the singer known as Cassie, who has already testified in this trial that she was abused by Combs physically and sexually during their 10-year relationship that ended in 2018. Now, here's a line in the transcript where Richard said, quote, "I observed Cassie being attacked," and then, when asked, "Who attacked Cassie?" she answered, quote, "She was attacked by Sean Combs." In the incident in 2009 that Richard talked about, she said she was recording music at Combs' LA home. Cassie was making eggs, and then Combs comes downstairs, quote, angry, and was saying where the expletive was his eggs. Excuse my language. And he was telling Cassie that she never gets anything right, where the expletive is his food. And he proceeded to come over to her, took the skillet with the eggs in it, and then tried to hit her over the head with it, and she fell to the ground. Richard told prosecutors that she witnessed Diddy allegedly attack Cassie multiple times, physically beating her. And while she was a member of Diddy Dirty Money between 2009 and 2011, she said it was frequent that she would see these things. She said that Combs would, quote, punch her, choke her, drag her, slap her in the mouth. I saw him kick her, punch her in the stomach. Now, when it comes to Usher and Ne-Yo, their names are brought up related to an incident in 2010 that happened at a restaurant in California. Dawn Richard was asked about this incident both by the prosecution and defense, but it's interesting how her answers and the details she gives are different depending on the questions that are asked. Richard was asked about that incident. It was in West Hollywood, California. There was a restaurant, a dinner with a lot of powerful people in 2010. And at that dinner, Richard says Diddy allegedly punched Cassie in the stomach. She said, quote, "We were having a private conversation, and when we're all sitting, eating at the tables together, when I say we, I mean some bad boys, some of our other label, and some celebrities were in the room, and they were secretly arguing, and he punched her in the stomach." Sean Combs punched her in the stomach. The prosecution then asks, quote, "Who, if any, of Mr. Combs' employees were present?" And Richard says Harv Pierre, Capricorn Clark, Mia, D-Rock, Bonds, myself, and Kalina Harper. Now, the prosecution then asks Richard about Harv Pierre. He was a bad boy executive, and he answered to Sean Diddy Combs. The prosecution also asks how, quote, employees reacted to Combs allegedly punching Cassie in the stomach, to which Richard answered, they didn't. No one intervened.
Timelines were flooded. Comment sections became battlefields, and millions of people suddenly found themselves debating the same question. What really happened behind the scenes? That's the question everyone seemed obsessed with. Not because anybody had clear answers. Not because there was some undeniable piece of evidence. But because the latest wave of rumors appeared at exactly the moment public attention was already at an all-time high. And when a story reaches that level of visibility, even the smallest development can create massive reactions. That's exactly what happened here. The internet exploded. People rushed to analyze every word, every statement, every reaction, every silence. Some observers claimed the latest information changed everything. Others insisted it changed absolutely nothing. But regardless of which side people supported, one thing became impossible to ignore. The conversation had entered an entirely new phase. For months, speculation had been building. Every week seemed to bring another headline, another rumor, Another theory. Another viral
who were present at the restaurant, to which Richard named people like Combs, the bodyguard D-Rock, Pierre the executive. But then the defense had their chance at cross-examination, and through their questioning is when we saw those big names drop. The defense asked Richard, please tell me who was all at this restaurant. Richard answers, Harv Pierre, Capricorn Clark, Mia, and myself, Kalina, our bodyguards, which was Bonds, and D-Rock, Cassie. The question continues with the defense asking, you remember who was all there, right? And Richard says, mm-hmm. The defense asks, do you recall alleging several celebrities were actually there? And Richard says yes, and the defense then says, quote, so when the government asked you who was all there, and I asked you who was all there right now, you didn't mention any of the celebrities, right? Right, Richard says. The defense then asks Richard to name the celebrities. And then she says, quote, Usher was there, Jimmy Levine was there, Neo came through. There were a few others too. I don't recall those people, but those are the ones I remember talking to. The defense then pressed Richard a bit, asking why she didn't say those names before when she was asked about who was there by the defense. And Richard says she was just repeating what she told the government in their direct examination. Usher and Diddy go back decades. Usher lived with Combs for a year, actually, when he was just a rising star in the music industry. He was 13, 14 years old at the time. Usher actually spoke about living with Combs in an interview 8 years ago on the Howard Stern show. Here's part of what he said.
You're going to go to Puff Daddy's. He's going
in the 90s. Do you understand what that's like?
Puffy's place was like just filled with chicks and orgying like nonstop, right?
No, not really. I mean, but hey, it was curious. I got a chance to see some things.
Now, as far as Grammy winner Neo, he is someone who has been known to be a friend of Diddy and to be in the same social circles over the years. He faced backlash for a comment he made in the wake of Diddy's arrest during a performance in New Zealand last year, where he reportedly said, quote, on stage, I was sexually assaulted and I liked it. I had a great time and I'd do it again. He later apologized for that and said, quote, in an attempt to be playful with my fans, I made an insensitive and irresponsible joke while on tour, and I'd like to truly apologize from the bottom of my heart. This is according to the UK media outlet, The Metro. Now, the other name that Richard mentioned was Jimmy Levine. He is a music legend. He is known as the co-founder of Interscope Records, so an incredibly powerful person in the music industry. It's important to note that in her testimony, Richard did not specifically say that any of the three actually witnessed that alleged moment where Combs punched Ventura in the stomach, but she did say that they were allegedly there that night. Now, none of the three have released statements since their names were brought up in court. Combs is on trial. He's expected to be on trial for roughly 7 more weeks. He's charged with racketeering, sex trafficking by force, and transportation to engage in prosecution. He has pleaded not guilty. Joining us now once again to talk about this case is former prosecutor and criminal defense attorney Safa Robinson-Ferrer. Always great to have you on Law and Crime. Usher's name, he comes up yesterday, and that was kind of a moment where people clearly recognize who Don Richard was talking about. What should we take away from that anecdote and the fact that Usher's name was brought up?
The fact that Usher's name was brought up, I think one of two things about it. On one hand, it's irrelevant. It doesn't go to prove or disprove whether Mr. Combs is guilty of the charges as alleged in the indictment. On the other hand, I do think that it provides background information that there were other individuals that could have passed.
Discussion. Many people assumed the story had already reached its peak. They were wrong. Because what happened next reignited interest on a level few expected. Suddenly old clips were being shared again. Old interviews resurfaced. Old comments were examined with new attention. The public wasn't just looking at current events anymore. They were revisiting the past. Searching for clues. Searching for connections. Searching for anything that might help explain what was happening. And the more people searched, the more questions appeared. That's often how these situations unfold. Answers rarely arrive first. Questions do. Lots of them. One question leads to another. Another leads to 10 more. Before long, an entire ecosystem of speculation develops around a single story. That's exactly what happened. Every social media platform became flooded with opinions. Some people were convinced they already knew the truth. Others warned everyone against jumping to conclusions.
Observed these alleged assaults or attacks on Ms. Ventura. Not only that, but if the government intends on establishing a timeline or a pattern of events with respect to Mr. Combs, his enterprise, and their dealings with individuals from the public or in the industry, it's good to note that the allegation, or at least the testimony came in, that Usher was involved with Mr. Combs early on in his career when he was approximately, I believe, 14 years of age, that he had gone to some sort of academy through Mr. Combs' enterprise or business. And the government can certainly use that to show a long pattern of behavior, dealings that he may have had with other individuals in the industry, and also to establish that Mr. Combs and Ms. Ventura had this long-standing relationship, that not only, there were a select few that got to observe, but that publicly some of these allegations or allegations of violence happened, and that other people observed those things.
And when we look at the transcript, and I have it here, and you have the defense asking why Rashard did not talk previously in conversations with the government about Usher being there, Jimmy Levine, who's a famous producer, as well as the singer Neo. Should we take anything away from that it appeared that their names didn't come up earlier when she was having conversations with the government?
Yeah, what we can take away, and what the defense is essentially trying to do here, is really strike at her credibility. What the defense did during its cross-examination is say, well, these other individuals were there and you didn't disclose their names until now. And why was that? If you are participating in a government investigation, you're presumed and you should tell the truth, the whole truth, and the full truth. And you failed to disclose a significant thing, which were the other individuals that were present. You failed to disclose that to the government. And now it's only today, as you're testifying, that we're just now hearing of these other individuals, Usher Raymond, Neo, and other executive producers that were involved or possibly witnesses to the case. Again, striking at her credibility because she did not tell the full truth at the time she was asked by the government, which later down the line during closing arguments, the defense can get up and say, Ms. Rashard testified A, B, and C to you. However, she failed to disclose X, Y, and Z, and that's why you shouldn't believe her. That's why you should not give her the credibility that the judge is going to instruct you on, and the jury can take that into consideration.
And one thing that's been apparent throughout all the witnesses thus far is clearly this was a relationship that had a lot of domestic violence incidents, but this isn't a domestic violence case. Yet it seems like there's a lot of people who witnessed physical abuse. And in this case, you have Usher and Neo. I mean, these are A-list celebrities who are seeing Sean Combs punch his girlfriend allegedly in the stomach, which is something that you would think if you saw that, on the outside, if you think you'd stop that, you would step in, you would say something, but apparently they didn't, according to Don Rashard's testimony. Does any of that, the fact that he was doing this out in the open, play towards taking some of the domestic violence incidents, but showing that it was a much larger thing, which is what the government's trying to prove?
So with respect to the other individuals being present, although there's an allegation that they were present, and they're not really allegations, it's just background facts, I don't know that Ms. Rashard has testified that they actually observed the striking. Maybe they did, maybe they did not. But I don't think that that's going to do any benefit for the government as far as knowing that these things happened more broadly. I mean, it's clear as day that this case is rooted in domestic violence.
Both sides argued constantly. Neither side seemed interested in backing down. The controversy continued growing. The attention continued growing. And perhaps most importantly, curiosity continued growing. Curiosity is powerful. It's one of the strongest forces on the internet. People can ignore facts they don't like. People can ignore opinions they disagree with. But curiosity? That's much harder to ignore. Curiosity keeps people clicking. Curiosity keeps people watching. Curiosity keeps stories alive. And this story was very much alive. As discussions intensified, observers noticed something interesting. The actual details mattered less than the reactions. Think about that for a moment. Millions of people were discussing the situation. Yet much of the attention wasn't focused on the alleged information itself. Instead, people became fascinated by how others responded.
He is not mentioned in this criminal indictment against Combs, okay? Want to be very clear about that. And he has not been accused of wrongdoing by authorities in any way. Having said that, many people are wondering what he might have seen at a young age when he lived with Combs in the 90s. This is a very common topic of conversation right now. Deep dives into the people surrounding Combs. Justin Bieber, Jennifer Lopez, Usher, so forth. What do they know? Will they be a part of any kind of case? Now, days before Combs was arrested, another of his apparent mentees filed a civil action against him, Dawn Richard. Dawn Richard is a former member of the girl group Danity Kane, and then she joined a trio group with Combs and another singer, Kalina Harper. It was called Diddy Dirty Money. She filed a lawsuit claiming that Combs sexually and verbally abused her for a decade. She also claimed that Combs owes her more than $3 million in unpaid salary and royalties, as well as unpaid wages for touring. And going back to Usher, Richard claims that Usher witnessed Combs' alleged abuse of his then girlfriend, Cassie Ventura. Ventura had filed her own bombshell lawsuit last fall, seemingly kickstarting Combs' significant legal troubles. In the complaint, Richard's attorneys write, in the weeks and months leading up to the Bad Boy Interscope deal, Mr. Combs had frequent meetings with producer and then CEO of Interscope Records, Jimmy Iovine. On one such occasion, Combs hosted a dinner at a West Hollywood, California restaurant, which Miss Richard and Miss Harper were requested to attend. Among the guests at the dinner were celebrities like Neo and Usher, as well as Mr. Iovine. At the dinner, Mr. Combs and Miss Ventura had an argument. In front of the dinner guests, Mr. Combs hissed at Miss Ventura in a screaming whisper and forcefully punched her in the stomach, causing her to double over in visible pain, crying. Miss Clark escorted Miss Ventura out of the restaurant, and Mr. Combs remained and continued socializing with the dinner guests. At this point, Interscope Records clearly had actual knowledge that Combs was dangerous around females and that Combs was willing to brazenly batter a female in public. Erica Wolf, one of Combs' attorneys, responded to the Richards lawsuit with this statement to Vibe. Mr. Combs is shocked and disappointed by this lawsuit. In an attempt to rewrite history, Dawn Richard has now manufactured a series of false claims, all in the hopes of trying to get a payday conveniently timed to coincide with her album release and press tour. So let's go back to Usher. There was speculation around him, and that increased dramatically when all of the singer's tweets suddenly disappeared on the day before Combs was arrested in New York. There were rumors that Usher might be trying to cover up any past mentions of Combs on his feed, but Usher later tweeted, or wrote on X, "Account got hacked and damn, y'all ran with it," followed by 3 laughing emojis. His tweets also seem to be restored on his feed. Now, Usher is not the only up-and-coming superstar that got special attention from Combs. There was a video posted to Justin Bieber's YouTube page when the singer was just 15. It's gone viral again after the latest allegations against Combs.
Justin, you ever seen the movie 48 Hours? Right now, he's having 48 hours with Diddy, him and his boy. They're having the times of their lives, like where we hanging out and what we doing. We can't really disclose, but it's definitely a 15-year-old's dream.
Now, Usher was actually the one to introduce Bieber to the world of Combs and Bad Boy Entertainment. Usher told Howard Stern that he'd heard about Bieber through the grapevine, he'd seen some of his YouTube videos, and had his people set up a meeting. And that led Usher to oversee Bieber's debut album, My World. Now, most recently, Suge Knight, the rival of Sean Combs, music executive who's currently sitting in prison after pleading no contest to voluntary manslaughter after running over a man.
To it. Every reaction generated another reaction. Every opinion inspired another opinion. Every debate created another debate. The cycle became endless. That is the nature of modern controversies. They often become self-sustaining. Attention creates discussion. Discussion creates attention. The process repeats itself over and over. Soon the original story becomes only one piece of a much larger narrative. And that's exactly what seemed to happen. The controversy evolved into something bigger than any single rumor. It became a symbol representing larger questions. Questions about power. Questions about influence. Questions about accountability. Questions about what really happens behind closed doors. Whether those questions would ever receive definitive answers remained uncertain. But uncertainty only increased public interest. People don't like mysteries. They want conclusions. They want certainty. They want clear explanation.
He spoke in a bombshell interview with Chris Cuomo on News Nation, and one of the things he alleged was that music executives had used alcohol and drugs to compromise Combs' manhood. He told Cuomo that Combs was taught that, and he got Usher as a kid. Alcohol, drugs, sex, Justin Bieber, and C, they do these things to take control.